Chapter 1, Just Don't Tear Down SHREK. Douluo Continent, Tianhun Empire, Qing Shui City. Xiaoming, SHREK Academy is the best high-level Soul Master Academy in Douluo Continent. You must study hard when you get there. Do you have enough money? Do you have all your storage soul guides with you? Do you have all your clothes? Do you have enough food and water? At the gate of the city lord's mansion, a beautiful woman in her 40s was holding Zhang Ming's hand and giving him instructions with a concerned look on her face. Zhang Ming smiled and checked the contents of the soul guide according to the beautiful woman's instructions, even though he had already checked it last night. On the side, Niheng, lord of Qing Shui City, looked helpless. You've asked me this question 30 times since I got up this morning. If you delay any longer, it will be noon. When the beautiful woman heard what her husband said, she glared at him unhappily and said, Xiaoming is going to SHREK Academy. It's thousands of miles away from Qing Shui City, and I'm not allowed to talk to Xiaoming anymore. You. Niheng had no way to help his wife. He could only stand aside and tell the driver to drive more steadily. The beautiful woman reminded Zhang Ming of some things, and secretly gave him a bag of gold soul coins. Then she finally sent Zhang Ming to the carriage with tears in her eyes. Their Qing Shui City is a marginal city of the Tianhun Empire. It does not have advanced soul guides like the core cities on the mainland, so horse-drawn carriages are the best means of transportation. Alas, I don't know if this child can get used to life in SHREK Academy. I heard that the assessment system of SHREK Academy is very strict. Before Zhang Ming's carriage had gone far, the beautiful woman began to worry about Zhang Ming's future. Hearing this, Niheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the receding carriage helplessly. Don't worry, if Xiaoming can't stay in SHREK Academy with his talent, then no one in the entire Douluo continent is qualified. I just hope he doesn't demolish SHREK Academy. That place is not Qing Shui City. Even if he sells the city lord's mansion, he can't afford the compensation. On the carriage, Zhang Ming was filled with reluctance and anticipation in his heart, with sadness and excitement written all over his face, as he imagined what SHREK Academy would be like 10,000 years from now. Yes, Zhang Ming is a time traveler. 12 years ago, with an earth-shaking cry, he came to the world of Douluo Continent. He was a little confused at first. After all, he had just finished the college entrance examination before traveling through time. He was already prepared to be a failure in the entrance exams to Peking University and Tsinghua University, but when he was playing 4399 and reading novels at home at night, a fully loaded dump truck rushed into his house and crushed him to death. It all happened so suddenly that I was confused for the first few months after traveling through time. After traveling through time, his life story also has some stories. Zhang Ming's parents are from the Tianhun Empire. To be more precise, they are soldiers of the Tianhun Empire. 11 years ago, Zhang Ming's parents died in a war between the Tianhun Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. Niheng, who was a comrade in arms of Zhang Ming's father at the time, raised Zhang Ming. Afterwards, Niheng was sent to Qing Shui City to be the city lord because of his military achievements. Because Niheng's wife was injured in her early years, the couple has never had children. They have always treated Zhang Ming as their own son. This time, SHREK Academy, the first advanced Soul Master Academy in the continent, was recruiting students, and Niheng, as the mayor of Qing Shui City, had a recommendation quota. Just in time, Zhang Ming was old enough, so he directly recommended Zhang Ming. Master, please drive more steadily. I need to get something in the car. On the way to SHREK Academy, Zhang Ming poked his head out of the carriage and gave the driver a word of advice. At the same time, a silver soul coin in his hand quietly slipped into the driver's hand. After receiving the Gintama coins, the driver's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't worry, Master Zhang. My car has been modified. It has been specially equipped with a soul guide to reduce shock. With my driving skills, it won't be affected at all even if you are in it. The driver patted his chest and assured. However, as soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong. Master Zhang, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, just pretend you didn't hear it. The driver smiled awkwardly. The guy in front of him came from the city lord's mansion and was only 12 years old. He was not like those rough guys he usually drove, so he couldn't say such dirty words. It's okay, just drive steadily. In the carriage, Zhang Ming paid no attention to the driver's words. He brushed his hands across the storage ring soul guide on his fingers and the storage soul guide on his waist, and took out books and small pieces of metal with a metallic luster. Although he is 12 years old now, he is mentally an adult, and the driver's dirty talk is nothing compared to what he saw on the internet in his previous life, which cannot make him feel disturbed at all. It seems that the energy flow here can be optimized. Zhang Ming picked up a block of metal, frowned slightly, and scanned the patterns carved on the block, thinking about optimization solutions in his mind. After looking for a few seconds, Zhang Ming picked up one of the books in the pile next to him and started flipping through it. Just like that, half an hour had passed. Zhang Ming closed the book, an expression of sudden enlightenment appearing on his face. So that's how it is. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Zhang Ming tapped his head in self-blame, put down the book, and brushed his fingers across a gem on the soul guide at his waist, and a slender light golden knife appeared in his hand. Then, Zhang Ming held the slender knife tightly and started carving on the metal block. Zhang Ming's hands were steady, and the powerful strength in his arms allowed him to use a knife to easily carve the patterns he wanted on the metal block. The coachman did not lie. It was not known whether the soul-guided shock absorber he installed was effective or his driving skills were really great, but there was very little vibration while the carriage was driving, at least it did not affect Zhang Ming. Time passed by little, and before he knew it, Zhang Ming was completely immersed in carving the soul guide array. Except for sometimes stopping to think or read when encountering some difficulties, Zhang Ming was carving patterns on these metal blocks almost all the time. During the more than 10 years of traveling through this world, Zhang Ming had 3 biggest hobbies, and studying soul guides was one of them. Perhaps because he had just finished the college entrance examination in his previous life, he still had some passion for learning. As for the technical work of soul guides, Zhang Ming fell in love with it when he first came into contact with it. And he really has a talent for soul guides. At least in Qingshui City, no one has a stronger talent for soul guides than him. Even his 4th level soul guide master said that he can no longer teach him anything. In the research of soul guides, Luo Zhan particularly likes to study things like firearms and artillery shells. You know, the Douluo world is not the previous life. Between soul masters, or between soul instructors, fighting is the main theme. And for a passionate boy, fighting with a soul-guided gun or soul-guided cannonball is simply hot. Finally, Zhang Ming completed the carving of a core component of a soul guide. Looking at the block of metal in his hand, Zhang Ming smiled and slowly injected soul power into it. The next moment, the smile on Zhang Ming's face froze instantly, then he quickly opened the car window and threw the block of metal in his hand out without hesitation. After a few seconds, boom! 392888188. Chapter 2, exploded again. The 2 strong horses neighed long, stood up straight on their thick hind legs, raised their entire upper body high with their forelimbs, and then ran forward madly. The speed was so fast that even the car body equipped with a shock-absorbing system began to vibrate continuously. Zhang Ming in the car felt like he was riding a roller coaster and could not stop at all. Zhang, Master Zhang, sit tight. The horse is frightened, I have to stabilize it quickly, and I may not be able to take care of you. The driver called out loudly, fearing that Zhang Ming in the car couldn't hear him. This young master is the young lord of Qingshui City, nothing can happen to him. The carriage was empty. The books and metal blocks that originally covered the entire carriage were collected by Zhang Ming into the storage soul guide as soon as the accident happened. Zhang Ming stretched out his hand to hold the body of the carriage. His strong physical strength allowed him to keep his body stable in the bumpy car body and prevent him from falling over. However, Zhang Ming's eyes at this moment were full of contemplation and confusion. This shouldn't be the case. How could there be a mistake? Is what the book says wrong? Zhang Ming murmured softly, his sword-like brows tightly furrowed, thinking about the piece of metal he had just carved, his handsome face full of confusion. He was sure that he was carving according to the patterns described in the book. His hands were definitely steady enough and the probability of making a carving mistake was extremely small. But why did this thing explode? It shouldn't be. It was not until the horse gradually calmed down under the control of the driver and the carriage gradually stabilized that Zhang Ming realized the reason for the mistake. Maybe the purity of the material is wrong. The block of metal he had just carved might not be the same in purity as the block of metal written in the book. It is very likely that this subtle difference causes deviation when depicting the patterns. Try again. A gleam of wisdom flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes, and then he took out another block of metal and wanted to try again. Outside, the driver, who had finally managed to stabilize the carriage, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked cautiously through the curtain. "Master Zhang, are you okay?" After a while, the driver didn't hear Zhang Ming's reply. He was startled and didn't bother to disturb him. He directly lifted the curtain. "Master Zhang, you..." As soon as the curtain was opened, the scene that the coachman was worried about was not seen. Zhang Ming was not knocked unconscious by the frequent vibrations of the car body. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the car, quietly carving on a piece of metal with a thin, light golden knife. "Master Zhang, what are you doing?" The driver couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhang Ming did not reply directly, but stopped only after completing the last stroke of the pattern. He raised his head and looked at the driver, with a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had accomplished something. "I was just studying the soul guide and couldn't stop. Forgive me for not replying." Research soul guides? Master Zhang, are you a soul guide?" The driver was really surprised. You know, since the development of soul guides, the status of soul guides has also risen. Even the most basic first-level soul guide is a very noble existence in the eyes of ordinary people. "Oh, I guess so. I just made it for fun." Zhang Ming smiled and then pointed behind the driver. "Compared to this, I think it's better for you to pull the carriage back first. We have gone astray." The driver was startled and looked back quickly. Sure enough, during the time when he turned around and talked to Zhang Ming, the carriage had already deviated from the main road and was galloping in another direction. The driver quickly sat back in the front of the carriage, pulled out his whip, and hit the side of the horse, quickly correcting the direction of the carriage. 2. "Master Zhang, I didn't expect you to be a soul mentor. That's amazing. You're really a genius." Perhaps it was because Zhang Ming gave people a kindly impression. After correcting the direction of the carriage, the coachman began to chat with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was a little tired after carving the metal block for such a long time. He opened the curtain and sat next to the driver, intending to take a rest. "Genius? There are so many geniuses. The SHREK Academy we are going to this time is full of geniuses." Zhang Ming didn't care too much about the word genius. There are too many geniuses in the world, and the word is too cheap. "By the way, how long will it take us to get to SHREK Academy?" Zhang Ming tilted his head and asked. He was already a little impatient. He had some knowledge about SHREK Academy, but his knowledge was limited to the SHREK Academy 10,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, 10,000 years later, SHREK Academy became the #1 academy on the continent. "Master Zhang, we have only walked for half a day. Qingshui City is thousands of miles away from SHREK Academy. We still need at least 4 days to walk," the driver said with a smile. 4 days. When Zhang Ming heard the time, he narrowed his eyes, leaned back on the carriage frame, and seemed to be thinking about something. 4 days should be enough for him to get that thing out. As Zhang Ming was thinking, his hand unconsciously brushed across the storage soul guide at his waist, took out the piece of metal that had just been carved, and then injected soul power into it. With the infusion of soul power, a light golden light rose from the metal block, about half a meter long. However, this pale golden light did not seem to be very stable. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, and the length of the light also fluctuated. Zhang Ming looked at the unstable light and his brows slowly frowned again. The unstable light means that there are still some problems in the depiction of the core magic circle of this metal block. But, where did the problem occur? Zhang Ming looked left and right, but couldn't figure out anything, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Suddenly, the soul power transmitted in Zhang Ming's hand accidentally increased a little, and the metal block suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Not good. Zhang Ming secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly threw the piece of metal in his hand away. Master Zhang, you throw. The driver saw Zhang Ming throw away the things in his hand and wanted to say something, but then he heard a huge explosion again. His heart trembled and he quickly looked back. Next to the road they had just passed, a huge pothole quietly appeared, with a few wisps of smoke still lingering above the pothole. This is... The driver steadied the frightened horse and looked at Zhang Ming stutteringly. Zhang Ming was a little frustrated. He glanced at the driver and muttered. It exploded again. Is this thing so difficult? Again? The driver suddenly recalled the explosion that had just occurred, and could not help but look back at the explosion crater that was gradually moving away, his heart pounding. This power is enough to blow his carriage and himself into pieces. Also, it has already exploded. Why is this young Master Zhang acting like nothing happened? 39288649. Chapter 3, You Are Quite Wild. 4 days later, Luo Zhan and the driver were riding 2 strong horses respectively, on a broad road, looking at the vaguely visible SHREK Academy in the distance. The driver said, Master Zhang, we're here. SHREK City is ahead. If you follow this road for a few dozen kilometers, you will reach SHREK Academy. The expression on the driver's face was very strange. It seemed like he wanted to cry, but couldn't. It also seemed like he wanted to laugh, but couldn't. His whole face looked very conflicted. Yeah, I saw it, it's really spectacular. Zhang Ming looked at the magnificent building in the distance, breathing in the fresh oxygen produced by the surrounding vegetation through photosynthesis, his eyes full of anticipation. SHREK Academy, seeing is believing. Master Zhang, since we have arrived at SHREK Academy, I will leave first. The driver looked at Zhang Ming cautiously and said softly. In just 4 days, Zhang Ming's image in his mind changed several times. From being kind at the beginning, to being a favored one later, to being crazy later, and then to being kind now. Alas, it's hard to put it into words. Ah? You're just leaving? Don't you want to go to SHREK City with me? Zhang Ming looked at the driver in surprise. He had been chatting quite well with the driver these days and thought he would go to SHREK City with him. No, I have something else to do, I need to go back quickly. The driver waved his hands nervously and forced a smile on his face. Is there something going on? Okay, then, you go back first, and I'll go to SHREK Academy by myself. As he said this, Zhang Ming dismounted, handed the reins to the driver, and planned to walk over by himself. The distance of dozens of kilometers was not far, and with his speed, he arrived in more than an hour. The driver took the reins somewhat flattered, pulled hard with his legs, and turned away. Oh, by the way, I accidentally blew up your carriage before. Sorry. Zhang Ming's apologetic voice sounded behind him, and the driver subconsciously looked back. Zhang Ming was already running towards the direction of SHREK Academy. A small bag drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily in the driver's hands. The driver opened the bag and found a few gold soul coins lying quietly inside. He put away the small bag and looked at Zhongming, who was running towards SHREK Academy with a complicated expression. They had come here by carriage before, but yesterday, Zhongming had another small accident while studying the Soul Guide. Zhongming encountered a small accident when he was carving a core magic circle. There was no time to throw the things away. Zhongming jumped out of the carriage directly and jumped out with the coachman. That was the core array of a 4th-level Soul Guide. The power was imaginable. Their carriage was instantly destroyed in an explosion. It was a very exciting experience, at least for the driver. It was something he would never forget in his life. It was precisely because their carriage was blown up that from yesterday to today, the two of them came here riding the only 2 horses left in the carriage. Good luck. The driver silently blessed Zhongming in his heart, then left without looking back. Even if there was compensation, he didn't want to continue staying with Zhongming. After all, no one knows whether the next explosion will blow him up as well. On the avenue outside SHREK City, Zhongming ran wildly, leaving shallow marks on the solid road surface. Hoo-ha hoo-ha. During the high-intensity running, Zhongming's breathing was neither fast nor slow, and was very regular. The distances between the shallow marks under his feet seemed to have been measured. And the distances between them were exactly the same. A journey of dozens of miles is not long, but for a 12-year-old boy, it is quite stressful. However, this was no pressure at all for Zhongming. He has a martial soul that is specifically designed to strengthen his physical fitness. In addition, Qingshui City is a city on the edge of the empire. In order to protect himself, Niheng taught him to exercise since he was a child. Not to mention running lightly, even if he was wearing an iron armor, he could still run with ease. Wow, there are so many people signing up for SHREK. Zhongming sighed inwardly as he ran. He ran along the roadside, keeping almost the same speed as the carriages on the road, without seeming to be struggling at all. People in passing carriages looked out the windows curiously at Zhongming, and were surprised to see that he was a boy as young as themselves. A luxurious carriage decorated with ice and snow patterns passed by Zhongming. A girl who looked like a porcelain doll popped out of the carriage and cast a curious look at Zhongming. Zhongming felt the girl's gaze, tilted his head slightly, and smiled. His smile was like sunshine, giving people a very warm feeling. Seeing Zhongming smiling at him, Ling Luoqin was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on his fair and delicate face, as if he was a little shy. She shrank back into the carriage, her little head filled with Zhongming's smile. She had seen handsome guys before, but it was the first time she had seen someone as handsome as Zhongming. Moreover, for some reason, when she saw Zhongming, she felt her heartbeat speed up a lot. It's a very strange feeling, a little out of control. The journey of dozens of miles was not long, and Zhongming soon arrived at the east gate of SHREK City. Niheng had found out everything for him before coming. When he saw SHREK City, he should go through the east gate, enter SHREK Academy from there, and then go to the freshman teaching building to register. The process was simple, similar to when he registered at school in his previous life. Soon, under the guidance of the students at the door, Zhongming entered SHREK Academy. After entering SHREK Academy, Zhongming went straight to the Soul Guidance Department. On the way here, several core formations in his level 4 Soul Guide shells kept having problems, and even now they have not been resolved. SHREK Academy is the #1 academy on the continent, and with only a 4th level Soul Guide, he should be able to find a teacher or senior to answer his questions. With the intention of studying, Zhongming walked towards the grey teaching building of the Soul Guidance Department. There were only a few people downstairs in the Soul Guidance Department's freshman teaching building. There were a few tables, a few chairs, and 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, sitting there. They were responsible for registration and distributing dormitory keys and school uniforms. Zhongming walked over with a smile on his face, touched the storage ring on his waist, and a gold soul coin appeared in his hand. "Hello. Little brother, are you here to register? Come on, fill out the registration form first." Jasmine, get a set of school uniforms for little brother. A senior in a yellow school uniform took out a registration form with a smile on his face, looking very happy. Well, I'm not here to sign up. I chose the martial spirit department. I came here to ask the seniors some questions about soul guides. These questions have troubled me for several days. Zhongming explained his purpose, and then unnoticeably put the gold soul coin in his hand into the senior's hand. What? The 4 third-year seniors of the Soul Guidance Department were all confused. They wanted to sign up for the Martial Soul Department, but they came to the Soul Guidance Department to ask questions. The senior who received the gold soul coins from Zhongming looked at the gold soul coins in his hand with some disbelief, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He looked at Zhongming with a strange expression. Little brother, you came to the Soul Guidance Department to ask questions from the Martial Soul Department. You are a wild person. 392888168. Chapter 4, Old Man, are you very powerful? Under the kind gaze of the Soul Guidance Department senior, Zhongming still gritted his teeth and took out the metal block he had been studying for several days. There's no way, he's just too curious. On the way to SHREK Academy, he solved some problems by himself, but there were still some details that he didn't understand. As for books, those reference books are useful, but they can only solve part of the problem. The senior from the Soul Guidance Department frowned and glanced at the piece of metal that Zhongming placed on the table. He suppressed the urge to hit someone and observed the patterns on it. At first glance, this simple pattern is still asked, this is not something you can do after reading a book. At second glance, wow, there's something interesting about this pattern. 3. The third time he looked, the senior's eyebrows were so furrowed that they were about to touch each other, and his eyes gradually became solemn. He carefully picked up the piece of metal from the table and looked at it carefully. After a few minutes, he shook his head and looked at Zhongming with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Hey, little brother, you really came here to tease us. You asked us for the core array of a 4th-level soul guide. Thank you for thinking highly of us. The senior slapped the piece of metal back into Zhongming's hand. Go back to your martial arts department to report. If you are late, you will have to wait in a long line. As he said that, the senior waved his hand, urging Zhongming to leave quickly. Are you kidding? A 4th-level soul guide? They are only 2nd and 3rd-year students in the Soul Guidance Department. It is already incredible that they can make a 3rd-level soul guide device. A 4th-level soul guide device is as difficult as the Soul Master of the Martial Soul Department. And if nothing unexpected happens, Soul Sect will be able to graduate from the external academy. If they can figure out the core formation of the 4th-level soul guide, can they still accept new students here? Wouldn't it be better to go directly to the inner courtyard? Zhongming blinked when he heard what his seniors said, and realized that these seniors could not solve his problems. But, it's just a 4th-level soul guide device, and this is SHREK Academy. Zhongming was somewhat disappointed. He originally thought that his doubts could be resolved here, but now it seems that he should go to the Wuhan department to sign up and get the real work done first. Thinking of this, Zhongming glanced at the Grey Soul Guidance Department teaching building not far away, noted its location, and planned to sit in on the class when he had time in the future. Even if the students can't do it, the teacher definitely can. Take courses in 2 departments with 1 tuition fee, what a great deal. After Zhongming left, the 3rd-year senior who had just been hit hard by Zhongming continued to register the younger brothers who came to the Soul Guidance Department. After registering a new student and distributing school uniforms and dormitory keys, the few people became idle again. Hey, Brother Xian, do you think that martial spirit guy is really a level 4 spirit master? With nothing to do, a few of them talked about what had just happened. But as soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 looked at the person who spoke as if he were an idiot. Forget about others, but as a soul guidance student, don't you know what a 4th-level soul guidance teacher is? That's a 12-year-old freshman. A 4th-level soul guidance teacher? There may not be such a genius in the Sun Moon Empire. The person called Brother Xian was speechless. If this person really has this level of soul guide talent, how could he possibly sign up for the martial soul department? Could it be that his talent for martial soul is even greater than his talent for soul guides? That's even more nonsense. On the other side, Zhang Ming had already arrived at the Wuhan department's freshman teaching building. The teaching building on the Wuhan department's side is much more colorful than that on the soul guidance department's side. It has 4 colors: white, yellow, purple, and black. Among them, the white teaching building is the freshman teaching building. When Zhang Ming arrived at the registration office, some people had already started registering. Fortunately, Zhang Ming didn't spend too much time in the soul guidance department, nor did he have to wait in line for long. He quickly received his school uniform and dormitory key. With the reminder from the registration senior, Zhang Ming learned that the dormitory building was just behind the teaching building, not far away. He walked towards the dormitory building, but saw a bulletin board not far away with several notices posted on it. Out of curiosity, Zhang Ming went over and took a look. The notice above lists the head teachers of each class. I am in class 1, and my homeroom teacher is Zhou Yi. Zhang Ming silently memorized the name and continued walking towards the dormitory building. He didn't really care who his class teacher was. He wasn't familiar with them anyway, so he just had to obey their arrangements. After a while, Zhang Ming arrived downstairs of the dormitory building. This dormitory building looks a bit fancy. It is a 6-story building painted in 4 different colors. It also has 4 doors, also in 4 different colors. Each color represents the place where students of different grades live. Well, easy to understand. Zhang Ming is a freshman and his dormitory is in the white area. When he reached the door of the white building, Zhang Ming saw an old man. He was wearing cloth, his face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were half closed, and he was lying on a chair enjoying the sunlight coming through between the buildings. Is this the dorm manager? Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. He trotted over to the old man and took a look at the dormitory manager. This is too old. Zhang Ming frowned, expressing his disbelief at the SHREK Academy's decision to let an old man in his twilight years be the dormitory manager. Although the dormitory manager in his previous life's school was also an old man, he was still a middle-aged man in his 60s or 70s. Zhang Ming was really afraid that this old man would accidentally pass away while lying here. Mr. Dormitory Manager. Zhang Ming said in a low voice. He was not sure whether the old man was asleep or not. The old man seemed to have heard it. He slowly opened his half-closed eyes and looked at Zhang Ming beside him. Zhang Ming subconsciously looked into the dormitory manager's eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the moment he saw the dormitory manager's eyes, it was like seeing an ocean full of light power. The vastness almost swallowed up his spirit. But in the blink of an eye, the dormitory manager's eyes became dim again, and he looked like an old grandfather in his twilight years. Is it a hallucination? Zhang Ming looked carefully a few more times, but the dormitory manager's eyes were still dim, with the vicissitudes of life. Is there a problem? The dormitory manager spoke, his voice sounding a little hoarse and low. Oh, dorm manager, I'm a new student. Do I need to register here? In my previous life, when I went to the dormitory building for the first time, I had to register with the dormitory manager. No, just show me your dorm key and badge. The dormitory manager slowly stretched out his hand, and Zhang Ming quickly placed the dormitory key and badge on his skinny palm. At the same time, Zhang Ming was constantly looking at the dormitory manager. He didn't believe that the scene just now was an illusion. He is in good health, with vigorous blood and sharp 5 senses. The possibility of him suddenly having hallucinations is very low. However, this dormitory manager looks really normal. Zhang Ming frowned, narrowed his eyes, and asked tentatively. Old man, are you very powerful? 392-8845. Chapter 5, I Don't Want to Fight. The dormitory manager's skinny hands paused slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his cloudy and dim eyes. He glanced at the key and badge in his hand and returned them to Jiang Ming. Why do you think so? The dormitory manager did not give a direct answer, but asked Jiang Ming why he felt that way. Jiang Ming smiled, he already had the answer in his mind. Hey, dorm manager, this is SHREK Academy. To be able to stay in SHREK Academy for retirement, someone of your age should be a titled Douluo, right? When the dormitory manager heard this, a smile flashed across his old face. The muscles on his face moved, stacking several layers of wrinkles together, which seemed to be enough to kill several flies. The freshmen nowadays are quite active. Okay, your room is the second one on the left on the second floor. Remember, starting from the fourth floor, girls live there. If you go up there, you will be expelled. The dormitory manager reminded. Okay. Thank you, dorm manager. I'll come and chat with you later. Jiang Ming held the dormitory key and badge in his hand, turned and walked into the white dormitory building. The dormitory manager shook his head. His cloudy eyes were still old, but a gleam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Funny kids. Following the instructions of the dormitory manager, Jiang Ming quickly found his dormitory. To be honest, the environment is not very good. The dormitory building has obviously been there for a long time and is a bit old inside. There are collective toilets on both sides of the corridor. The door plate hanging on the dormitory door was a little rusty, and it was obvious that it had been in service for a long time. Jiang Ming thought about it, inserted the key into the door, turned it to open, and then quickly stepped back 2 steps to avoid the turbid air that had been accumulated for a long time. All freshman dormitories are like this, no different from the dormitories in my previous life. After getting some fresh air for a while, Jiang Ming walked into the dormitory and opened the window. A thick layer of dust had accumulated in the dormitory, and there was a clear shoe print wherever he stepped on the floor, making Jiang Ming feel as if he had no place to step. Looking at the surrounding environment, Jiang Ming gently closed his eyes and urged his soul power to activate his martial soul. 1 yellow, 2 purple, a total of 3 soul rings. Jiang Ming, who was only 12 years old, had already reached the realm of a 3-ring soul master. Moreover, his second soul ring was a purple 1000-year soul ring. This was definitely a top talent in SHREK Academy, which was full of geniuses. However, when the soul ring appeared, Jiang Ming's martial soul disappeared. It had neither the characteristics of a beast martial soul nor a weapon martial soul. All that was left was the sound of a heartbeat quietly ringing in the dormitory. The sound of the heartbeat was very loud, many times louder than a normal heartbeat. And, along with the continuous heartbeat, the dust in the entire dormitory began to vibrate slightly. The dust particles jumped with the rhythm of the heartbeat, just like the crazy men and women in a disco. The scene is very dynamic. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the dust in the entire dormitory was vibrating. It gathered in front of Luo Zhan's eyes to the dynamic rhythm and formed an oversized ball with legs stretched out and eyes glaring. Still tastes good. Jiang Ming wrinkled his nose. Although the dust in the room had been piled under his feet, the smell still needed to be removed. This job can only be left to the northwest wind outside the window. It's great that it can drink and work at the same time. It would take time for the smell to dissipate, so Jiang Ming took out some daily necessities from the storage soul guide on his waist and placed them one by one. After finishing all this, Jiang Ming left the dormitory directly. The dormitory manager downstairs was still lying on a chair, the sunlight shining on his old face, and he looked contented with his grey hair and long hair. Jiang Ming walked to the side of the dormitory manager, touched the soul guide on his waist with his finger, and a recliner appeared next to the dormitory manager. Jiang Ming lay down leisurely, competing with the dormitory manager for the sunlight that finally came through between the buildings. It must be said that lying down is indeed more comfortable than standing or sitting. Lying on a recliner, holding a book, and absorbing knowledge in the rhythmic swaying is really enjoyable. The dormitory manager next to him obviously noticed Zhang Ming's actions, but he didn't say much and generously shared the sunshine with Zhang Ming beside him. Zhang Ming was holding a book on the basic structure of soul-guided shells and the core array design of special soul-guided shells, reading it with great interest, sometimes frowning and sometimes raising the corners of his mouth. The years are quiet and time flies by unconsciously. While Zhang Ming was reading, the new students who came to the dormitory building were not very kind. They went straight into the dormitory building without even saying hello to this low-key sweeping monk. Alas, young people are not sensible. Anyone who has read a novel will know these unspoken rules. After reading for a while, Zhang Ming felt a little thirsty. He waved his hand and a folding table appeared next to him. Then, Zhang Ming took out an ice blue fruit that looked like a watermelon. Its oval shape had crystal clear frost patterns on it, like a work of art. A cold light flashed, and the fruit was cut into 16 even pieces. The flesh was light blue and as clear as the sky. "Mr. Dormitory Manager, here, have some melon." Zhang Ming took out 2 slices of melon and handed one over. 4. The dorm manager, who was dozing off, heard Zhang Ming's voice and slowly raised his eyelids. "This is a new variety I cultivated myself, the ice-patterned melon. It's very sweet." Zhang Ming directly put the melon in the dormitory manager's hand and started eating it with a smile. The dormitory manager took a look at the melon in his hand, then looked at Zhang Ming who was eating the melon excitedly beside him, and a kind smile appeared on his face. This melon is really sweet. It's icy cold, but not freezing, and has plenty of juice. What a good melon." The old man and the young man were eating melon under the maple tree downstairs of the dormitory, looking very leisurely and at ease. "Mr. Dormitory Manager, isn't it delicious? Would you like another piece?" Zhang Ming finished eating a piece of watermelon, shook his wrist, and the remaining watermelon rind formed a beautiful parabola and entered the trash can not far away. The dormitory manager didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand. Zhang Ming grinned, took 2 more slices of melon, and the old man and the child started eating the melon again. An old man and a child were eating melons downstairs of the dormitory building, and they were eating this new variety, which was somewhat eye-catching. Just as Zhang Ming finished eating the second piece of melon and hadn't thrown away the rind in his hand, a strong freshman who didn't look like a freshman at all stood in front of Zhang Ming. "Hey, give me a piece of melon, too." This guy seemed to be used to being arrogant and domineering. He spoke in a high-handed tone, as if he was giving orders to his subordinates. Zhang Ming ignored him, shook his wrist again, threw the melon rind into the trash can, and then looked at the burly guy in front of him with calm eyes. "Today is the new year. I don't want to fight. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight." 392888766. Chapter 6, Keep a low profile when you are out. Zhang Ming's calm eyes and words made the burly freshman a little angry. He waved his hand, which was already as big as an adult, and swept the ice-patterned melon on the table next to him to the ground. Pieces of light blue fruit, like works of art, fell to the ground, covered in dust. The fruit juice soaked the dry floor tiles into a dark color, and the sweet smell attracted a large number of ants to eat them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. "When I was leaving, Old Knight told me to try to control myself and not to get into fights easily. But now it seems that there are still a lot of idiots like you in this world. How dare you scold?" The burly freshman hadn't finished speaking when his mouth seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't utter a single word. At the same time, his eyes widened. "Needless to say, I not only dare to scold you, I also dare to hit you." Zhang Ming's tone remained calm, but his right hand had already clenched into a fist and punched the burly freshman in the stomach, which was why his eyes widened. As he said that, Zhang Ming retracted his fist, then picked up the burly freshman who was a bigger man than him with one hand and threw him hard to the ground. "Dude, Didn't your family tell you before you left the house? You should keep a low profile when you're out there." As he said that, Zhang Ming grabbed the guy's hair, lifted his head, and slapped him again. This hit was very heavy. So heavy that the floor was ruthlessly hurt by this guy's head, and my heart was so painful that it cracked into several cracks. The other freshmen passing by were stunned by this scene. Family members, who understands? I witnessed a school violence at the beginning of the school year. Can I stay in this school? The dormitory manager's expression didn't change much, except that his two white eyebrows wrinkled. Zhang Ming picked up the man again, and the dormitory manager thought he was going to smash it again and was ready to stop him. But Zhang Ming did not continue to do it. Instead, he picked up the burly freshman with a ferocious face, blood flowing from his nose, and a large bright red mark on his forehead, and turned to the big maple tree. Zhang Ming just tapped his fingers and a hemp rope appeared in his hand. A few minutes later, the burly freshman with a swollen head gave the big maple tree an intimate back-to-back hug, the kind that made them inseparable. After doing all this, Zhang Ming went back upstairs to get a broom and a mop, and swept the rotten ice-patterned melons on the ground into the trash can. He then went back to lie down next to the dormitory manager, took out the book he had just read, and began to read as if nothing had happened. "You have a lot of hostility." The dormitory manager was lying on a recliner, not looking at Zhang Ming, but his voice came over slowly. "Violence? Hee, I'm used to it." Zhang Ming murmured something with a distant look in his eyes, and then continued reading. While reading a book, he asked softly, "Old man, I thought you would stop me just now." The dormitory manager shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "The freshmen of SHREK Academy are geniuses from various empires. Some of them are used to being arrogant. There is nothing wrong in teaching them a lesson. However, you were a bit too harsh." Zhang Ming's face was calm and he reached out to turn to the next of the book. "That's not serious. It's just a minor injury. No bones or muscles were broken. Just a little skin scrape and some bleeding." Hearing this, the dormitory manager's mouth twitched slightly. This kid is really not a good person. He saw everything when Zhang Ming made his move just now. He didn't use any soul power. He only relied on physical strength and some skills to make the opponent lose his fighting power in an instant. You know, those who can enroll in SHREK Academy must be soul masters of at least level 15. It seems that this year's freshmen are going to be unlucky. Time passed little by little, and when it was dark, Zhang Ming put away the table and recliner, said goodbye to the dormitory manager, put down the burly freshman who had been clinging to the tree for more than an hour, and went upstairs back to the dormitory. The air smells much better." Zhang Ming nodded, took out a small incense burner and lit the spices inside. Wisps of green smoke rise up, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, which unconsciously calms people's mood. Zhang Ming closed the window to prevent insects such as mosquitoes and flies from flying in, and to prevent the smell of spices in the incense burner from escaping. "My roommate hasn't arrived yet, let's go eat first. I don't know what the cafeteria of SHREK Academy is like. I don't think he has hand tremors." Zhang Ming muttered to himself, closed the dormitory door and walked towards the cafeteria behind the dormitory area. This afternoon, when I was chatting with the dormitory manager, he asked about the location of the cafeteria and some other things about the academy. I also read 2 chapters introducing the core formations of different types of soul guide shells and gained a lot. The environment in the cafeteria is much better than that in the dormitory building, but there is one thing Zhang Ming doesn't understand. There are no tables and chairs in the cafeteria, and you can't take the food out. This is simply intolerable. Fortunately, the lady in the cafeteria had a relatively steady hand and didn't shake. Otherwise, if Zhang Ming spent 3 gold soul coins to buy the soul beast meat and half of it was shaken off, he would be so angry that he would blow up the cafeteria with a soul guide shell. As for the situation of not sitting down to eat, this is an easy problem for Zhang Ming. Take out the folding table where you put the ice melon in the afternoon, and add a chair, and it's a perfect solution. It's just that the cafeteria is so poor that they can't even afford tables and chairs, and people have to prepare them themselves. How come this SHREK Academy is even more shabby than it was 10,000 years ago? Can I put my tray here? A voice that sounded a bit cold and shy sounded in his ears. Zhang Ming, who was eating meat, raised his head and saw a pretty and lovely face. Zhang Ming had an impression of this face. When he came here this afternoon, this guy was sitting in the carriage and peeking at him. Put it down. Do you want a stool? Zhang Ming said as he chewed the chewy armored beef. It's true that this dish is a bit expensive, but it tastes really good. And because it's soul beast meat, it's full of energy. After eating it, you feel warm and comfortable. Ling Luoqin placed the plate on Zhang Ming's table and said softly. Yes, thank you. Zhang Ming waved his hand, and a stool appeared in front of Ling Luoqin, and then he ignored her. Zhang Ming has a very good habit of not talking while eating or sleeping. Soon, Zhang Ming finished this expensive dinner, put down the plate, returned to the table, and watched Ling Luoqin eat. Why are you looking at me? Ling Luoqin felt Zhang Ming's gaze and stopped moving his hands. The rice in the spoon was suspended in mid-air. His heart beat rapidly involuntarily and two blushes appeared on his cold, white face. Clear the table after you finish eating. 392884443. Chapter 7, Abnormal Martial Soul. After Zhang Ming said that he would clear the table after she finished her meal, Ling Luoqin's face immediately went from two blushes to a big red face, and even her crystal earlobes turned red. She hurriedly finished the food on the plate and picked up the plate with her head down. The next moment, Zhang Ming put away the table and chairs and strode out of the cafeteria. Seeing Zhang Ming was about to leave without saying anything, Ling Luoqin was stunned for a moment and quickly said. My name is Ling Luoqin, what's your name? Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming waved his hand, and when his voice reached Ling Luoqin's ears, he had already walked out of the cafeteria. When he returned to the dormitory, the room was already filled with a fresh smell. There was still no movement in the bed next to him. His roommate had not arrived yet, so he was the only one there. Zhang Ming climbed onto his bed, sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This was the plan he had made for himself. During the day, he studied knowledge about soul guides, and at night he meditated and cultivated his soul power. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for him to reach the level of soul master at his age with his method of cultivation, but Zhang Ming is not only a soul master now, but also a soul master with 2,000-year soul rings. All of this is actually directly related to his other martial soul. Yes, another martial soul. In addition to the heart spirit, Zhang Ming also has another spirit. He has a twin spirit. As Zhang Ming was meditating, his other martial soul also quietly appeared. It was a book that looked very thick, with mysterious patterns on its simple cover, forming a pattern that looked very gorgeous. As the book appeared, 3 purple soul rings appeared beside Zhang Ming, shining brightly. Yes, 3 purple soul rings. Zhang Ming's other martial soul also has soul rings, 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings. The book quietly opened and the content of the first appeared. It was a small elf-like creature, yellow all over, with a red scarf around its neck and a pair of blue-green eyes on its white face. It looked very cute. Suddenly, the elf on the first flew out of the book. After looking at Zhang Ming, it flew directly to a purple soul ring next to Zhang Ming, and took the same posture as Zhang Ming, and actually started meditating and practicing. Soon, the book turned to the second. The second also shows an elf, with a grey-blue body, 6 big ears, and a sword on its back that is almost as tall as it. Like the elf on the previous, it also flew out of the book and sat cross-legged on a purple soul ring to meditate and practice. Then, the book turned to the third, and Zhang Ming's 3 soul rings appeared. The elf on this is a little guy with an ice blue body and a long ice cone on his forehead. Like the previous 2 elves, it flew to a purple soul ring and meditated and practiced. This is why Zhongming puts most of his energy into the research of soul guides, and his soul power can be improved so quickly. His second martial soul is an elf illustrated book. At first, Zhongming didn't think there was anything special about this martial soul. Many summoning soul masters have similar martial souls. They can summon soul beasts from books to fight. The number and strength of summoned soul beasts vary depending on the strength of the soul master. Zhongming thought that his martial soul was similar, but when his soul power reached level 10, he discovered the special features of this martial soul. This martial soul does not need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings when it reaches the threshold of level 10. When the level is reached, it can generate a soul ring by itself and unlock a spirit in the book. More importantly, the unsealed spirit can actually meditate and practice with him. And the age of the spirit ring will increase with the results of the spirit's practice. At the beginning, the first soul ring of this martial soul was a white 10-year soul ring. 5. What's more important is that these elves can speed up his practice when he is practicing. Now if the three elves practice at the same time, the increase brought to Zhongming is almost twice that of normal practice. Twice the speed of cultivation. And at the golden age of 12. With this martial soul, coupled with the hard training in the early stages, although Zhongming has focused on the research of soul guides in the past 2 years, his current soul power is still as high as level 38. The second soul ring of his first martial soul was 1,000 years old. It was because of the amplification of this martial soul, and under the impact of the soul power of the 1,000-year soul ring, his soul power was increased by 2 levels at once. Horror! Nothing happened that night. When Zhongming finished his meditation, the first ray of morning sunlight had already poured into the room through the window. Another beautiful day. Zhongming stretched lazily, put away his martial spirit and started to wash up. After a night of meditation, with the help of special spices, Zhongming did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he looked refreshed. After washing up, Zhongming planned to go to SHREK Square for a morning run of dozens of laps. Under the big maple tree, the dormitory manager was still lying there, as if he had never moved. "Good morning, old man." Zhongming walked over and greeted the dormitory manager, who nodded slightly in response. SHREK Square is not too big, 1 lap is about 300 meters, which is shorter than the playground track in Zhongming's previous life. After stretching his arms and legs, Zhongming began his morning run. 300 meters per lap, Zhongming set himself a goal of 100 laps. 100 laps may sound like a lot, but for Zhongming, it was nothing. His first martial soul is the golden heart, and the heart is an organ that can pump blood throughout the body. Since awakening this martial soul, in the 6 years since then, Zhongming's physical strength has been strengthened countless times by this heart. In terms of physical strength alone, he is already comparable to the 4-ring soul sect. At his running speed, 300 meters can be completed in just half a minute. 100 laps takes less than an hour. This intensity of morning run is stress-free. During the morning run, there were already students active in SHREK Square. However, students who participate in these activities basically do not go jogging in the morning. They prefer to spend this time on meditation and practice. Soul Master, improving soul power is the most direct way to increase your strength. After running 100 laps, Zhongming went to the cafeteria to buy some buns and a cup of soy milk. They tasted good and the price was relatively reasonable. After breakfast, Zhongming returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and then continued to enjoy the peaceful time under the big maple tree with the dormitory manager. Today is also the registration time. There is no need to attend classes. Zhongming has no chance to go to the Soul Guidance Department for free classes. He can only continue to read books about soul guides. 392888325. Chapter 8, My Roommate Dai Yaeheng. Are you interested in soul guides? Zhongming put down the book in his hand and looked at the dormitory manager. This was the first time that the dormitory manager took the initiative to ask him a question. Zhang Ming said softly. Well, I am indeed quite interested in soul guides. Old man, do you have any research on soul guides? Teach me. Zhang Ming asked with some anticipation. He has confirmed that this old man, whose body seems to be buried in the soil with only his head exposed, is a sweeping monk. If this old man has research on soul guides, he must be at least a 7th level, or even an 8th level soul guide. As for the 9th level, Zhang Ming had learned a little bit before coming here, that there was no 9th level soul guide in the Soul Guidance Department of SHREK Academy. Not only in the Soul Guidance Department of SHREK Academy, but also in the entire Douluo continent, except for the Sun Moon Empire, there are very few level 9 soul guidance teachers. It can almost be said that there are none. However, level 7 is also fine, it is definitely enough to teach him. Seeing the expectant look in Zhang Ming's eyes, the dormitory manager shook his head and said, I can use soul guides, but I have never studied how to make them, so I can't teach you. Hearing this, the expectation in Zhang Ming's eyes faded, but he was not too disappointed either. After all, in a few days he would be able to attend classes at the Soul Guidance Department, and by then he would definitely be able to find a powerful soul guide who could teach him. Little guy, I really don't know how to make a soul guide, and I can't teach you, but I can introduce someone to you. The dormitory manager looked at Zhang Ming, and a smile appeared on his old face. Who is it? Zhang Ming leaned over and listened, looking at the dormitory manager. Fan Yu, he's pretty good at using soul guides, so he can teach you. The dormitory manager slowly said a name. Fan Yu. Zhang Ming secretly memorized this name. Anyone who could be recommended by the dormitory manager must be a powerful soul guide. I'll remember that. Thank you. Leisurely time is always very short. In the blink of an eye, a morning has passed. Zhang Ming stood up, put away the recliner, and looked at the dormitory manager. Grandpa, I'm going to have lunch first. We'll continue our conversation in the afternoon. After saying that, Zhang Ming strode towards the cafeteria. However, after taking a few steps, Zhang Ming seemed to remember something and returned to the dormitory manager. Zhang Ming squatted down beside the dormitory manager's recliner and said with some complaints. Old man, I know you must be a senior executive of SHREK Academy. Can you please report this to the relevant department? Not only does this cafeteria not provide tables and chairs for dining, but it also does not allow people to take their food out. This is too inconvenient. Of course, this was nothing to Zhang Ming. After all, he had tables and chairs in his storage soul guide, he just didn't want to take his own tables and chairs every time. It was too troublesome to clean the table after dinner. Last time, the blue-haired chick left several grains of rice on his table while eating. Forward. The dormitory manager obviously didn't expect Zhang Ming to tell him this. He opened his mouth slightly and said with some embarrassment. This is not my business, I can't help. Although the dormitory manager is a big shot in SHREK Academy, he has never been involved in this kind of logistics management. It doesn't seem appropriate to talk about this specifically in the Poseidon Pavilion. Is that so? Never mind. I'll go report this to the dean after class. Old man, I'm leaving now. Zhang Ming nodded and went to the cafeteria to eat. I didn't meet the girl who was using tables and chairs last night today, but there were a lot more people in the cafeteria. Today is the last day for new student registration. Most of the new students have already registered, so it is normal to have a lot of people. Walking to the cafeteria window, Zhang Ming originally wanted to eat something delicious like yesterday, but after taking out the bag of money and taking a look at it, he thought about it and decided to give up the extravagant life of fish and meat. There are still a few hundred gold soul coins in the purse, and a few hundred gold soul coins in pocket money that Mrs. Nye secretly gave her, which is definitely enough for meals. But his money is not only used for food. Learning soul guides, whether it is buying materials for practice or other aspects, is very expensive. Especially since he was researching soul guide shells, a disposable soul guide device. This was a money-spending den. After simply ordering 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and adding 3 times the amount of white rice, Zhang Ming took out his own table and chairs again. As the saying goes, eat a good breakfast, eat a full lunch, and eat less dinner. Zhang Ming also has a heart martial soul, and strengthening his body requires a lot of energy, which is reflected in his appetite to a certain extent. What we ate yesterday was soul beast meat. Even though the portion was not much, it contained enough energy and was very filling. Now, a meal worth 1 silver soul coin naturally cannot be compared with soul beast meat worth several gold soul coins, so we can only put our energy intake on white rice. The taste is not bad, but the energy it contains is a little less. Zhang Ming muttered to himself and shoveled a big mouthful of rice into his mouth. It seems that I have to find a way to make money as soon as possible, otherwise I won't be able to get enough nutrition every day. Zhang Ming is not a person who would put himself in a difficult position. He also knows that it is not advisable to make a living by saving money. He must make money. However, school is about to start. During the day, he has to attend classes in the martial arts department, and also go to the soul guidance department for free classes. At night, he also has to meditate and practice. How can he make money? As he was thinking, the food on the plate was quickly finished. It turns out that if you don't talk while eating, you can eat very quickly. After putting down the dinner plates and collecting the tables and chairs, Zhang Ming returned to the big maple tree. But this time, he did not continue reading. Instead, he looked up at the sky, frowning slightly as he thought. Seeing this, the dormitory manager raised the corners of his mouth and chuckled. At such a young age, where do all the worries come from? Zhang Ming pondered for an entire afternoon, thinking of dozens of ways to make money, but then he rejected them all. Some methods seem feasible, but they are difficult to implement. Some methods are simple and crude, but they can easily violate school rules and cannot last long. Some methods require connections. When he was in Qingshui City, he was the most connected person in the entire city, but in SHREK Academy, except for the dormitory manager around him, he didn't seem to know anyone with status. Oh, making money is such a hassle. Before I knew it, night had fallen again. Zhang Ming said goodbye to the dormitory manager, returned to the dormitory, lit the incense in the small incense burner, and prepared to meditate. However, just as Zhang Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, the dormitory door was opened, and a handsome man with short blonde hair walked in. Is this my roommate? He is really late. I have classes tomorrow and I am only here tonight. Zhang Ming muttered to himself, then got out of bed and looked at his roommate. Hello, I'm Dai Yuheng. After the other party put down his luggage, he stretched out his hand and greeted Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming extended his hand and shook it, introducing himself. Zhang Ming. 392889492. Chapter 9, Brother, do you have to be so stubborn? The first meeting between the roommates was relatively harmonious. After introducing their names to each other, Dai Yuheng went to pack his luggage. Zhang Ming saw that he also had a soul guide, a ring worn on his finger, and it was obvious at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. It seems that my roommate is also a rich second generation. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes, thinking about some little things in his mind. In fact, those who can enroll in SHREK Academy basically have a good family background. After all, the training of a soul master is quite expensive. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are super geniuses who are born with full soul power and rely on their talents to make up for the gap in family background. Such geniuses will enter SHREK Academy through the recommendation of the main cities of the major empires. While Zhang Ming was observing Dai Yuheng was also observing Zhang Ming. He summarized the following points. First, he is very handsome. And he has an extraordinary temperament. You can tell at a glance that he is not a simple guy. Second, he had a wealthy family. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled the fragrance in the dormitory. It was the valuable agar wood. Even though he was the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, he was reluctant to use such fragrance in a place like the dormitory. Third, his temper is okay. As the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, although he is still young, many people have seen him. This Zhongming is not as arrogant as other freshmen, and looks very easygoing. After summarizing these 3 points, Dai Yuheng was almost certain that Zhongming was a person who was easy to get along with. But he could never have imagined that Zhongming was thinking about how to get some money from him at this moment. He has only been at SHREK Academy for 1 day. It is unrealistic for him to set up a sustainable funding chain in a short period of time. 6. But there is indeed some hope for short-term funding. You know, the registration for new students at SHREK Academy has almost ended. Among the hundreds of new students, at least 80% are from wealthy families. These people are not short of money. Of course, Zhongming would not rob money, as that would violate school rules, and he is not that bad a person. After Dai Yuheng packed his luggage, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. As the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, he must work harder so as not to disappoint his family's expectations. When Zhongming saw this, he looked at Dai Yuheng, then at the small incense burner beside him that was emitting thin smoke, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He climbed onto the bed and began to meditate and practice. As for the secret of Wuhan being discovered, Zhongming was not too worried. His first martial soul is a weapon martial soul. He has to use this martial soul every time he practices. It is impossible to hide this thing. The same goes for the spirit ring. It has to be used in battle and cannot be hidden. Instead of hiding it shyly, it is better to show it directly. Anyway, if he doesn't say it, no one will know that his martial spirit can still help him practice. In the dormitory, accompanied by the fragrance of agar wood, the two did not sleep but meditated and practiced on the bed. When Zhongming's spirit book Martial Soul came out, the energy of the soul force pulled Dai Yuheng open his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 3 bright purple 1000-year soul rings. Hey? 3000-year spirit rings. It's fake. It's fake. Dai Yuheng blinked hard and even rubbed his eyes with his hand, but the 3 purple 1000-year soul rings were still so bright. Really? They really are 3000-year spirit rings. Dai Yuheng was caught by the flax directly, and he kept swallowing saliva in his throat. It was unbelievable. As the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, his resources and knowledge are among the best among his peers. But 3000-year spirit rings, this is really too challenging to people's cognition. It's okay for a soul master, after all, he is one too. But your 3000-year soul rings. Dai Yuheng instantly began to doubt his own talent. Compared with the 3 purple 1000-year soul rings, his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings looked a bit shabby. No. We can't let him influence us. Dai Yuheng pinched his thigh hard, and the instant pain brought him back to his senses. This is SHREK Academy, a 3-ring soul master, or 3000-year soul rings. Dai Yuheng sighed, calmed the turmoil in his heart, and quickly entered the state of cultivation. Fortunately, with the help of Chen Xiang, Dai Yuheng quickly entered a meditative state and began to practice. There was no conversation that night. As usual, a ray of morning sunlight shone into the room, and Zhongming woke up. Dai Yuheng on the bed opposite also finished his training, and looked at Zhongming as if he was looking at a monster. You, how come your 3 spirit rings are all purple 1000-year spirit rings? Dai Yuheng couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The 3 purple 1000-year soul rings he saw last night had a huge impact on him. Even with Janek Xiang's help, it took him a long time to calm down. This is a secret. Zhongming smiled, then jumped off the bed and greeted Dai Yuheng. Want to go get breakfast? Class starts in a few hours. Dai Yuehan suppressed his curiosity. As the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, he knew that these 3 soul rings, all of which were 1,000-year-old, must be a secret that was not passed on. He just couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. But since Zhang Ming said it was a secret, he naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. Okay, let's go together. After they washed up, they went downstairs to the cafeteria. On the way, Zhang Ming also greeted the dormitory manager under the big maple tree. After breakfast, Zhang Ming followed his habit and went to SHREK Square for a morning run. Dai Yuheng saw Zhang Ming jogging and started running with him. Unfortunately, this guy didn't have good stamina. Zhang Ming had finished 100 laps, but this guy had only run a little more than half. After finishing their morning run, Zhang Ming and Dai Yuheng returned to the dormitory, simply took a shower, changed into their white school uniforms, and then walked towards the teaching building in high spirits. Today is the first day of school. I wonder what interesting things will happen. The door of the white teaching building has been opened, and a group of freshmen in white school uniforms are walking in. On the left chest of the uniforms are the green monster logo that symbolizes SHREK Academy. Zhang Ming and Dai Yuheng found the first classroom on the first floor. It was labeled Class 1. This was their class. When the 2 of them entered the classroom, there were still many empty seats. They came early and just found 2 empty seats and sat down. Then, Zhang Ming took out a book on the structure of soul-guided artillery shells and began to read it carefully. Dai Yuheng was stunned by this and found it difficult to understand. A 3-ring soul master, a soul master genius whose 3 soul rings are all purple 1,000-year soul rings, is actually reading a book on soul guides. Is this what soul masters and soul guides mean by doing both, and both hands must be strong? Big brother, do you have to be so curvy? I, the great Duke of White Tiger, am not as curvy as you. 39288621. Chapter 10, You Don't Dare to Fight Back After Being Beaten, What a Waste. Dai Yuheng was a little bit devastated at this moment. Before yesterday, he believed that he had a very good talent. At the age of 12, he could reach the level of a 3-ring soul master, which was already the best among his peers. But after seeing Zhang Ming, his confidence was hit again and again. The same 3-ring soul master, but he has 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings. They are both 12 years old, but he is still studying soul guides while practicing to be a soul master. There is a huge gap between people. Dai Yuheng silently set a goal in his heart. He must study hard and practice hard in the future. Although he certainly can't catch up with the pervert next to him, he can't fall behind too much. He looked at the other students in the classroom. Most of the freshmen were chatting. The beautiful girl was surrounded by a group of boys, while he and Zhang Ming were surrounded by a group of girls. At the age of 12, although people reach adulthood relatively early in Douluo continent, there won't be too many youthful hormones at this age. Everyone is just attracted to beautiful things. After observing for a while, Dai Yuheng discovered that there were 2 different pairs of eyes looking at him. To be precise, he was looking at Zhang Ming beside him. One of the eyes was on a pretty girl with blue hair. This girl looked a little cold, so the boys didn't dare to approach her. The other gaze came from a very burly boy. The boy's eyes seemed to be filled with anger and fear, and his expression was very strange. Dai Yuheng glanced at Zhang Ming, who was oblivious to what was happening around him and focused on reading the soul guide book, and clicked his tongue secretly. It's only been 2 days since the freshmen started school, and this guy seems to have done something incredible. After a few minutes, the classroom bell rang, and it was time for class. Zhang Ming also put down the book after hearing the bell ringing. He must listen carefully in the first class to see what teaching is like in SHREK Academy. The bell stopped and a person walked into the classroom. After seeing this person, the boys in the class widened their eyes. Beauty. Our head teacher is actually a beautiful lady. She looks so gentle. It seems her class will be easy. The boys and girls in the classroom were talking in low voices, and were very curious about the pretty head teacher. Soon, the gentle-looking head teacher walked up to the podium, scanning the students in the classroom with her eyes, trying her best to show her majesty. But unfortunately, her appearance is so soft and beautiful that her behavior of trying hard to show majesty can actually be described as cute. Seeing that the students in the classroom were not intimidated by her and were even laughing, JUESHI suddenly felt tired. This was her first time as a teacher this year, but she didn't expect that the most troublesome thing was not teaching, but her face. "My name is JUESHI, and I am your class teacher." JUESHI cheered up and began to introduce herself. Looking at the still cheerful atmosphere in the classroom, JUESHI frowned and thought of a solution. She lowered her voice, trying to sound more serious or even stern. "I'm not sure how many of you can last in SHREK Academy. But I want to tell you, don't take chances in this class. Trash and idiots will definitely be eliminated." As soon as these words were spoken, the freshmen who were originally laughing suddenly changed their attitude. You know, among their peers, they are absolute geniuses who can come to SHREK Academy. And now on the first day of school, the teacher called them trash and idiots. How could these proud geniuses accept this? Effective. JUESHI was delighted. Although the method was a bit extreme, it did adjust the atmosphere of the classroom to some extent, which would be beneficial for the subsequent teaching. This teacher. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was stunned in his seat. His class teacher was quite something. He looked towards the podium, wanting to see what else the head teacher was going to do. On the podium, JUESHI cleared her throat. Lowering her voice put quite a bit of pressure on her throat. She looked at the students in the classroom with a sharp gaze. "Did any of you get into fights during the few days since you signed up?" The whole class was shocked. Fight? Fight on the first day of school? What kind of tough guy is that? After hearing this, some people subconsciously looked at Zhang Ming in the middle of the classroom and the burly classmate who was far away. The freshmen all lived in a dormitory building. On the first day of registration, Zhang Ming beat up a burly guy and tied him to a tree for the entire afternoon. Many people saw it. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows, put away the book in his hand, and slowly stood up. When seeing Zhang Ming standing up, the classmates were shocked again. Especially those students who just completed the registration yesterday and missed the good show, all looked at Zhang Ming in surprise. The students who knew that Zhang Ming had fought were also a little surprised. This is the first lesson of the new semester. Even if we really fought, we shouldn't admit it. What if the teacher fires us directly? Hey, you really got into a fight? Dai Yuheng was shocked when he saw Zhang Ming stand up. No, even if you really got into a fight, don't stand up. What if the teacher expel you directly? After a moment of shock, Dai Yuheng quickly pulled Zhang Ming and wanted him to sit down. Just one, who did you hit? JUESHI looked at Zhang Ming with her beautiful eyes, somewhat disappointed. Zhang Ming ignored Dai Yuheng's pull and pointed at a burly boy in the back row of the classroom. The boy who was pointed at was startled and waved his hands quickly. Teacher, I didn't fight him. He was the one who started it, and I didn't even fight back. Hearing this, JUESHI narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and then shouted loudly. We're both freshmen, but you didn't dare to fight back after he hit you. You're a piece of shit. 7. The burly boy was stunned. He said this originally to get himself out of the situation, but he didn't expect that the head teacher would not play by the rules and even scold him. No, teacher, The burly man wanted to say something, but JUESHI interrupted him directly. You, go out and run around SHREK Square 100 times. If you can't finish it, there's no need for you to stay in SHREK Academy. The burly boy's eyes widened immediately. He was obviously the one being bullied, so why was the bully not punished, but he, the victim, had to run around? Teacher, this is not fair. The burly boy protested. JUESHI raised her eyebrows, with an extremely gentle face, and said word by word. Yao Hoxuan, if you don't run when I count to 3, you will be expelled from school. 3. 2. Before he could even shout, Yao Hoxuan ran out of the classroom and went to run laps in SHREK Square. With his ability, it is not difficult for him to run 392886765 laps of SHREK Square. If he is expelled from school because of this, his family will scold him to death. Chapter 11, Is the teacher your relative? What? The students in the classroom were stunned. What kind of teacher is this? The student who was beaten ran in circles, and the one who beat him up was not punished at all. This really challenges their worldview and they cannot understand the teacher's train of thought at all. Zhang Ming glanced at Yao Hoxuan who ran out of the classroom, then glanced at the teacher on the podium, also a little dazed. He thought he would be punished, but the teacher handled it like this. Hiss. Not scientific. Even Zhang Ming, who was beating people, felt that it was unscientific, and the others in the classroom were even more shocked. Next to Zhang Ming, Dai Yuheng looked at Zhang Ming and the teacher on the podium in confusion, and asked tentatively in a low voice. Zhang Ming, is this teacher your relative? Dai Yuheng could only think of this relatively reasonable situation at the moment, otherwise it could not be explained at all. Zhang Ming shook his head. He had been living in Qingshui City, the main city on the edge of the Tianhun Empire. And if he had any connections in the school, Old Nai should have told him. What are you arguing about? Now, except for Zhang Ming, everyone else, go out and run laps. 100 laps around SHREK Square. Anyone who can't finish will be fired. As soon as Zhou Yi said this, the whole classroom was instantly set on fire. Especially the students who had just been watching and eating melons. When they saw that the melons were eaten, they immediately started to fight against the epidemic. Why? Teacher, we didn't fight, and we didn't fight back when we were beaten, so why should we run away too? Someone took the lead, and other people in the class also started to protest. Zhou Yi looked at the classroom that was about to boil over, and without saying a word, she activated her martial spirit. The next moment, a terrifying aura emerged from her and enveloped the entire classroom. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, 5 soul rings slowly rose from the solace of her feet. The soul power fluctuations of the Soul King level instantly suppressed the protesting students. Soul King. Feeling the pressure on his body, Zhang Ming frowned slightly and wanted to activate his martial spirit, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea because the other party was his teacher after all and it would not be a good idea to fight with him. Although Soul King level warriors are very powerful, for Zhang Ming, the pressure is not that great. His Golden Heart martial soul had a natural adaptability to this kind of pressure. Coupled with his own soul power of up to level 38, although he would be suppressed when facing a Soul King, compared to the other people in the classroom, it could almost be said that he was not suppressed. Okay. Seeing Zhang Ming still standing there calmly, with even the expression on his face not changing at all, Zhou Yi felt a little surprised, but she was even more delighted in her heart. In her first year teaching at the outer college after moving from the inner college, she unexpectedly met such a talented person. Why don't you run out now? You only have 1 hour. This is your first exam after entering school. Those who pass can stay temporarily, and those who fail should go through the withdrawal procedures. Zhou Yi said lightly. After hearing what Zhou Yi said, the students dared not delay any longer and immediately ran out of the classroom and onto the playground. As a teacher from the inner courtyard of SHREK Academy, her teaching philosophy is very different from other teachers from the outer courtyard. She even has a different teaching method from several other teachers from the inner courtyard. In her opinion, this is SHREK Academy and these students are soul masters. What soul masters will face in the future is battle. Battle after battle. They will get hurt, seriously hurt, or even die. In this case, the teaching of these students must be strict. Any relaxation in teaching is irresponsible for the future of these students. Students may not understand now, but it's okay, they will understand once they have widened the gap in strength with other soul masters. After all the other students in the classroom left, only Zhou Yi and Zhang Ming were left in the classroom. Come over. Zhou Yi stood on the podium and called Zhang Ming over. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, and walked towards the podium. While walking towards the podium, he quietly circulated his soul power to adjust his body to the best condition. He knew this was SHREK Academy, and he knew the person in front of him was a teacher, but he just did it instinctively. This habit, formed from being beaten, could not be changed. Teacher, what's the matter? Zhang Ming said with a smile. Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Ming in front of her and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, don't be so defensive. I'm your teacher, not your enemy. I won't attack you. Relax. She could see Zhang Ming's state, which was that he could attack at any time. Generally speaking, even among the students in SHREK Academy, this situation would generally only occur to the inner courtyard students. And the freshman in front of me is actually so vigilant. Incredible. Zhou Yi sighed in her heart. Okay, all right. Zhang Ming smiled and restrained himself a little, but his body was still in a state where he could take action at any time. Seeing this, Zhou Yi was helpless. Knowing that the child would not listen to her now, she gave up. Why did you hit Yao Hoxuan? Zhou Yi has gotten to know the freshmen in the class to some extent during this period, but the incident of Zhang Ming beating Yao Hoxuan happened downstairs in the freshman dormitory. When she first entered school, no one told her about this. Zhang Ming looked at Zhou Yi levelly. With the existence of soul power, the soul master's development speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. In addition, Zhang Ming's golden heart martial soul itself has a bonus to the body, so Zhang Ming, who is only 12 years old, is already as tall as Zhou Yi. He was a bad mouth and bad hands, so I gave him a lesson. The statement was brief and to the point, no further details were given, nor was there any need to do so. That's it. Zhou Yi raised her eyebrows, and her understanding of Zhang Ming became a little deeper. She felt keenly that this guy would be a troublemaker in the future. But it doesn't matter, this is SHREK Academy. As the #1 Soul Master Academy in the continent, there is no troublemaker here that cannot be dealt with. Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Ming and said softly. Fighting is a good thing for freshmen. No fighting, no friendship. It's normal for soul masters to fight each other. But if your classmates don't take the initiative to provoke you, I still hope you can fight other classes, and it's better to point your gun outward. As long as you don't bully the weak, don't cause disability, and don't kill anyone, the academy will not interfere with fighting. It doesn't violate school rules. Hearing this, Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. Fighting does not violate school rules? This is interesting. By the way, Zhang Ming, I saw in your information sheet that your martial spirit is the heart of gold? Is that the heart? Zhou Yi suddenly asked. If it is the heart, then Zhang Ming's original martial soul is it? You know, the martial soul has a characteristic. The importance of the martial soul to the body determines the strength of the martial soul. There is no need to say much about the importance of the heart to the body. It is one of the real cores of the human body. If this part is used as a martial soul, then the strength of the martial soul is also among the top martial souls in the body. 392888183. Chapter 12, Do you want to eat?
Yes.
Zhang Ming said truthfully. There is no need to hide this fact. Both of his martial souls are quite special. In comparison, the Golden Heart martial soul does not have so many secrets. It's true. The academy has found a treasure. Although she was mentally prepared, Zhou Yi still couldn't help but feel happy. This level of in-body martial spirit is probably extremely rare, let alone in SHREK Academy, even in the in-body sect which was founded on in-body martial spirit. Well, very good, very good. Zhou Yi nodded with a burning gaze, and then continued. "All right, it's okay. You can go out and run laps too. The time should be the same as theirs, 100 laps, no less." Zhang Ming blinked, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he soon understood. Well, it turns out that everyone wants to run. Moreover, the teacher said that my time was the same as everyone else's, but now almost 10 minutes have passed, and I am the same as everyone else. This kind of punishment? Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows, said nothing, turned around and ran out in 3 or 2 steps. When Zhang Ming came out, the other students had already run several laps. Yao Hoxuan, who came out first, had already run more than 10 laps and was far ahead. The second place was Zhang Ming's roommate Dai Yuheng, who had also run more than 10 laps. He ran dozens of laps in the morning and can still run now. Well, he has good physical strength. Zhang Ming stretched his body and started running. As soon as he started, Zhang Ming's speed increased immediately. 100 laps is stressful for other students. Even if they use their soul power, if the speed is too fast, these 30,000 meters will make them exhausted. But Zhang Ming didn't have this concern. His physical fitness has reached the level of soul sect. The soul power of level 38 is far beyond the reach of the freshmen around him who are only in their early 20s. What's more, his martial soul is the heart of gold. This martial spirit has an extraordinary advantage in running. The first lap, 50 seconds. This was fast enough, surpassing most of the students in the field. 8. Second lap, 40 seconds. This is already the fastest speed of Dai Yuehan and others. The third lap, 30 seconds. At this time, Zhang Ming's speed has surpassed everyone. Not only that, after reaching this speed, Zhang Ming didn't even get red in the face or out of breath, and he maintained this speed directly. In this way, Zhang Ming ran 2 laps in the time it took others to run 1 lap. In fact, Zhang Ming could be even faster, but that would require the use of some of his martial soul abilities. Oh my god, this guy is so fast. What a joke. Running at this speed, isn't he afraid that he will be too tired to finish 100 laps and get fired? Wow, he's so handsome. At the 300-meter SHREK square, the freshman watched Zhang Ming run so fast and started talking about it. Tisk, he just likes to show off. If he runs like this, he will fall down in less than 100 laps. A strong man who starts fighting right after entering school is really strong. However, it would be a pity if he was expelled before running 100 laps. Some were disdainful, some were sarcastic, and the freshmen expressed their opinions on Zhang Ming's behavior. Dai Yuheng, who had been running, also heard these sounds. He didn't say anything, just ran silently. He knew Zhang Ming's strength very well. It was impossible for him to not be able to run 100 laps. And fired? If a 12-year-old with 3 purple thousand-year soul rings is expelled, then who is he? What are these people in the square? Zhang Ming also heard the noise in the square, but he didn't want to pay any attention to it. There is no other meaning. It is a very stupid thing to let yourself be disturbed by what others say. Round after round passed, and before he knew it, Zhang Ming had run more than 90 rounds. Those who wanted to see Zhang Ming unable to complete 100 laps due to exhaustion only completed 60 or 70 laps, and judging from their condition, they were not as good as Zhang Ming. 3 more laps. Zhang Ming counted silently in his mind, and after reaching a certain location, his speed increased again. 3 laps, a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, can be completed in 1 minute. This speed stunned all the freshmen in the square. Even Dai Yuehan, who thought he already understood Zhang Ming's strength, was shocked. This. How strong is this guy's physical fitness? After running 100 laps, Zhang Ming wanted to go back to the classroom to continue reading, but after looking at his classmates in the square and his teacher who had walked out of the classroom with a strange expression on his face, Zhang Ming shook his head, walked to a shady place, and took out a foldable table, chairs, and benches from the storage soul guide. After taking out the tables, chairs, and benches, Zhang Ming looked at the big sun above his head, thought for a while, then took out an ice melon, cut it into small pieces that were easy to eat with a fruit knife, put them on the table, and took out the soul guidebook that he had just read in the classroom and continued reading. After seeing this scene, the freshmen who were originally shocked were now numb in their hearts. Are you a human being? Even Dai Yuheng, who had spent a whole night and half a day with Zhang Ming, almost had breathing disorders when he saw Zhang Ming's actions, and his running rhythm was almost interrupted. No, don't go see him, you can't go see him. Dai Yuheng gave himself a psychological buff of turning a blind eye. His face, which already had beads of sweat on his forehead, was full of determination. He kept his pace and continued to run. More than 10 minutes later, Dai Yuheng finally finished second, 2 laps faster than Yao Hoxuan, who came out first. After running, Dai Yuheng looked at the teacher not far away, then looked at Zhang Ming, who was sitting in the shade eating melon and reading a book. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked towards Zhang Ming. At this time, Zhang Ming had just finished reading a chapter in the book and had a clearer understanding of the structure of the soul guide shells. Now, the success rate of the soul-guided cannonball should be about 70%. Zhang Ming tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers, thinking in his mind. A 70% success rate is already quite high, but he had experienced several explosions in a row before and the prepared materials are running out, so it is better to be safe. After all, blowing up a core magic array would cost dozens of gold soul coins. Do you have to be so hardworking? You're still taking the assessment. Dai Yuheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked up to Zhang Ming, and looked at the piece of melon in his hand, which looked delicious, cool and refreshing. His throat moved involuntarily. Assessment? Hasn't it already been completed? Zhang Ming said with some confusion. Forehead. Dai Yuheng didn't know what to say. After all, Zhang Ming's words made sense. But the scene of others sweating on the playground while you were eating melons and reading books. It was really a bit. Do you want to eat? Zhang Ming reached out and picked up a piece of ice melon on the table and handed it to Dai Yuheng. 39288565. Chapter 13, The First Pot of Gold. In the shadows next to SHREK Square, Zhang Ming and Dai Yuheng, who had already finished running laps and completed the so-called first assessment for freshmen, sat on stools, holding delicious-looking ice-veined melons in their hands, waiting for others to finish running. A class should have this kind of team spirit. Your melon is pretty good. Where did you buy it? I'll buy 2 later. After eating the ice-patterned melon handed to him by Zhang Ming, Dai Yuheng immediately fell in love with it. Compared to ordinary watermelons, this ice-veined watermelon is a level higher in terms of coolness, juice, and sweetness. You can't buy this melon here, only I have it. Zhang Ming looked at the other freshmen who were almost done running, put down his book, and said softly. Okay. Dai Yuheng looked at Zhang Ming with some doubt in his eyes. Haha, this melon was cultivated in Qingshui City after 5 years of hard work. It took a lot of effort. Currently, it should only be sold near Qingshui City. Yes, this ice-patterned melon was cultivated in Qingshui City. To be more precise, it was cultivated by Zhang Ming's family. Because of Qingshui City's geographical location, Qingshui City is relatively close to the far north and the border between the Tianhun Empire and the Sun and Moon Empire. At that time, Zhang Ming didn't know why he suddenly had the idea to cross the good watermelon with another plant grown in the far north. At that time, Zhang Ming was only 7 years old, and Niheng and his wife just helped him out as they were just playing with the child. At first, the hybridization was not very successful, but it showed some possibilities. Therefore, the city lord's mansion established this as a project. After 5 years of continuous selection, we have the current ice-patterned melon. If you want to eat, you can buy it from me. We are roommates after all, I'll give you a 10% discount. Zhang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered another way to make money. Then, give me one then, how much? Hearing Zhang Ming say this, Dai Yuheng was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He thought Zhang Ming would give him a few for the sake of being a roommate, but he didn't expect that he would have to pay for them. Yet, you reminded me. When Zhang Ming heard Dai Yuheng's words, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Then, he took out 2 more ice melons from his storage ring, cut them into several slices neatly, and then walked towards the freshman who had just finished running with a smile. Ling Luokan, as an elemental soul master with ice attribute, is actually not good at running. Zhang Ming and Dai Yuheng had been resting for almost 10 minutes before she finished running 100 laps. At this time, she saw Zhang Ming, whom she had dealt with several times before, walking towards her. He held an ice blue fruit in his hand that looked like a work of art, with a gentle smile on his face. This made Ling Luokan's heart beat a little faster. Soon, Zhang Ming took 2 or 3 steps and came in front of Ling Luokan. He handed the ice-patterned melon to Ling Luokan and said with a smile, "You must be tired from running. Eat a piece of melon to cool down." The gentle smile, the soft tone, and the icy, beautiful ice-patterned melon in his hand that looked like a work of art immediately struck Ling Luokan's heart. She nodded shyly, then put the ice melon in her hand into her mouth and took a small bite. As soon as Ling Luokan took a bite of the ice-veined melon, he felt that the heat generated by running disappeared instantly. It is cool but not icy, has plenty of juice, a crunchy texture and is very sweet. Is it sweet? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. Ling Luokan nodded and said softly, "Sweet." The smile on Zhang Ming's face became even brighter. "So, 1 Gintama coin for 1 melon." "Okay, hey." Ling Luokan subconsciously followed Zhang Ming's words, but when the word "good" came out of her mouth, she reacted and looked at Zhang Ming with some confusion. But Zhang Ming didn't care about that. He took out a football-sized ice-patterned melon from his storage soul guide and put it in Ling Luokan's hand before she could react. "Cheng Hui, a Gintama coin." Seeing Zhang Ming's outstretched hand, Ling Luokan's eyes were dull. He couldn't understand Zhang Ming's action at all. "Why, no money? I can't give it to you if you don't have money. Even if you are pretty, I can't not give you money." As he said that, Zhang Ming was about to take the ice-patterned melon back. But at this time Ling Luokan also reacted and directly hugged the ice-patterned melon in his arms. "No, 1 Gintama coin, right? I'll give it to you." As he spoke, Ling Luokan took out a purse from his storage soul guide, took out a gold soul coin and directly gave it to Zhang Ming, and generously said that there was no need for change. Zhang Ming smiled inwardly, wondering if he had set the price a little too low. Although this ice-pattern melon looks rare, Qingshui City has actually mastered the method of large-scale cultivation. In recent years, with the continuous increase in production, the price of ice-pattern melon in Qingshui City has become 5 copper soul coins per piece. He had already doubled his money by selling a silver soul coin, but he didn't expect that this silly beauty in front of him would actually offer a gold soul coin. "Alas, I really don't have the potential to be a profiteer. Or maybe, these freshmen of SHREK Academy are too rich." Zhang Ming silently made a new assessment of the wealth possessed by these newcomers, and then walked towards the next buyer who had just finished running a circle. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ming had 10 more gold soul coins and a dozen silver soul coins in his hand. Among these 10 gold soul coins, 7 or 8 were people like Ling Luokan, who were suckers who bought a melon with 1 gold soul coin. As for the other 2 or 3, they bought 4 or 5 melons and said no change was needed. The remaining Gintama coins are some more practical new students, 1 Gintama coin for each. Of course, Zhang Ming knew that most of the dozens of people in his class bought his melons. Besides the fact that the ice-patterned melons were really good and they had just finished running, some of them also wanted to build a good relationship with him and were a little afraid. You know, even though there are only new students enrolled now, Zhang Ming's name has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and is deeply remembered by every student in the class. The ruthless guy who fought when entering school, the strong guy who arrived nearly 20 minutes late but finished running 100 laps more than half an hour earlier than them. 9. Oh, and there were also profiteers who took the opportunity to sell melons. Although Zhang Ming also thoughtfully provided melon cutting services, Zhang Ming's behavior of selling melons during class had already been labeled as a profiteer by the freshmen. Zhang Ming's image has been established in the hearts of many students. Although it is somewhat negative, Zhang Ming doesn't care. Cough cough. Zhou Yi, who was watching the whole process, coughed lightly and walked over when he saw the last person finish running and most people started to watch the show. U. 39288352. Chapter 14, Are You a Level 4 Soul Instructor? Looking at the freshmen who were eating melons, looked up and saw him, and seemed to be frightened, not knowing what to do with the melons in their hands. Zhou Yi glared at Zhang Ming who was counting the harvest and said helplessly, "Let's finish eating first, and then we'll talk." The freshmen were relieved and continued to eat the melons happily. Those who had secretly thrown the melons into the trash can beside them when they saw the teacher coming could not help but stand on tiptoe and look at the melons already in the trash can, feeling regretful when they heard what the teacher said. "Damn, hurry up. 1 Gintama coin for each." Obviously, not everyone, even the freshmen of SHREK Academy, is that rich. While the freshmen were eating melons, Zhou Yi walked up to Zhang Ming, not knowing what tone to use to speak to him. It seems wrong to criticize him for selling melons in class. After all, there is no such rule in the school rules. It seems weird to praise him. "Oh, this little guy is really funny." Zhou Yi sighed inwardly, and finally decided to warn Zhang Ming, otherwise eating melons would easily delay her class time. Before Zhou Yi could speak, Zhang Ming very sensibly handed her a piece of ice melon. "Teacher, the weather is hot, let's eat melon." Looking at Zhang Ming's sincere eyes, Zhou Yi pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. "Don't worry, teacher. This piece of melon is for you. I don't charge you for it," Zhang Ming explained. My goodness! As soon as these words came out, Zhou Yi couldn't hold it anymore. "The teacher is not so poor that he would eat the food of a freshman like you for free. I'll pay you whatever you want." Zhou Yi directly took out a gold soul coin and put it in Zhang Ming's hand unhappily, then she started to eat the melon like the other freshmen with a clear conscience. "You know what, this melon tastes much better than ordinary melons." Zhou Yi, who was eating melons, thought secretly in his heart. Zhang Ming looked at the gold soul coin in his hand, a little dazed. This teacher feels like she is being taken advantage of even more than that little beauty with ice blue hair. 1 gold soul coin for 1 piece of melon. After a few minutes, everyone had finished eating the melon. Afterwards, Zhou Yi gave the freshmen some time to go back to their dormitories and change their clothes. 100 laps and 30,000 meters of continuous running would be exhausting even for these freshmen who were already soul masters, and they would definitely break out in a sweat. Going back to the classroom with a sweaty smell will definitely affect your learning efficiency. Of course, Zhang Ming is an exception among the freshmen. After running 100 laps, he hardly broke into any sweat. He went straight back to the classroom and took out the soul guidebook he had just read and started reading it. The other freshmen went back to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes, leaving only Zhou Yi and Zhang Ming in the classroom. Seeing Zhang Ming take out the book about soul guides again, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, and she walked to Zhang Ming's side and said softly, "Are you interested in soul guides?" Zhang Ming turned his head and glanced at Zhou Yi, nodded, and said, "Yeah, I'm really interested." Hearing Zhang Ming's affirmative answer, Zhou Yi's expression changed, and then she seemed to have made some decision. "Since you are so interested in soul guides, come with me to a place after class." After saying this, Zhou Yi returned to the podium. Zhang Ming was a little confused. He didn't understand what this sweet-looking but bad-tempered teacher meant, so he could only continue to devote himself to reading. In fact, with his current level, reading books won't help him improve much, he needs to do something himself. But the previous failures consumed a lot of the materials he had prepared. Although he had just recovered a wave of blood, Zhang Ming is now much more cautious in this regard. No matter how rich you are, you can't mess around, especially since he's not that rich. Soon, the freshmen all finished changing their clothes and returned to the classroom refreshed. The course officially began. Zhang Ming put down the book in his hand and listened attentively. In this first class, Zhou Yi did not teach pure martial spirit knowledge, but talked about the impact of some soul guides on soul masters, as well as the difference between soul guides and soul masters. Zhou Yi's explanation was very good, allowing Zhang Ming to have a clearer understanding of soul masters and soul mentors, as well as the advantages and disadvantages between the two. It's just that this teacher seems to be a bit lazy. After talking about some useful stuff, she actually announced the end of the get out of class. You know, there is still at least half an hour before the bell rings. Although it has been seen from the various behaviors of this teacher that she is not an ordinary teacher, this is too casual. In his mind, Zhang Ming silently labeled this teacher as having a sweet appearance, a bad temper, being taken advantage of, and leaving work early. After class, Zhou Yi took Zhang Ming out of the freshman teaching building and walked towards a building that Zhang Ming was familiar with. "Teacher Zhou, are we going to the Soul Guidance Department?" Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask. "Hey? How do you know?" Zhou Yi was a little surprised. Although the Soul Guidance Department and the Martial Soul Department were in the same area, generally speaking, students from the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department basically didn't get to meet each other. "Because I took this road last time I went to the Soul Guidance Department," Zhang Ming complained in his heart, and then responded. "I've been here once before." Zhou Yi heard this, nodded and said, "It seems that you really like soul guides. Although your martial spirit is a top-notch martial spirit, if you can also make some achievements in soul guides, it will greatly improve your strength." The Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department of SHREK Academy have never gotten along well. This tradition seems to have been passed down from the dean, and even the teachers of the Martial Soul Department are not interested in the Soul Guidance Department. But Zhou Yi is an exception, because her boyfriend is in the Soul Guidance Department, and his status in the Soul Guidance Department is not low. Zhang Ming didn't know what Zhou Yi meant by bringing him to the Soul Guidance Department, but he followed her anyway, until he entered the Soul Guidance Department and met a very tall and strong man. When Zhang Ming heard Zhou Yi call this man Fan Yu, his brows frowned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere. After thinking about it, Zhang Ming suddenly realized. Wasn't Fan Yu the person recommended to him by the dorm manager? At that time, the dorm manager said that he could teach him. And now, looking at the relationship between teacher Zhou and this Fan Yu, are they a couple? Zhang Ming saw Zhou Yi take Fan Yu aside and whisper something to him. During the conversation, Fan Yu's expression kept changing, with shock and disbelief. During this time, he turned his head to look at him, with deep suspicion in his eyes. A few minutes later, the two ended their conversation. Fan Yu walked to Zhang Ming's side, his deep eyes looking very solemn. "You are a level 392888156 soul guide. Chapter 15, Old Knight, you shouldn't. Level 4 soul instructor. I'm not one." Zhang Ming was a little surprised, then denied it. "Hey? Zhou Yi, you lied to me." Fan Yu turned his head to look at his girlfriend with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He knew his girlfriend and she wouldn't joke about such things. "You're not a level 4 soul guidance engineer? Then why are you reading a book about level 4 soul guidance cannonballs? And you look so happy about it. Don't tell me you're pretending." Zhou Yi suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and said angrily. Based on Zhang Ming's performance, his obsession with soul guides, and the contents of the books on soul guides he read, she concluded that Zhang Ming was a 4th level soul guide. But if not, then she really made a big mistake. Oh, you're talking about this. Zhang Ming scratched his head, with an innocent smile on his face. He said softly, I am indeed not a 4th level soul engineer. I haven't received the 4th level soul engineer badge yet. As for that book, I am ashamed to say that I have been reading it for many days, but I still can't make a 4th level soul guide shell. There are always some problems with the core array. And many more. Hearing this, Fan Yu frowned suddenly, and then his eyes became solemn as if he had thought of something. You said, you haven't got the badge of a 4th level soul master yet. Zhang Ming nodded and continued. I was going to get it, but I was delayed because I had to enroll in SHREK Academy these days. Besides, I can't seem to get the badge of a 4th level soul guide. After all, I haven't even successfully produced a 4th level soul guide shell once. As he spoke, Zhang Ming looked a little annoyed. When he was in Qingshui City, he had made a 4th level soul guide, but that was the simplest 4th level soul guide. His goal was to make a 4th level soul guide shell, and then apply for the 4th level soul guide badge. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. This soul guide shell is different from other soul guide devices. Once there is a problem with the core magic array, it will explode directly. He spent a lot of money these days but still failed. Therefore, he urgently needs a powerful soul guide who can lead him and help him break through the predicament that has troubled him for so long. Douluo. After hearing Zhang Ming's words, Fan Yu and Zhou Yi were stunned. They looked at Zhang Ming as if he were a monster. The two of them were shocked beyond words. What does a level 4 soul guide mean? That's the level you can graduate directly from the soul guide department of SHREK Academy. As a result, this kid had just entered school. Still 12 years old. The more Fan Yu thought about it, the drier his mouth became, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Ming gradually became hotter. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at Zhang Ming with a puzzled expression, and said in a deep voice, You have such a strong talent for soul guides, why did you go to the martial soul department? This is something that Fan Yu finds very incomprehensible. A 12-year-old level 4 soul master. Even though their judging criteria were a little looser than those of the Sun Moon Empire, this was definitely an unparalleled genius. At least, in Fan Yu's decades of life, he had never seen such a monstrous level of soul guide genius. I don't know about the Sun Moon Empire, but even if there are geniuses of this level, there are definitely not many. Maybe even none. Well. The recommendation letter that old Nai gave me recommended me to the Wuhan department. Zhang Ming answered truthfully. Old Nai? Who is old Nai? How could he recommend a soul guide genius like you to the martial soul department? It's totally inappropriate. Fan Yu felt like he was about to explode with anger, and even though he usually had a good temper, he almost couldn't hold back from spitting out curse words. In his opinion, for a soul guide genius like Zhang Ming, it is the best choice to come to the soul guide department. Going to the martial soul department? Wouldn't that bury his talent? 10. Old Nai is my adoptive father. Zhang Ming said seriously that although old Nai was not his biological father in this world, he already regarded old Nai as his father and would not allow others to scold him. Your adoptive father. Fan Yu blinked, took a few deep breaths, calmed down his turbulent emotions, and then apologized without any tact. Sorry, I was too emotional just now. But, even if it's your adoptive father, he can't make such an outrageous choice. A 12-year-old 4th level soul master. Giving him a martial soul system, what was he thinking? Fan Yu couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. In his opinion, even people who don't understand soul guides and soul guides should know that this child is more suitable for the soul guide system after seeing Zhang Ming's terrifying soul guide talent. How could this be sent to the Wuhan department? At this time, Zhou Yi suddenly grabbed Fan Yu and whispered. Fan Yu, this child's martial soul is his own martial soul. Fan Yu was stunned for a moment. His original confusion seemed to be explained when he heard the 4 words original martial soul. The main body's martial soul? Which part? Fan Yu's face turned a little heavy. If it is the original martial soul, then it will be difficult for him to poach people from the martial soul department. He hoped that it wasn't an important part, in which case he could contact the dean of the soul guidance department to ask for the person. But Zhou Yi's words directly shattered his luck. This child's martial soul is the heart of gold. The heart's martial soul. Moreover, I tested it this morning, and this child's soul power is probably already over level 30. In an instant, Fan Yu's body seemed to be sealed by something, motionless, like a human sculpture. A few seconds later, a sound that echoed throughout the soul guide test field suddenly exploded. What did you say? Such a high-pitched voice with an extremely shocked tone directly attracted the attention of everyone present. Several students who were practicing and testing soul guides here couldn't help but come over to ask what happened, but Fan Yu waved them back. Fan Yu frowned, and his face, which had originally looked relatively handsome, was now twisted together, as if a constipated patient was making his last effort. He glanced at Zhang Ming, his face somewhat anxious, muttering to himself, and kept pacing in circles. A 12-year-old soul master, with the spirit of the golden heart. How come this kid's talent as a soul master is so strong? It's all over now, it's all over now, the soul department will definitely not let him go. After thinking about it, Fan Yu still couldn't think of a solution. The people from the Wuhan department are not fools. If a genius of this level could be placed in the soul guidance department, they would just donate their eyes. But, a 4th level soul master who is 12 years old, oh my god. Old Nai, why did you recommend him to the Wuhan department? Although Fan Yu had never met Old Nai, at this moment his resentment towards Old Nai was already overwhelming. So much so that in Qingshui City near the far north, Old Nai, who was in charge of training the soldiers of Qingshui City, sneezed several times. Old Nai sniffed and looked towards the direction of SHREK Academy in the distance with a smile on his face. Xiao Ming must be missing me in SHREK Academy. 392888372. Chapter 16, Dual Cultivation. In the Soul Guidance System testing field, Fan Yu cursed Old Nai, whom he had never met, several times in his mind, but he still couldn't calm down. For a talent of this level, why isn't he a freshman in the Soul Guidance Department? Fan Yu, don't worry too much. Zhou Yi looked at her boyfriend who was so conflicted and couldn't help but comfort him. How can I not be entangled? Fan Yu groaned in pain and looked at his lovely and beautiful girlfriend with a bitter face. Xiao Yi, you have given me a big problem. With this child's talent as a spirit master, the guys in the Wuhan department will definitely not let him go. Even if I ask Dean Xianliner to ask for him, the Wuhan department will not let him go. But such a good seedling. Fan Yu finally sighed helplessly. Zhang Ming, who was standing by, saw Fan Yu's big reaction, blinked, and asked tentatively. Teacher Fan Yu, are you okay? Because of his golden heart martial spirit, he could hear Fan Yu's high heart rate. This heart rate, how to say it, if it was an ordinary person, his blood vessels would have burst by now. Fan Yu turned around and looked at Zhang Ming, his face looking so bitter that he almost cried. It's okay, it's okay. Fan Yu didn't know what to say, and it took him a long time to suppress his excited emotions. He looked at Zhou Yi and Zhang Ming, feeling exhausted. So, what are you two doing here? You're not just trying to provoke me with this, are you? Hearing this, Zhou Yi suddenly came back to his senses. Yes, she didn't bring Zhang Ming here to provoke her boyfriend. She said quickly, I didn't bring him here to provoke you. This child is very interested in soul guides, and judging from his talent, dual cultivation doesn't seem to hinder his progress, so I was thinking about whether I could let him practice dual cultivation with a soul master and soul guide. This is the purpose of Zhou Yi bringing Zhang Ming here. You know, although Fan Yu is her boyfriend, and the kind of boyfriend she wants to marry, she is a teacher in the Wuhan department. Even if he was her boyfriend, she would never give such a genius who was bound to become a core disciple of the Wuhan department's outer courtyard and almost certain to enter the inner courtyard to the Soul Guidance Department. Soul Master and Soul Instructor practicing together. When Fan Yu heard Zhou Yi's thoughts, his brows furrowed again. For ordinary Soul Masters, they can only choose one between Soul Master and Soul Engineer, because whether it is a Soul Master or a Soul Engineer, it takes a long time to practice, biting off more than you can chew. Therefore, most Soul Masters have to choose one of the two. But for a truly talented player like Zhang Ming, maybe he can give it a try. First of all, before Zhang Ming entered SHREK Academy, he was already a 4th level Soul Instructor, and moreover, a 3-ring Soul Master. This means that before entering SHREK Academy, he had practiced both arts. And he had cultivated both arts to the level of a genius, no, a super genius. Secondly, the early stages of training for Soul Masters and Soul Engineers are relatively simple. In case they don't have enough energy in the future, it's not too late to make a choice at that time. And if Zhang Ming can cultivate both of these paths to the peak. Fan Yu was shocked. If Zhang Ming can cultivate these two paths to the peak, it means that he will be the strongest person in the entire Douluo continent, including the Sun Moon Empire. The kind without any suspense. Thinking of this, a fiery light suddenly appeared in Fan Yu's eyes. If Zhang Ming can really reach that level in the future, then he, as a teacher, will surely go down in history. It is good. After figuring it out, Fan Yu nodded directly. Your name is Zhang Ming, right? Go back and prepare. Starting tomorrow, you can directly. He originally wanted to say that Zhang Ming could come directly to the Soul Guidance Department for classes, but before he could say anything, he felt the faint angry look from his girlfriend next to him. Forget it. After you finish Teacher Zhou Yi's class, you can come to the Soul Guidance Department to find me at any time. I will teach you how to use soul tools. Hearing this, Zhang Ming shook his head and said seriously. Teacher Fan Yu, Teacher Zhou Yi's class has ended today. I want to learn soul guides from you today. Hearing this, Zhou Yi and Fan Yu were both stunned. Then, Fan Yu laughed out loud. As expected of a genius who can cultivate both the Soul Master and Soul Mentor to such a level at the age of 12. It seems that you are not only talented, but also far superior to others in terms of diligence. In that case, then come with me. I'll see what's wrong with your level 4 soul guide shells. Xiaoi, you go back first. Having said that, Fan Yu took Zhang Ming away from the soul guide test site and came to a relatively closed and quiet environment. Researching and making soul guides is a very laborious task, and accidents may occur. Especially for soul guide shells, once an accident occurs, the probability of explosion is extremely high. Therefore, a quiet and safe environment is a must. Of course, with a powerful soul guide like Fan Yu around, the chance of the soul guide exploding is still very small. Inside the room, Zhang Ming took out the parts of the soul guide shell that he had already completed mostly. A shell casing about half a meter long and with a maximum diameter of 20 centimeters, and metal blocks covering the entire table. Among these metal blocks, some have been successfully engraved, some have not been completed, and some are waste, but the ones that have not exploded, Zhang Ming is reluctant to throw them away. Wow, you have a lot of parts. These are probably enough to make 2 level 4 soul guide shells. Fan Yu was a little surprised to see the table full of spare parts. He reached out and started to sort them out. In less than a minute, the scattered parts on the table had been sorted into 3 categories. Here is the metal you have already carved. I have to say, you are really talented. But the way you carved it seems a bit off the beaten path. Although it can be used, its power will be much smaller. Fan Yu directly judged Zhang Ming's level from the metal block he carved. These are scraps. I guess you must have exploded several pieces of metal, right? Fan Yu asked with a chuckle. Zhang Ming nodded. He had indeed blown up several of them. He had blown up at least 5 times on the way to SHREK Academy. Even the carriage was blown up. Sure enough. Although you have a strong talent, there are some problems with your previous method of practicing soul guides. This is not a good thing. So, in the next month I will try to correct your habit of carving soul guide arrays, and then you can try to make level 4 soul guide shells. As for the pieces of metal that you haven't finished carving, they can't be wasted. Come here, I'll teach you how to carve them. As he spoke, Fan Yu stepped aside and let Zhang Ming come to the middle. By the way, you should have a carving knife, right? Zhang Ming nodded again, then took out a slender, light golden carving knife. Fan Yu took a look, nodded and said softly. The carving knife is good. It should be able to last until you become a 7th level soul guide. If there is a chance in the future, I will help you find a ranking carving knife. For now, this carving knife is more than enough for you. Next, listen carefully, I will teach you how to complete this level 392883355 soul guide shell. Chapter 17, The Power of the First Level 4 Soul Guide Shell. The production of 4th level soul guide shells is very complicated, at least in Zhang Ming's eyes. These metal blocks with core magic arrays engraved on the table took him at least 7 days. But now, with teacher Fan Yu teaching while making examples, in just half a day, all the parts of the entire level 4 soul guide shell have been completed by Zhang Ming. And the assembly has also been completed. He spent 7 days on his own researching something that dozens of books failed to produce, but with a professional teacher, it only took him half a day. This surprised Zhang Ming. Is this done? Zhang Ming looked at the 4th level soul guided shell on the table, his eyes full of joy. Fan Yu, who was standing aside, was even more surprised. When this 4th level soul guide shell was just being made and assembled, he played a supporting role, helping Zhang Ming avoid going astray in carving the magic circle on the metal block. The 4th level soul guide shell in front of him could almost be said to have been completed by him alone. A 4th level soul guided cannonball. Many students who graduated from the Soul Guidance Department's external college are unable to make this thing. 11. Alas! Whether it is a soul master or a soul mentor, talent is really very important. Fan Yu sighed in his heart as he looked at Zhang Ming, who was holding the 4th level soul guide cannonball and looking left and right, unable to let it go. Teacher Fan Yu, I want to test the power of this cannonball. After looking carefully for a minute, Zhang Ming turned around and looked at Fan Yu, holding the shell. When things like cannonballs are made, people only care about one thing. That's the power. This thing is a disposable consumable. Once used, it will explode immediately and there is no possibility of a second use. Therefore, power is the most important aspect of this shell. Are you sure? This is the first soul guide shell you made. Aren't you going to keep it as a collection? Fan Yu asked in surprise. Zhang Ming shook his head, his eyes firm. The shell can only play its greatest value when it explodes. It is meaningless for me to collect it. What's more, I will definitely be able to make better soul guide shells in the future. This one. I'll just take it as a good start. Hearing Zhang Ming say this, Fan Yu said nothing more and took Zhang Ming back to the soul guide device testing field of the Soul Guide Department. This testing ground was built by the Soul Guidance Department at the expense of a great deal of manpower and resources, and can be used to test soul guide devices of level 5 and below, including soul guide shells. As for soul guides above level 5, the destructive power is too great, and ordinary materials simply cannot withstand that level of power. However, these students from the Soul Guidance Department's external college can only use 5th level soul guide devices at best. After all, the graduation requirement for the Soul Guidance Department's external college is a 4th level soul guide device. A test field that can withstand the power of a 5th level soul guide device is completely sufficient for the external college. Soon, the two arrived at the testing area of the soul guide shells. Fan Yu took out a gun barrel, which was about 1.5 meters long and had a diameter of about 20 centimeters, enough to fire Zhang Ming's shell. Fan Yu opened the gun barrel from the back and asked Zhang Ming to put the shell in, and then placed the gun barrel on Zhang Ming's shoulder. It must be said that the body's martial spirit's enhancement to the body is really strong, especially the top-level body martial spirit. Although the 12-year-old Zhang Ming looks a little young compared to the tall and strong Fan Yu, he can easily carry the barrel weighing dozens of kilograms. Come on, aim at the piece of black iron in front and bombard it directly. Fan Yu guided Zhang Ming to start the test. Although Zhang Ming had been confirmed to be a 4th-level soul engineer, it was his first time to come here to test a soul guide. If he missed the target, it would be an accident. Okay. Following Fan Yu's instructions, Zhang Ming aimed the muzzle of the cannon at a piece of black iron a few hundred meters ahead, and directly mobilized his soul power to activate the magic array inside the soul guide cannon. Boom! A huge recoil force came from his shoulders, and Zhang Ming's body shook, but his feet remained firmly in place. A few hundred meters away, when the soul guide shell made by Zhang Ming collided with the black iron that was more than 3 meters high. Boom! A loud roar sounded, accompanied by a strong air wave, rushing directly towards Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes, stepped back with his right foot, bent his knees slightly, and put his hands in a defensive posture. The air wave generated by the explosion of the 4th-level soul guide shell cannot be ignored by him at the moment. If he is not careful, he will be injured. Fan Yu on the side was very calm. He just stretched out his hand, and as his soul power surged, a black light appeared in front of the two of them, forming a defense layer that blocked the incoming air waves. Is this a defensive soul guide? When Zhang Ming saw the black protective shield, his eyes narrowed slightly. Judging from the defensive strength, this is at least a level 5 defensive soul guide. This teacher Fan Yu is indeed a powerful soul guide. The air wave dissipated, and the black iron covered by flames reappeared in front of the two. At this time, a football-sized hole had been blown out on the black iron, but compared to the 3-meter-high black iron, it was nothing. As expected, the power is much weaker. Fan Yu looked at the holes in the black iron, pinched his chin with his fingers, and said in a tone that was just as I expected. He looked at Zhang Ming and said in a deep voice, "Look, your level 4 soul guide shell only blasted a football-sized hole in the black iron. A normal level 4 soul guide shell should have a bigger hole." Zhang Ming looked at the black iron with a football-sized hole blown out of it, frowning slightly, a little disappointed. Although this was only the first soul-guided cannonball he made, its power did not meet his expectations. "Can I go over there and have a look?" Zhang Ming thought about it, then looked at Fan Yu beside him with a determined look in his eyes. "Of course, there are only 2 of us here. Come on, I'll show you around." The 2 men came to the black iron and carefully observed the 3-meter-high black wall that looked extremely thick. When he got closer, Zhang Ming saw that there were many fine holes on the black iron, some large and some small. The big ones were bigger than the football-sized holes Zhang Ming had made, and the small ones were smaller than a fist, but very deep. Zhang Ming tried to knock on the black iron, but the sound was dull and his back of his hand felt a little painful. Obviously, this thing is very hard. This black iron was discovered by the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department by chance while traveling. It has no other special properties except that it is very hard. Unless it is a level 6 soul guide shell, it is impossible to break it. Fan Yu smiled, looked at Zhang Ming, and continued. "Strictly speaking, your soul guide shell cannot be considered as a 4th level soul guide shell. It is not powerful enough, but it is above the 3rd level. Next, you should come to the soul guide department every day when you have time. Let me think. With your talent, you should be able to make a real 4th level soul guide shell in a month." Zhang nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. 39288248. Chapter 18, Zhang Ming's Persistence. How about, I ask for a vote, a collection. In the next month, Zhang Ming was very busy. Busy as hell. In the morning, I get up, eat breakfast, run, go home, take a shower, and go to work and class. Zhou Yi's class time is not fixed. As long as she finishes what she wants to say, she will end the get out of class directly, regardless of whether the bell rings or not. As soon as the get out of class was over, Zhang Ming ran straight to the Seoul Guidance Department without saying anything. He even didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch and ate at the Seoul Guidance Department. If he has classes in the afternoon, Zhang Ming will go back to class, and then continue to study the Seoul Guidance Department after class. In the evening, Zhang Ming usually returned to the dormitory at 10 o'clock, and after returning to the dormitory, he just washed up and began to meditate and practice. Very fulfilling. It's really fulfilling. This feeling is even more fulfilling than when Zhang Ming was in his third year of high school. With the continuous growth of his soul power, the knowledge about soul masters and soul mentors in his mind became richer and richer, and his physical fitness was enhanced. All these changes made Zhang Ming happy. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. In the 6th laboratory of the Soul Guide test area, when Zhang Ming completed the last step, a brand new 4th level fixed type Soul Guide shell appeared before his eyes. Yes, it is not an ordinary soul guided artillery shell, but a fixed type soul guided artillery shell. This is what Fan Yu taught Zhang Ming. The power of fixed type soul guide shells is much stronger than that of ordinary soul guide shells. Success! Zhang Ming wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Under the guidance of teacher Fan Yu, after a month of hard work, he corrected all the bad habits he had accumulated when he was researching soul guides, and also completed a true 4th level fixed type soul guide shell. During this month, he only did these two things in the Soul Guidance Department. And obviously, the effect is significant. Fan Yu, who was standing next to him, was also amazed when he saw this level 4 fixed type soul guided artillery shell. Although he felt that with Zhang Ming's talent and foundation, Zhang Ming could make a qualified level 4 fixed installation soul guide shell by himself in a month. But when this level 4 fixed installation soul guide shell was actually made, he was still shocked. You know, it takes at least a year for an ordinary 4th level soul engineer to make a soul guided cannonball. This is still under the guidance of a teacher. And now, Zhang Ming has a month. And during this month, Zhang Ming has spent a lot of energy on correcting some bad habits in the production of soul guides. In other words, the time he actually spent researching the 4th level fixed type soul guided artillery shells was less than half. But Zhang Ming had completed this level 4 fixed soul guide shell. And he completed it very well. Even with his picky eyes, he couldn't find any problems. You'll try again this time. Fan Yu suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Zhang Ming, and asked softly. Zhang Ming nodded without hesitation. For him, explosion is the real way to test this shell. Even if this shell seems to be fine now, we cannot draw a conclusion until it has been tested. Practice is always the only criterion for testing truth. Soon, Fan Yu brought Zhang Ming to the test area of soul guide artillery shells again. As a loud roar sounded, a hole as big as a basketball appeared on the black iron. Success! It was not until this moment that Zhang Ming finally felt relieved, and a bright smile involuntarily appeared on the corners of his mouth. A 4th level fixed type soul guided cannonball. He had been waiting for this explosion, this result, for a month. During this month, his soul power has reached level 40. Yes, after a month of practice, Zhang Ming's soul power has broken through from level 38 to level 40. In addition to the uninterrupted meditation practice every night, the more important thing is the training enhancement brought to him by the 3 elves of his first martial soul. His own martial soul was extremely top-notch, and he practiced meditation every night, so it was no problem for him to increase his soul power by 1 level in a month. Add in the double increase from the practice of the 3 elves, and his cultivation level had directly reached level 40. Xiaoming, you are truly the most powerful genius I have ever seen in soul guides. I can guarantee that even in the Sun Moon Empire, there is no one with a stronger talent than you. After seeing the experimental power of this 4th level fixed type soul guided artillery shell, Fan Yu was no longer surprised. With his keen eyesight, he could see the power of this shell as soon as it took shape. Its current power was within his expectations. No, Teacher Fan Yu, I just like to study soul guides. Maybe I have some talent, but if I didn't have your help, I would probably still be stuck. Zhang Ming smiled shyly and didn't care too much about things like talent. No matter how powerful one's talent is, it is meaningless before it is transformed into strength. Haha, you are quite modest. Although I helped you a little, the most important thing is your efforts over the past month. Otherwise, this level 4 fixed soul guide shell would not be completed. Fan Yu said this, but a big smile appeared on his face. For him, being able to teach such a talented and hard-working young man is something to be very proud of. Oh, by the way, I'm curious, why are you so interested in soul-guided cannonballs? Suddenly, Fan Yu asked a question that had always been in his mind. In theory, soul guide shells are one of the most complicated soul guides of the same level. Most soul guides don't focus on this aspect when learning soul guides. Zhang Ming's eyes dimmed slightly, as if he recalled some bad memories. Seeing Zhang Ming like this, Fan Yu's smile faded and he said softly, "You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. The teacher is just asking casually." Zhang Ming was silent for a while. Then raised his head and a forced smile appeared on his face. "There's nothing I can't tell you. Teacher Fan Yu, you know, I'm an orphan. My father and mother died in the war between the Tianhun Empire and the Sun and Moon Empire when I was 1 year old. Over the past 10 years, I have lived with Old Nai and Aunt Ro in Qingshui City, which is close to the far north and the border of the Sun Moon Empire. There, we not only have to face the army of the Sun Moon Empire, but also the soul beasts from the far north. Old Nai has to patrol with the Qingshui City Defense Army every day, to beware of the Sun Moon Empire and to fight the soul beasts that escape from the far north. At the most dangerous time, people in Qingshui City died almost every day. I don't want to go on like this, I don't want everyone to die. So I want to become stronger. In order to become stronger, I am willing to try both Soul Master and Soul Guide. And the reason why I am particularly interested in Soul Guide shells is that on the walls of Qingshui City, the most powerful ones are Soul Guide shells. The existence of each Soul Guide shell can reduce some casualties." At this point, the smile on Zhang Ming's face became much brighter. "I'm very fortunate that when I awakened my martial soul, I awakened the most advanced martial soul. A few years ago, I also discovered that I have a strong talent as a soul mentor. But this is not enough. I want to turn all of this into strength. Into a powerful force. Only with great power can we defeat the strong enemy and reduce the cries of the people in Qingshui City." 39288495. 12. Chapter 19, Women Will Only Delay the Birth of a Great Soul Guide. Thanks for your recommendation votes. After listening to Zhang Ming's explanation, Fan Yu fell silent. He had thought of many possibilities, but not this one. In order to repel powerful enemies, to reduce people's crying. These are the words coming from a 12-year-old child. At this moment, Fan Yu only felt that the child in front of him seemed to be emitting a shining golden light. This light was so dazzling, so sacred. "Good boy." Fan Yu's eyes turned red, and tears appeared in his eyes. "In this case, I, Fan Yu, will definitely teach you to become the most powerful soul mentor. Let you stand at the pinnacle of soul mentors." A few days later, when Zhang Ming had become fully familiar with the production of fixed-type soul guide shells, he temporarily put aside the production of fixed-type soul guide shells and turned to researching another kind of soul guide device under Fan Yu's guidance. Bottle. In fact, Zhang Ming wanted to try this when he was in Qingshui City, but at that time, he was more interested in soul-guided cannonballs. And at that time, he had not studied soul-guided cannonballs well, so this milk bottle could only be put aside. But now, he has a powerful soul guide as his teacher, and has mastered the method of making fixed-type soul guide shells. So, now you can start with the bottles. A milk bottle is similar to a battery. This thing can be used on soul guides as a driving energy source for fixed-install soul guides. It can also be used on soul masters to replenish soul power. It can be said to be a must-have soul guide for home travel, murder, and arson. However, this thing is also very difficult to make. It can even be said to be a soul guide that is more difficult than making a fixed soul guide shell. Of course, it is difficult, but under the guidance of Fan Yu, the powerful soul mentor teacher, and with the support of Zhang Ming's powerful soul mentor talent, learning how to make a baby bottle is not a big problem. It just takes a little time. In the Wuhan department, freshman class 1, Zhang Ming looked at the blackboard in front of him, memorized the knowledge Zhou Yi taught him, and wrote down some key points in his notebook. Even though Zhang Ming has a photographic memory, he still uses a pen to record things. Sometimes, a good memory is really not as good as a bad pen, and writing it down will make the memory more profound. This is what Zhang Ming's high school teacher in his previous life said, and it makes sense. Okay, today's class is over. Go back and review. I'll ask you some questions in the next class. If you can't answer them, as usual, you'll have to run around outside. Get out of class dismissed. As Zhou Yi announced the end of get out of class, Zhang Ming put down his pen, stretched, tidied up his desk, and stood up to leave. His time is very tight. Recently, when he was researching baby bottles, he and teacher Fan Yu had some differences, so to speak. He wanted to resolve these differences as soon as possible. Just when Zhang Ming was about to walk out of the classroom and head to the soul guidance department, a girl with ice blue hair walked over. On the other side, his roommate Dai Yuheng also came over. I say, what have you been doing for the past month? You disappear after class and come back so late at night. Dai Yuheng walked up to Zhang Ming and asked curiously. As a roommate, he expressed his concern for Zhang Ming. By the way, find out the progress of my roommate's cultivation. How to put it, it's similar to Zhang Ming's college dormitory in his previous life. Zhang Ming is like the top student in the university dormitory who has good grades. It is a good thing to have such a roommate. After all, everyone can encourage each other and make progress together. But this has to be within the visible range. What if this top student suddenly became quiet and worked hard out of sight? Then his roommates, especially those who want to make progress, will be very anxious. Dai Yuheng is in this state of mind now. You said that if Zhang Ming practiced in front of me, that would be fine. If you practiced, I would practice too. If you didn't practice, I would practice too. This is still a chance to win the lottery. But when the person is not in front of me, I feel a little panicked. Because you have no idea how much the other party is rolling. You can only know the result at the moment you flip the cards. In short, after witnessing Zhang Ming's perversion, Dai Yuheng was drawn into Zhang Ming's rhythm. What are you doing? Cultivate. What else can you do? Zhang Ming looked at Dai Yuheng strangely and asked back. Dai Yuheng was shocked and couldn't help but wail inwardly. Sure enough. This guy is really practicing hard in secret where I can't see him. Although he had guessed it in his heart, when these words came out of Zhang Ming's mouth, Dai Yuheng still felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Too curly. It's really too curly. On the other side, Ling Luoqin with long ice blue hair also walked in front of Zhang Ming. With her cool temperament and pretty face, she was already considered the most beautiful girl in the entire freshman class. When they saw the class beauty Ling Luoqan walking towards Zhang Ming, the boys who had not left the class yet all gnashed their teeth. The cold and aloof class beauty always looked indifferent to other students in the class and never took the initiative to talk to her classmates. But Zhang Ming was an exception. I don't know what's so good about this guy. Isn't it just that he is a little more handsome, has a better figure, is a little stronger, and has a better talent? Apart from these, what else is Zhang Ming? What else is he? Regardless of the envious, jealous looks from other boys in the class, Ling Luoqan took the initiative to greet Zhang Ming when he came in front of him. "Hello, classmate Zhang Ming." A rare smile appeared on her cold face, like a lotus blooming in the ice and snow, gorgeous and beautiful. "Well, I'm fine." Zhang Ming nodded, and then asked very bluntly. "What's the matter with you?" Dai Yuheng, who was standing by, couldn't help but stroke his forehead when he heard Zhang Ming treating the class beauty like this. "No, is this how you treat the class beauty?" Forehead. Ling Luoqan himself doesn't like to say hello to people, and he is even less likely to do so when faced with such a situation. I want to talk to you." After a few seconds, Ling Luoqan sorted out his thoughts before stating his purpose. "Is it something important?" Zhang Ming asked again. "Well, it's not that important. If you're busy, you can go first." Ling Luoqan said a little embarrassedly that she just wanted to find Zhang Ming to confirm a guess in her mind and was not in a hurry. In fact, she wanted to talk to Zhang Ming a month ago, but Zhang Ming left as soon as the get out of class was over and she could not see him at all, so she never found a chance. "Oh, I'll be busy now. See you later." Zhang Ming's mind was full of things about the bottle at the moment. He had to win the debate with teacher Fan Yu today. Even though he was a teacher. As for the beautiful class girl in front of me, come on, she's only 12 years old. What do you want to do? What can you do? The minimum sentence is 3 years, and the maximum sentence is death penalty. He didn't travel back in time from the feudal era, the criminal law was clearly written there. Of course, this world might not have it. But people should at least wait until they are 16 years old. After all, the standard age for adults in this world is 16. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Ming's mind is really full of things about the bottle now, and he really doesn't want to think about these things. Women will only delay the birth of a great soul mentor. Girls too. 39288536. Chapter 20, Repaying Kindness with Evil. After abandoning his helpless roommate and the beautiful class belle, Zhang Ming came to a laboratory in the Soul Guidance Department, found Fan Yu, and continued to argue about the inconclusive issue of the milk bottle. "Teacher Fan Yu, seriously, this structure can really be changed. Look here." Zhang Ming held a carving knife in his hand and pointed at the unfinished milk bottle in his hand with a serious look on his face. "You can't do that. This structure will cause the bottle's soul power storage to be unstable. It will explode." Fan Yu looked at the half-finished milk bottle in Zhang Ming's hand and said with a frown. "No. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. It will definitely not explode." Zhang Ming said with certainty. "Try it? Do you know that this bottle is for soul masters to store their soul power? If it explodes, the power will be quite strong." Fan Yu immediately rejected Zhang Ming's extremely dangerous idea. What a joke! If a level 4 milk bottle is full of soul power, the power of the explosion caused by its unstable soul power can be comparable to that of a level 3 or even a level 4 soul-guided artillery shell. If it really explodes, this lab will be finished. Teacher. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Zhang Ming said stubbornly and seriously that he still wanted to give it a try. He would not be willing to give up if he didn't give it a try. Fan Yu frowned and looked at Zhang Ming in front of him, feeling a little angry and a little relieved. Fortunately, Zhang Ming has a bold and daring attitude in Soul Guides, which is exactly what Fan Yu hopes for. After all, if Zhang Ming only learns according to his teachings, then the grown-up Zhongming is just another him. Open-mindedness is very important in the research and production of soul guides. But Zhongming's attitude was too stubborn. And it was a little bit outrageous. He actually wanted to change the energy storage structure of the baby bottle. You know, when the baby bottle was invented, its structure was tested by countless excellent soul masters, and only this one was selected from countless structures. It is almost certain to be the most stable and effective structure. But Zhongming wanted to make changes in this regard, which Fan Yu thought was really unnecessary. But looking at Zhongming's determined eyes, Fan Yu knew that if he disagreed, Zhongming would definitely do it in private. And with Zhongming's current strength, if something unexpected happens, he will at least be seriously injured. The power of a baby bottle explosion should not be underestimated. Okay, let's give it a try. But wait for me to get ready. Fan Yu finally gave in and agreed to give it a try. A few minutes later, Fan Yu found a few defensive soul guides of the 5th level, which could ensure that they would not be hurt by the explosion of the bottle. It is very difficult for a 4th level soul engineer to complete a 4th level milk bottle, which is almost equivalent to the workload of half a 5th level soul guide. But with the joint efforts of Zhongming and Fan Yu, the bottle was completed in half a day. Fan Yu took the bottle from Zhongming and said in a deep voice, "If it explodes, you better give up." Zhongming nodded, although he didn't think the bottle would explode. Seeing Zhongming nod, Fan Yu then began to slowly inject soul power into the bottle. There was no problem with the soul power input at the beginning, but as the amount of soul power input continued to increase, the bottle began to shake slightly. Seeing this, Fan Yu was shocked and quickly grasped the 5th level defensive soul guide in his hand, ready to face any possible explosion at any time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When Fan Yu filled the bottle, the outer shell of the bottle began to shake more violently. "See, this is very unstable." 13. Fan Yu didn't even dare to turn his head to look at Zhongming. He had to keep an eye on the bottle at all times. If it exploded, he had to react immediately. But it didn't explode, did it? And the shaking of the bottle started to decrease. The gleam in Zhongming's eyes did not fade away, and his gaze was still fixed on the bottle. A few minutes later, the outer shell of the bottle stopped shaking. Success! Zhongming's face lit up with joy, and he was about to prove to Fan Yu that he was right. But the next moment, Fan Yu's face changed, the 5th level defense soul guide was directly activated, and the bottle in his hand was thrown out. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the surrounding space, and the surging and terrifying air waves rushed directly towards Fan Yu and Zhongming. When these air waves rushed to the two people, they were blocked by a black energy shield and had no effect on them at all. After a long time, Zhongming felt a little depressed as he looked at the messy laboratory. He thought, it wouldn't explode. However, Fan Yu's expression gradually became solemn, and he began to carefully recall what happened when he activated his soul power just now. There were no problems at the beginning, and the stability was even better than that of ordinary milk bottles. But later, when it was close to the limit, the core magic array in the milk bottle seemed to have some uncontrollable changes. This was the real reason why the milk bottle exploded. If we can improve this core magic circle and solve this problem, maybe we can really optimize the baby bottle. As he thought about it, Fan Yu told Zhongming his decision without hesitation, and the two continued to make the milk bottles. Boom! No, not here. Keep going. Boom! Not here, change. Boom! It's not here either, change it. There were constant roars in the laboratory. Even the laboratory's soundproofing materials could not completely block out the loud noise. Students and teachers who heard the noise outside wanted to open the door, but were rejected by Fan Yu and Zhongming. They are now in a state of extreme concentration, and any disturbance will affect them. Time passed quickly, and late at night, when 6 loud roars were heard, the entire laboratory was completely scrapped. Fan Yu and Zhongming stood in the ruins, disheveled, but with bright eyes as they stared at a milk bottle. It worked. It really worked. Zhang Ming's voice was trembling, and Fan Yu beside him was even more incredulous. They actually succeeded. The improved bottle not only has a more stable structure, but also increases the storage capacity of soul power by 10%. 10%. Even if this structure has not been tested on more advanced baby bottles, it is still an amazing breakthrough just on level 4 baby bottles. After a brief shock, the master and disciple started to celebrate. When they saw each other's disheveled appearance, they both burst into laughter. For a long time, Zhang Ming looked at the unrecognizable laboratory in front of him, with a hint of panic in his eyes. Teacher Fan Yu, you won't ask us to pay for this lab? Fan Yu patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder and said with a smile. Compensation? What are you going to have to pay for? Not only do you not have to pay, Xiao Ming, you will also get a generous reward. Improving a soul guide is a very difficult task. Today, the two of them completed the improvement of the 4th level milk bottle, and the academy will definitely give them a reward. As for this laboratory, it can still be used after some repairs. Soon, Fan Yu reported their results to the academy. The dean of the Soul Guidance Department was very pleased and gave Zhang Ming and Fan Yu generous rewards. Fan Yu didn't know what he had gained, but he was very happy anyway. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, obtained a level 5 defensive soul guide. Fan Yu said this thing is worth at least tens of thousands of gold soul coins. If it were put on auction, it might even be sold for 20,000 gold soul coins. After experiencing this incident, Fan Yu and Zhang Ming's enthusiasm increased even more. For more than a month, Zhang Ming and Fan Yu even lived directly in the laboratory of the Soul Guidance Department. They turned on the soul guidance lights and communicated with each other. Zhang Ming's level in soul guidance devices improved visibly, and Fan Yu would also find inspiration from some of Zhang Ming's strange ideas. Both of them were immersed in this almost crazy academic atmosphere until Wuhan Department, Freshman Teaching Building, Freshman Class 1 Classroom. Today's class is over. Go back and review. Ask questions tomorrow. At this time, Zhou Yi had already established enough majesty in the students' hearts. Even though her face still looked very beautiful, no student dared to look down on teacher Zhou. Zhang Ming put away his notebook and was about to leave for the Soul Guidance Department to continue his studies. Suddenly, Zhou Yi on the podium called him. Zhang Ming, come with me to the office. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, with a little confusion in his eyes, but he gave up the idea of going directly to the Soul Guidance Department and followed Zhou Yi into the office. In the teacher's office, Zhou Yi sat on a stool, looking at Zhang Ming, who looked confused, with some anger in his eyes, and said seriously. Xiao Ming, how are you doing with your soul guides recently? When Zhang Ming heard Zhou Yi asking this, he immediately smiled. He said excitedly. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Fan Yu is really amazing. I have learned a lot from Teacher Fan Yu in the past few months. He taught me how to install soul guides. We studied milk bottles together and discussed soul guide rays together. When I encountered problems, Teacher Fan Yu always gave me guidance. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's mouth twitched, and he could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Ming, does the teacher have a grudge against you? Zhang Ming was stunned. Seeing the anger that was about to burst out of Zhou Yi's eyes, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Teacher Zhou, why do you say that? How could you have a grudge against me? You must have done me a favor. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said unhappily. You are really repaying kindness with enmity. I have no objection to your research on soul guides. But Fan Yu, he hasn't been home for more than 10 days. At this point, a hint of grievance appeared on Zhou Yi's pretty face. Obviously, Fan Yu is her boyfriend, or even her fiancé. She defeated Fan Yu's suitors and established a relationship with Fan Yu, but in the end, Fan Yu was snatched away by her own student. Family members, who knows? Thank you for your recommendation votes. By the way, please add me to your favorites and votes, 3928849. Chapter 21, Shocked, Shocked Again. This. When Zhongming heard Zhou Yi say this, he immediately understood. Although he traveled through time from high school in his previous life. As everyone knows, high school students are not allowed to fall in love, so he doesn't have much experience in this area. But Zhou Yi has already made it so clear. If he still doesn't understand, then he is ignorant. To put it simply, Teacher Zhou is lonely. Zhongming had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run, so he could understand this point. I don't care how your research on soul guides is going. If Fan Yu doesn't go home tonight, I will fire you. Zhou Yi stood up, holding Zhongming's clothes with both hands, with a fierce look on her face. But her appearance was too soft, which made the fierce expression on her face look a bit like coquettishness. Zhongming quickly raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender with a good look on his face. Okay, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely tell Mr. Fan Yu. He had great respect for Zhou Yi in his heart. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, he might still be worrying about how to get to the Soul Guidance Department to take classes. It would be impossible for him to make such rapid progress in soul guidance training as he is now. Hearing Zhongming say this, Zhou Yi glared at Zhongming, then let go of Zhongming's collar and sat back in her seat. Afterwards, Zhou Yi calmed down his agitated emotions, put on a stern face again, and acted like a strict teacher. She looked at Zhongming and said in a deep voice, "You've been going to the Soul Guidance Department whenever you have time these days. Have you not fallen behind in your soul training?" Because of Zhongming's own interest, she introduced Fan Yu to Zhongming, but Zhongming was a student of the Wuhan department after all, and she was also a teacher of the Wuhan department. She didn't want Zhongming to focus too much on soul guides. You know, no matter how powerful Zhongming's talent in soul guides is, his golden heart martial soul is also the top martial soul. Such a good seedling cannot be wasted. Hearing Zhou Yi ask this, Zhongming smiled and replied softly. No, my soul power has increased by 3 levels in the past 3 months. Zhou Yi stood up from her seat and looked at Zhongming in disbelief, almost losing face. Level 3. You increased your soul power by 3 levels in 3 months. But Zhou Yi knew that Zhongming was now at the Soul Master level. If it was more than 10 levels or even 20 levels, she could still understand that Zhongming increased his soul power by 3 levels in 3 months. But at the Soul Master level of over 30, the soul power cannot be improved that quickly. Generally, a Soul Master can improve 2 levels in 3 months. This means he has to practice very hard and has a very strong talent. But now, Zhongming has improved 3 levels in 3 months. And this is after spending a lot of time on the practice of Soul Mentor. If Zhongming puts all his energy into cultivating his soul power, how many levels can he reach in these 3 months? Level 4, or even level 5? Zhou Yi couldn't help but think in her heart, and she was shocked and dazed. Even as a teacher at SHREK Academy, the world's #1 Soul Master Academy, she had never seen such a terrifying speed of soul power cultivation. She stroked her forehead gently, her chest rising and falling, and the emotions that had just calmed down began to become disordered again. Teacher Zhou, are you okay? To be honest, Zhongming couldn't quite understand why Zhou Yi was shocked to such an extent. Improving 3 levels in 3 months was a relatively slow pace for him. You know, he meditates and practices every night. With the help of the spirit book Martial Spirit, his practice speed has doubled. In other words, according to the normal speed of cultivation, he should have only increased his soul power by 1.5 levels. However, the cultivation of soul power at the Soul Master level is indeed much more difficult than that at the Great Soul Master level, so Zhongming can also accept this speed of soul power improvement. Oh no, now his soul power has reached level 41, and in the future he will have to cultivate soul power to the Soul Sect level, which will be more difficult. But he also unlocked the 4th elf in the Book of Elves, so he should be able to maintain double the training speed. Well, pretty good. On the other side, Zhou Yi finally recovered. She looked at Zhang Ming with complicated eyes. I really don't know whether introducing you to Fan Yu helped you or hurt you. Before, although Zhou Yi knew that Zhang Ming had a strong talent in martial spirit, she did not have a specific concept. But now, knowing that Zhang Ming had improved his soul power by 3 levels in 3 months, she felt a little regretful. This kind of martial soul talent is too strong. However, now that it has been done, Zhang Ming has no intention of giving up the idea of training as a soul engineer, so he can only continue like this. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Then, as if she remembered something, she frowned, stared at Zhang Ming intently, and asked anxiously, "What level of soul power are you at now?" 14. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes, smiled, and kept the question in suspense in a mischievous way. "Well, Mr. Zhou, I won't tell you for now. You will know it later." Just now, when he said that he had increased his spirit power by 3 levels in 3 months, Teacher Zhou almost couldn't catch his breath. If he had directly said that his spirit power had reached level 41, Teacher Zhou would have fainted on the spot. For the sake of Mr. Zhou's physical and mental health, Zhang Ming decided not to reveal his soul power level for the time being. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Seeing that Zhang Ming was keeping her in suspense, Zhou Yi smiled unhappily. You're still keeping me in suspense. Forget it, forget it. It's better not to tell me. If I tell you, I'm afraid my little heart won't be able to bear it. Okay, go find Fan Yu. Remember, if I don't see Fan Yu go home tonight, you'll have a hard time in class tomorrow. Zhang Ming nodded quickly, turned and walked out of the office, heading towards the Soul Guidance Department. Zhou Yi, who was in the office, looked at Zhang Ming's departing back, as if she saw the birth of a super strong man in the future. 3 levels in 3 months. With this talent, maybe I can become someone like Master Xian. She murmured softly in her heart, and placed high hopes on the once-in-a-millennium talent she met in her first year of coaching. You know, Master Xian is the strongest person in SHREK Academy. He is a super existence above level 95. No, when Xiaoming entered school, he was able to face my Soul King pressure without changing his expression. Although the main body martial soul can greatly improve the physical strength, the Soul Master level, to achieve this, you need to be at least in the middle stage of the Soul Master. That is to say, at that time, Xiaoming had at least level 35 soul power. And in these 3 months, he has risen 3 levels, which means that Xiaoming is now at least level 38 soul power. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi suddenly felt suffocated. At this rate, Zhang Ming might even be able to break through to level 40 soul sect in his freshman year. And this is one of the requirements for graduating from the Foreign Affairs College. Level 38, level 38, what kind of monster is this kid? Zhou Yi's face flushed, and the turbulent emotions in her heart could not calm down for a long time. 392-8819 Chapter 22, Freshman Assessment, Team Formation. Soul Guidance Department, in a laboratory. Zhang Ming found Teacher Fan Yu, and just in case, before starting today's Soul Master training, he conveyed Teacher Zhou's words to Teacher Fan Yu. Researching soul guides is a process that requires extreme concentration. Sometimes, time flies by unknowingly if you are not careful. It is better to finish what you want to say before starting. Well, indeed, it's not good to be in the Soul Guidance Department and not go home these days. Fan Yu scratched his head, and the resentful expression of his beautiful girlfriend appeared in his mind. All right. Anyway, I don't have anything to teach you about your training as a level 4 Soul Master. The next step is to familiarize yourself with the production of soul guides. I believe you should be able to complete it by yourself. I will go home first, to prevent your teacher Joe from coming to the Seoul guidance department with a knife to find me. Fan Yu yawned, stretched, and prepared to go home. Otherwise, with Zhou Yi's strong personality, it is very likely that she would come to the Seoul guidance department with a knife to find him. However, before he had taken a few steps, Fan Yu came back. He looked at Zhang Ming seriously and said carefully, "Don't try anything dangerous while I'm away." After spending several months together, Fan Yu has gotten to know Zhang Ming quite well. Especially when it comes to the production of Seoul guides, this kid always has some fantastic ideas. But, this kid is most interested in Seoul guide shells and baby bottles, which are Seoul guide devices that can be extremely powerful if something goes wrong. If he was not careful and exploded a level 4 Seoul guide shell, losing the laboratory would be a small matter. But if Zhang Ming was gone, he would have no place to cry. I know. You should go and comfort Teacher Joe. When I first came here, Teacher Joe was very angry." Zhang Ming waved his hand, then took out various parts from his storage Seoul guide and began to carve and assemble them. When Fan Yu heard Zhang Ming say this, the image of Zhou Yi's resentment emerged in his mind. He couldn't help but shudder and hurried home. Time passed little by little, and in the following week, Fan Yu no longer stayed up late with Zhang Ming in the Seoul guide device. But he still came to watch Zhang Ming and other students during the day. However, during these few days when Fan Yu was in the Seoul guidance department, Zhang Ming saw him rubbing his waist several times, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. It's a new day again. In the Wuhan department's freshman teaching building, in the freshman classroom, Zhou Yi is explaining some things to note about the freshman assessment. Yes, it's time for the freshman assessment. The freshman assessment for freshmen is conducted by the entire grade together, and the students fight in teams. In a group of 3, there can be at most one strong attack spirit master, and the other 2 are not limited. It is worth mentioning that there are 400 groups in this freshman assessment, which means 1,200 freshmen. And out of these 400 groups, half will be eliminated. Fully half of the people were eliminated. Even Zhang Ming, who didn't care much about this, felt that it was a bit harsh. After all, the students who could come to SHREK Academy were geniuses among their peers. Of course, he could understand why the academy would do this. SHREK Academy is the #1 Seoul Master Academy on the continent. Even if there is a city like SHREK City to supply resources, if there are too many people, the resources will be too dispersed, and it will be more difficult to cultivate truly strong people. Moreover, SHREK's tradition of preferring to have nothing rather than something of poor quality was established 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago at SHREK Academy, one had to have a soul power of level 20 or above by the age of 12 to be admitted. In the following time, Zhou Yi did not end the get out of class early as usual, but started reading the group list. It has to be said that although Zhou Yi was very strict with the students in the freshman class, and even expelled more than a dozen people from the class in just 3 months, she knew every student in the class very well. Therefore, her grouping can often take every small group into consideration and try to ensure that every group can pass the freshman assessment. As time went by, the groups in the class were determined. When the last 2 names were read, only the last 2 were left. Zhang Ming, Ling Luokan. Zhou Yi looked at the 2 of them, with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes. How should I put it, these 2 people are a little special in the class. There is no need to say much about Zhang Ming. With his strength, as long as he is in the team, there will be basically no suspense in passing the assessment, even if he is the only one in the team. A soul power of level 38, in a grade where the average soul power is less than level 20, is enough to crush everyone else. Ling Luokan, a level 29 Great Soul Master, is also very powerful. But this girl has some personality issues. She is aloof and quiet in class and may not get along well with other people in a team. Moreover, she also knew that Ling Luokan's attitude towards Zhang Ming seemed very different from his attitude towards other people in the class. Zhou Yi thought for a moment, stared at the two with sharp eyes, and said directly, "You two will form a group. Even though we are short one person, my requirement for you is to win the freshman assessment. Is that a problem?" Zhang blinked and looked at the girl with long ice blue hair sitting in the front right seat. At this moment, Ling Luoqin was also looking at him. Ling Luoqin was a little flustered at this time. The goal Zhou Yi set for them was really too big. Their group was originally missing one person, so it was good enough that they were able to avoid being eliminated, let alone win the championship. What a joke! She wanted to refuse the task given by teacher Zhou, but before she could say anything, she heard Zhang Ming's voice. "No problem." The voice is very confident, not the kind of blind confidence, but the kind of calm confidence that comes from the heart. Once these words were spoken, people were convinced and believed that he could really do it. Hey. What's no problem? It's a big problem. It's hard enough to play 2 against 3, and win the championship. How is this possible? Hearing Zhang Ming say that there was no problem, even someone as cold and aloof as Ling Luoqin became a little out of control. The other students in the class were stunned when they heard that teacher Zhou assigned Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqin the task of winning the freshman assessment championship. After hearing Zhang Ming agree directly, there was an uproar. A 2-person team beats a 3-person team and wants to win the championship? This is a bit too difficult. Even the students who were used to Zhou Yi's strict teaching felt that Zhou Yi was going a bit too far at this moment. This is almost impossible. Although Ling Luoqin is a level 29 Great Soul Master, there are Soul Masters in other groups in the entire grade. Even if Zhang Ming is also a Soul Master, it is almost impossible for him to win the championship. A rare smile appeared on Zhou Yi's lips, but it quickly disappeared. Very good, next, you should prepare well and get used to each other. I hope that all the students in my class can pass this freshman assessment. 39288294. Chapter 23, I said no problem, and it means no problem. After class, all the students in the freshman class found their teammates to discuss the upcoming freshman assessment. Ling Luoqin ran to Zhang Ming as soon as the get out of class was over, and a rare trace of anger appeared on his cold face. "Zhang Ming! How could you agree to teacher Zhou? This is a freshman assessment. Others have 3 people, but we only have 2. And we want to win the championship? This is simply impossible." Ling Luoqin really couldn't understand why Zhang Ming would agree to teacher Zhou's outrageous request. You know, this is not just some simple Soul Master Academy, this is SHREK Academy. Every freshman in SHREK Academy has stronger talents than their peers. They are difficult to deal with in themselves, let alone the champion. Zhang Ming raised his eyes to look at the cold and beautiful girl in front of him whose cheeks were puffed up with anger. He stretched out his hands, placed them on the shoulders of the beautiful girl who was a head shorter than him, and looked straight into her ice blue eyes. "Do you believe in teacher Zhou?" Zhang Ming asked in a deep voice. Ling Luoqin's shoulders were put up by Zhang Ming, and his whole body trembled. He instinctively resisted, but seeing Zhang Ming's serious and solemn expression, he forced himself to hold back and nodded. "Of course I believe in teacher Zhou. Although Zhou Yi has been very strict with the freshman class in the past 3 months, the effect has been very significant. At least for now, their freshman class is already the strongest among all freshman classes. Zhou Yi's strict teaching obviously contributed to this. So, do you believe me?" Zhang Ming moved closer, and looked into Ling Luoqin's ice blue pupils with his shiny dark eyes. This. Zhang Ming's sudden approach made Ling Luoqin's breathing stagnate. He was so nervous that he even felt like he couldn't move. "Of course I believe you." Ling Luoqin's face flushed slightly, and he lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. "Then listen to me. If I say it's okay, it's okay." Zhang Ming said this very domineeringly, then patted Ling Luoqin on the shoulder and turned away. "Well, this little beauty's shoulders are cool, and it's quite comfortable to take pictures of them." Zhang Ming thought secretly in his heart, then packed up and went to the Soul Guidance department. Although teacher Fan Yu could no longer stay up late with him to study soul guides due to family pressure, and because the freshman examination was approaching, teacher Fan Yu had already allocated most of his time to other freshmen. But for Zhang Ming, who has already embarked on the right path, this will not affect him much. You know, in the past 3 months, Fan Yu taught him so many things. In the coming time, he needs to digest these things step by step and transform them into his own things. 15. Moreover, his next focus in soul guides will be on making soul guides. He has already bought a lot of materials for soul guide shells, baby bottles, and soul guide rays through teacher Fan Yu. His job now is to turn these scattered materials into finished soul guide devices. With Zhang Ming's current efficiency, it takes about a day to complete a level 4 fixed-type soul guide shell. The bottle is a little more complicated, and a level 4 bottle takes about 2 days. Fortunately, Zhang Ming didn't need many bottles. He had made a few when he was discussing with teacher Fan Yu before. If he made a few more, it would basically be enough. The current task is to complete the production of fixed-type soul guide cannons, fixed-type soul guide shells, and soul guide rays. As for the freshman assessment, Zhang Ming was not too worried. He had previously asked teacher Zhou about the approximate strength and soul power levels of other students in the class and other students of the same grade. After careful and cautious analysis and research, the final conclusion is: as long as he doesn't give up, the possibility of winning the championship is 100%. Yes, 100%. It would be the same even if he competed alone in a group. Facing a group of freshmen whose average soul power level was less than level 20, it would be too embarrassing for him, a level 41 soul master, to fail to win the championship. In view of this, Zhang Ming did not actually take the freshman assessment seriously. On the contrary, what he cares about most now is actually the issue of money. Yes, about the money. He gave all his savings, which was more than 1,000 gold soul coins, to teacher Fan Yu, allowing him to buy various materials needed to make soul guides from the academy in SHREK City at relatively favorable prices. However, although we have the materials, the money is spent too quickly. As a result, he only had a few dozen silver coins left, which was barely enough to buy food for a few days. We need to find a way to make money. Zhang Ming thought of the way he made money by selling melons before, but now he couldn't continue using this method. Although he could make money by selling melons, after the last sale and the consumption in the past few days, there were only a few melons left in his hand, and he could not sell them for much money. As for other methods, selling soul guides is actually a good way. He has also made a few baby bottles, fixed-type soul guide shells, soul guide rays and other soul guide devices in the past few days. If he sells them, he can still get several thousand gold soul coins. However, this is putting the cart before the horse. He didn't intend to sell these soul guides. But if there is really no other way, I can only sell a few pieces. After all, the world is big, but eating is the most important thing. If he can't even get enough to eat, then there's no point in keeping these soul guides. Moreover, if he wants to continue making soul guides, he'll need a large amount of funds. Alas, I have to make soul guides, cultivate soul power, and prepare for freshman assessments. It's so busy and fulfilling. In a laboratory of the soul guidance department, Zhang Ming put a soul guide shell he had made into his storage soul guide device, packed up his things, and planned to return to the dormitory to practice. He had been staying in the soul guidance department at night these past few days and he almost forgot that he even had a dormitory. When Zhang Ming walked out of the soul guidance department, the moon had already risen in the sky. It seemed that it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the lights in most of the soul guidance department's laboratories had been turned off. In the few laboratories that were still lit, some of the Roll Kings were making their final efforts. Although the soul guidance department does not have a freshman assessment, it does have an elimination mechanism. No one wants to be eliminated. Everyone wants to enter the inner courtyard and become strong, so they need to work hard. Looking back at the laboratories where the lights were still on, Zhang Ming stretched and walked towards the dormitory. Soon, Zhang Ming arrived downstairs of the dormitory. The dormitory manager is not under the big tree. He should have gone back to sleep. Old people cannot stay up late. But under the big tree there was a cold figure standing there, with long ice blue hair, a long skirt, and a pretty face looking around, as if she was waiting for someone. After all, they were teammates in the freshman assessment, so Zhang Ming walked up and said hello. Hey, Ling Luokan, who are you waiting for? When Ling Luokan saw Zhang Ming, his eyes lit up immediately, but he soon said with some complaints. Where have you been? You haven't been back to the dormitory all day. Her tone was somewhat resentful, and it was obvious that she had been waiting for a long time. 39288702. Chapter 24, No Tactics, Just Push Forward. Are you waiting for me? Zhang Ming was a little surprised and confused. He didn't understand why Ling Luokan was waiting for him downstairs of the dormitory so late at night. Of course. If not you, a megalomaniac, who else should I wait for? Ling Luokan said unhappily. Although it is difficult for the two of us to win the championship in a three-person team battle, since you have already promised Teacher Zhou, we must go all out. I wanted to discuss tactics with you during the day, but I couldn't find you after searching many places. Ling Luokan got a little angry when he talked about this. We are all freshmen and have only been in school for 3 months. Why is Zhang Ming so busy that we can't see him all day long? Hearing Ling Luokan's words, Zhang Ming smiled a little uncomfortably. It was normal for Ling Luokan to not be able to find anyone. Although they were both in the outer courtyard, the Soul Guidance Department and the Martial Soul Department were not in the same area, and there was no interaction between them. It was indeed a bit difficult for Ling Luokan to find him. Hey, I can't help it. I've been a bit busy lately. Zhang Ming smiled, then he wiped his hand on the storage soul guide, and 2 chairs appeared under the tree. Come, let's sit down and talk. Downstairs in the dormitory, Zhang Ming and Ling Luokan sat on chairs and talked in low voices. There are only 2 of us. I am currently a level 29 Great Spirit Master. With my current progress, it will probably be difficult to reach level 30 before the freshman assessment. If we rely on me, our chances of winning the championship are almost 0. So, I want to know your soul power level and martial soul, so that I can prepare tactics. Ling Luokan said seriously. She has a clear understanding of her own strength. Her strength is not weak, and it can even be said that it is second only to the top ones. After all, she is only 1 level away from becoming a soul master. But if she just relies on her words, it will be a problem for her to avoid being eliminated, let alone winning the championship. Therefore, she now urgently wants to know Zhang Ming's strength. Of course, there was another reason why she wanted to know Zhang Ming's martial soul, and that was a secret that had always been hidden in her heart. Haha, actually you don't need to be so nervous. Zhang Ming took out 2 drinks from the storage soul guide and handed one to Ling Luokan. One of his 3 major hobbies in life, in addition to studying soul guides, is studying various kinds of food, otherwise he would not carry so many ice-patterned melons with him. This is... Ling Luokan took the drink from Zhang Ming and looked at the ice blue and milky drink in the transparent cup with some curiosity. This is a drink I made with ice melon, some milk, and sugar. It tastes great. Try it. Zhang Ming smiled, then put in a straw and started drinking, looking intoxicated. Seeing how much Zhang Ming was enjoying it, Ling Luokan couldn't help but put in a straw and started drinking. As soon as he took a sip, Ling Luokan couldn't help but snorted. The drink is a bit cold, but it is very refreshing to drink in this hot summer. The ice melon juice combined with the aroma of milk has a wonderful taste. Moreover, because the ice melon itself is very sweet, the sweetness is more obvious after adding a little sugar and salt. Among the various tastes of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, sweetness is the taste that can make people feel happiest. At least, after Ling Luoqin took a sip of the drink, the tension between his brows instantly dissipated. Your drink. Ling Luoqin wanted to say something but couldn't quite utter it. She just felt that the sweet taste seemed to be eroding her heart, making her unable to help but be intoxicated by it. The drink is pretty good, isn't it? It took me a lot of effort to make it, and it's one of my favorite creations. Zhang Ming said with some pride. Well, it's really good. Oh no, I almost forgot. What exactly is your martial spirit? How much is your spirit power? Tell me quickly. We still need to plan tactics. Ling Luoqin was almost delayed from her work because of this drink. She quickly released her lips that were biting the straw, looked at Zhang Ming, and asked seriously. My martial spirit. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and said with a smile. My martial soul is called the Heart of Gold, it's my true martial soul. As for my soul power, I can't tell you for now, but it's higher than level 30 anyway. The original martial spirit. Ling Luoqin was a little surprised. As a little princess from a wealthy family, her knowledge is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Although she doesn't know much about the original martial soul, she does know a little. So it's the main body spirit. After being surprised, Ling Luoqin's little face suddenly showed some disappointment. The original martial soul, that's not him. She remembered that person's martial soul was a book. What happened to you? Zhang Ming saw Ling Luoqin's somewhat disappointed expression and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Ling Luoqin shook his head, put aside the figure in his mind, then looked at Zhang Ming and said with understanding. Sure enough, you are at the Soul Master level. In fact, Ling Luoqin thought of this when Zhou Yi gave them this task. It was impossible for her, a level 29 Great Spirit Master, to win the championship. But based on her understanding of Zhou Yi over the past 3 months, Zhou Yi would never give them a task that they couldn't complete. In other words, Zhou Yi believes that they have a chance of winning the freshman assessment. It's impossible to rely on her, so I can only rely on Zhang Ming. If Zhang Ming wants to win the championship with just the two of them, then he must be at the Soul Master level. Otherwise, the possibility is too small. Zhang Ming didn't speak, just drank his drink. He is now at the Soul Sect level, but since Ling Luoqin thinks he is at the Soul Master level, then let him be the Soul Master level. Anyway, his Golden Heart martial soul has not had time to add soul rings, so it looks almost the same as a Soul Master. If you are a Soul Master, then our chances of winning the championship are indeed much greater. But we can't let our guard down. Among the freshmen this year, there are 2 teams with Soul Masters. We need to develop tactics to target those 2 teams. Ling Luoqin analyzed very seriously. With her strength as a level 29 Great Soul Master, plus Zhang Ming's Soul Master cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult for the other groups without Soul Masters to win. But if we encounter a team with Soul Master, it would be hard to say. Tactics. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows, then shook his head, looked at Ling Luoqin, and said softly. My suggestion is, don't use any tactics. If there is no tactics, just push forward. The words were understated, but extremely domineering and confident. Even Ling Luoqin's brows were furrowed. Aren't you overconfident? Even if you are a Soul Master, the other teams also have Soul Masters. Can we, the 2 Sea Lions, easily defeat them? 16. Ling Luoqin couldn't understand where Zhang Ming's confidence came from, but in her opinion, Soul Master had no right to say such things. Well, listen to me and just push it flat. Zhang Ming nodded, and without waiting for Ling Luoqin to speak again, he continued. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? If we can win the freshman assessment, you will agree to one of my requests, which won't be too much. If not, I will agree to one of your requests, which won't be too much either. Anyway, with our strength, the probability of being eliminated in the freshman assessment is almost zero. As for Teacher Joe, I will go and talk to him. How about it? Do you want to bet? 392-8815. Chapter 25, The first battle ended before it even began. When Ling Luoqin heard that Zhang Ming actually wanted to make a bet on this, he was furious. She was thinking about Zhang Ming. If she couldn't win the freshman assessment and complete the task, she would definitely be punished given Teacher Joe's temper. As a result, this guy not only didn't think about tactics, but he even made a bet on this matter. He is so arrogant. Okay, let's make a bet. Anyway, if you lose, Teacher Joe will definitely punish you severely. Ling Luoqin agreed immediately, then stood up from the chair and went upstairs. The girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory are together, but the boys' dormitory is on the lower 4 floors and the girls' dormitory is above the 4th floor. Looking at Ling Luoqin's departing back, Zhang Ming bit the straw in his mouth, and the blue drink entered his mouth through the straw, bringing a cool and comfortable feeling. Tisk tisk tisk. How many gold soul coins will be required to be not excessive? This little girl is from a wealthy family, how about 500 gold soul coins? Zhang Ming thought about it and felt that it was a bit too much. After all, when he first came to SHREK Academy, Old Nai only gave him a few hundred gold soul coins for living expenses and tuition fees. 500 all at once, even if he is a child of aristocratic family, he will probably have to eat dirt. Then let's say 300. 300 gold soul coins shouldn't be too much. Yeah, that's 300. Zhang Ming made a decision and chose to tell Ling Luoqin this not too excessive request after smoothly completing the freshman assessment. As for whether he could get the bet, Zhang Ming had no hesitation in his mind. If he can't pass the freshman assessment, then all his soul power will be wasted. A few days later, the freshman assessment began. The entire first-year class was made up of 400 groups. Although some of them went to the soul guidance department, the number of people was still quite large. The assessment will begin this afternoon. Are we really not going to discuss tactics? In the freshman classroom, Ling Luoqin sat next to Zhang Ming and asked with a worried look on his face. A few days ago, she was irritated by Zhang Ming's arrogant attitude and had not spoken to him for several days. But when the day of the assessment came, she couldn't continue like this. I told you, trust me. Zhang Ming turned his head, put down the soul guidebook in his hand, held Ling Luoqin's shoulders, and said solemnly and seriously. He had said it many times and was more or less impatient, but facing the little beauty Ling Luoqin, Zhang Ming still had more patience. Ling Luoqin has gotten used to Zhang Ming's action of putting his arm around her shoulders. Although there is still a hint of redness on her face, it does not feel unnatural. I believe you. Of course I believe you. When you lose, I will definitely make an unreasonable request. Humph. Seeing that Zhang Ming was still like this, Ling Luoqin snorted angrily and then returned to his seat. Today was only the first day, so the opponents they would encounter would not be too strong. Moreover, in the 10 round-robin matches, they would face students from other classes. In this way, the possibility of them encountering a team with soul masters was reduced by half. Because in the entire first year of freshmen, there are only 2 soul masters in public, Dai Yuehan from Class 1 and Ning Feng from Class 3. Zhang Ming's hidden soul master has never been shown to the public, so many people don't know about it. So, at most they would encounter the group led by Ning Feng. As for whether there are other hidden soul masters among the first grade of freshmen, Ling Luoqin felt that this possibility was really small. They were all teenagers who entered SHREK Academy. Those who were arrogant and strong were eager to show off their strength to satisfy their vanity. Except for Zhang Ming, that freak, no one knew where he went after class. Finally, amid the nervousness and anticipation of all the freshmen, afternoon arrived and the freshman assessment officially began. The entire assessment area is divided into 50 small areas, where 50 battles can be conducted simultaneously, which can greatly improve the efficiency of the assessment. Otherwise, the assessment of more than 400 groups with 1,200 people would take a long time just for the first round of 10 round-robin matches. In order to allow students who are taking the freshman assessment for the first time to have some time to adapt, there is only one game this afternoon. The group that Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan belonged to was assigned to the 13th district. District 13, it's an auspicious number. Zhang Ming smiled and went to District 13 with Ling Luoqan. All freshmen, please note. All freshmen, please note. Please enter the assessment area immediately to prepare for the freshman assessment. There are still 10 minutes left to enter. If you are late, you will be deemed to have given up the assessment. As soon as we entered the venue, a huge broadcast voice rang out. Soon, a total of 8 teams and a teacher from District 13 arrived. Zhang Ming didn't know this teacher. He simply greeted him and then walked aside to wait for his competition to begin. A few minutes later, the first game in District 13 began. The 2 groups that went up did not have any soul masters, and there were even some soul masters with soul powers of more than 10 levels. Their fighting style was very immature, at least in Zhang Ming's eyes. There were too many unnecessary movements and the reactions were very slow, which made Zhang Ming want to yawn. Speaking of which, since coming to SHREK Academy, he seems to have not had a proper sleep. Although meditation can also replenish energy, the effect is not as good as sleeping. Otherwise, why don't soul masters practice at night instead of sleeping? Freshman Class 2, Luo Chang, Zhang Hao, and Ma Lingling win. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the competition stage, somewhat surprised. Did it happen so quickly? I just yawned and it was over in a split second. Ling Luoqan on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes and said speechlessly. Can you please take a closer look at the other group's competitions? You're still yawning. Didn't you sleep last night? Zhang Ming nodded and said sleepily. I didn't really sleep much, I was meditating. Hearing this, Ling Luoqan raised his eyebrows, glanced at Zhang Ming, and was secretly surprised. Sure enough, a guy who could cultivate to soul master at the age of 12 couldn't just be arrogant. First round, second test. Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqan. Freshman Class 2, Li Kun, Lu Ming, Zhao Yu. Enter. Stand on both sides after entering. You can only release your martial spirits when I say start. The teacher briefly explained the rules and let the 2 groups enter. The others present were also surprised to hear that there were only 2 people in the group of freshman class. Why are there only 2 people in this group? Shouldn't it be a 3-person team? Yet, how can 2 people fight? There are 3 on the other side. Could it be that some of their teammates didn't come? The groups that had finished their games and those that had not yet played were discussing the matter. The teacher who was the referee shouted loudly. I have confirmed with teacher Zhou Yi from Class 1 that there are only 2 people in this group, so there is no problem. Everyone else, keep quiet. After saying that, he looked at the students who were already standing on both sides of the field, nodded, and said loudly. Start. When Ling Luoqan heard the teacher say to start, he originally wanted to control the situation by relying on his level 29 soul power and ice attribute martial soul. But Zhang Ming who was standing by disappeared without a trace. No, it didn't disappear, but rushed directly to the opposite side. She didn't even see Zhang Ming clearly. In fact, Zhang Ming had already thought about it before the game started. The competition venue is a square with a side length of 20 meters. The 2 groups stand at 2 corners. The maximum straight line distance is the square root of 20 times the diagonal, which is about 28 meters. And this distance, at his speed, is only about 2 to 3 seconds. Moreover, once the teacher shouts start, the opponent's strong attack spirit master will definitely rush forward. So, In 1.5 seconds, Zhang Ming came face to face with the offensive spirit master named Li Kun. At this time, Li Kun had just released his martial soul. Zhang Ming didn't waste any words. He just clenched his fist with one hand without even releasing his martial spirit. Relying on the powerful kinetic energy and the support of his soul power, he punched out before the opponent could react at all. Boom! Hit right in the chest. Li Kun only felt that his chest seemed to be hit directly by a soul beast. The severe pain made him lose his fighting ability instantly. After throwing this punch, Zhang Ming did not slow down. He rushed to the remaining two opponents within a second and gave each of them a palm knife. The two guys fell down directly. The whole process took less than 3 seconds and the battle was over. At this time, Li Kun, who was hit by Zhang Ming's punch at the beginning, just fell to the ground. Boom! With the sound of Li Kun landing on the ground, the others finally reacted. New, Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqan win. The teacher who was the referee couldn't help swallowing, and his voice trembled a little. The fight was resolved in just 3 seconds, and even the referee almost didn't have time to react. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, this student named Zhang Ming had not even released his martial spirit just now. Without releasing his martial spirit, he defeated 2 great spirit masters of level 20 and a spirit master of level 10 in 3 seconds. The referee teacher couldn't help but recall what Zhou Yi, the teacher of the freshman class, said when he went to see her before. What's wrong with 2 people? There's no rule in the freshman assessment that 2 people can't form a team. Don't worry, they'll be fine. You should pay attention to their opponents. He had thought Zhou Yi had gone a bit too far before, but now it seemed that she was just being modest. The students off the field were even more excited. They heard the referee shout start and then Zhang Ming disappeared. When they found Zhang Ming, the referee announced that the duo had won. Typically, it was over before it even started. I couldn't react at all. After announcing Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan as the winners, the referee quickly jumped onto the field and checked Li Kun's injuries. Teacher, I'm in so much pain, am I going to die? Li Kun held his stomach and groaned, looking very painful. After the referee checked it, his eyes looked a little strange. You can't die. According to the assessment standards, your injury is not even considered a minor injury. After saying that, the referee helped Li Kun stand up and looked at Zhang Ming. One punch made a master of the strong attack spirit lose his fighting ability, and he didn't cause any minor injuries. This kind of power, this kind of control. Is this a freshman? 392-8844. Chapter 26, I'm going to fight 5 of them. The first battle between the 2-person team ended in a flash. The battle ended so quickly that most people in the field did not understand what happened. Among them is teammate Ling Luoqan. Yes, as a teammate, she didn't even understand how they won. 17. When the referee called out start, the first thing she thought of was to release her martial soul, preparing to use her ice-attributed martial soul and superimposed soul skills to create a battlefield that would be favorable to her. But when her martial soul was released, she saw that Zhang Ming beside her was gone. Then, when she found Zhang Ming, all 3 opponents had fallen down, and the referee announced that they had won. Ling Luoqan was a little confused during the whole process. You, how on earth did you defeat them? Ling Luoqan caught up with Zhang Ming, who was walking very fast in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. She wanted to find out what was going on. Although they won in the end, winning in a muddled way was not the outcome she wanted to see. What happened? Zhang Ming turned his head and looked at Ling Luoqan, thought for a moment, and said softly. That's right. I punched the offensive spirit master on the opposite side, and then I gave the other 2 a knife. They fell down, and then we won. Well, this brief summary almost captures all the important aspects of the 3-second game. However, after hearing the explanation, Ling Luoqan was still confused. Punched that soul master? He fell down after one punch. That was an offensive spirit master. He was a level 20 offensive spirit master. He was not a food spirit master or a support spirit master. He felled with just one punch. What a joke. But, how is this possible? That's a level 20 strong attack type. Ling Luoqin wanted to ask more, but Zhang Ming smiled at her and said, I told you that we can easily win the freshman assessment, so don't ask, just trust me, okay? Zhang Ming's voice sounded light and comfortable, but the message contained in his words was not as light as his tone. Ling Luoqin nodded subconsciously. If she didn't believe it before, then after experiencing this game, she had to believe it. You know, the group they just played against had 2 great soul masters, and was ranked in the upper middle level among the more than 400 groups in the freshman assessment. However, Zhang Ming solved this problem alone in just 3 seconds. From this perspective, it is not impossible for the 2 of them to sweep the entire freshman assessment. Ling Luoqin was completely shocked. But the man who shocked her had already walked away. Hey, where are you going? Aren't we going to watch the other team's games? Ling Luoqin shouted loudly, trying to catch up. But Zhang Ming was too fast, and she couldn't catch up at all. She could only hear Zhang Ming's voice from a distance. No need to watch it, go back and rest, or you can go and watch it yourself. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. In the Soul Guidance Department, Zhang Ming found another laboratory and started making soul guide devices. The Soul Guidance Department's laboratories are not reserved for specific people. Except for the teacher's laboratory, other laboratories can be used as long as they are empty and you can register and use them. Zhang Ming randomly found a laboratory and started making 4th-level fixed-type soul guide shells. A random laboratory is naturally not as useful as teacher Fanyu's laboratory, but for Zhang Ming, it doesn't have much impact. Time passes little by little, and it is a new day. Today is different from yesterday. There was only one game yesterday, which was considered as a way to adapt to the rhythm of the assessment. And today, there are 5 games. Still in District 13, Ling Luoqin appeared here early and waited, but Zhang Ming arrived only 10 minutes before the start of the game. Can't you serve some snacks? It would be a shame if I get disqualified for being late. Ling Luoqin said with some concern. After yesterday's competition, she was very confident of winning the championship. If the championship slipped away because of her lateness, they would be at a huge loss. It's okay, I calculated it very accurately, I'm 10 minutes early. Zhang Ming looked confident. Ling Luoqin was somewhat helpless. Zhang Ming was indeed strong, but his attitude towards the assessment of freshmen was indeed too careless. Since he couldn't persuade Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqin simply gave up trying to persuade him and went straight to talking about today's game arrangements. We have 5 games today. I know you are very strong, but 5 games in a row will be a big test for our soul and physical strength. I think. 5 games. Zhang Ming's eyes widened and his brows slightly frowned. There are 5 games to play, which means they have to wait until all 5 games are finished before they can leave. That is to say, he may have to stay here all morning, or even until the afternoon. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming's face turned bitter. This is such a waste of time. Ling Luoqin was slightly surprised to see Zhang Ming's bitter expression. Since she met Zhang Ming, she had never seen this kind of expression on this arrogant guy. But there were 5 games today after all, and even if he was strong, it was normal for him to be a little worried. Ling Luoqin thought to himself and wanted to speak to comfort Zhang Ming. 5 games are nothing, the other groups will also have to. Waiting for 5 matches takes too much time. What do you think? Can we ask the referee to schedule all 5 matches? Or, can we just let the 5 groups competing against us go together? Zhang Ming suddenly said, thinking about the feasibility of this method. Hearing this, Ling Luoqin's mouth twitched and the expression on his face became stiff. Sure enough, this guy is still so arrogant. I don't know. Don't ask me. Ling Luoqin said he didn't want to talk. 5 full games? That would be exhausting. As for having the 5 teams fighting today fight together, 2 against 3 is enough, isn't 2 against 15 a bit too much? Soon, Zhang Ming team's first game of the day began. Before going on stage, Zhang Ming went to the negotiation teacher next to him to express his ideas. But unfortunately, the referee rejected it mercilessly. Obviously, even if he had witnessed Zhang Ming's powerful strength yesterday, he would not do anything that violated the assessment regulations. What's more, the matches for this assessment were drawn by lot, and the team that Zhang Ming and his team were going to play against next was also in the competition, so how could they call him over? On the field, Zhang Ming had a look of disappointment on his face. Facing the 3-person team in front of him, he had no intention of killing them instantly. Anyway, I have to wait next to them after the fight, so I might as well play with them. 39288667 Chapter 27, A Team with Ideas. You go first. You shot too quickly last time. I haven't even seen the strength of your teammate yet. Zhang Ming patted Ling Luoqin on the shoulder, then stood aside, ready to see how Ling Luoqin would perform. Actually, this kind of team-based assessment should involve teammates working together, but Zhang Ming really didn't have the heart to do so. He is a soul sect leader with a soul power of over 40 levels, plus a top-notch body martial soul and twin martial souls. He joins forces with a great soul master to fight against the other party's great soul master or even a soul master with soul power of more than 10 levels. It's really hard to arouse interest. Ah? You're not going to do anything. Ling Luoqin looked at Zhang Ming, who was standing aside to watch the show, with some surprise, and suddenly became a little flustered. Based on Zhang Ming's performance yesterday, if Zhang Ming took action, the team in front of him consisting of 2 soul masters and 1 great soul master would definitely be killed instantly. But now Zhang Ming is not taking any action. Ling Luoqin is really a little panicked. Zhang Ming can fight 3 at once, without even using his martial spirit or soul skills, but she can't. Well, let's see first. Just go ahead and do it. We can't lose anyway. Zhang Ming said with a chuckle. Captain, what are they doing? On the other side of the venue, the 3 people who were Zhang Ming's team's opponents saw the strange behavior of Zhang Ming and his 2 companions, and began to speculate. I feel like they are having a conflict. Look, that boy seems to have walked aside, as if he doesn't intend to fight. A team member looked at Zhang Ming not far away and said in a low voice. The referee hasn't called the start yet, so they can't release their martial spirits. How arrogant! This is simply too arrogant. The captain's face was a little gloomy, and he was very angry at Zhang Ming's behavior of contempt for his opponent. But Captain, I heard that they killed a team with 2 two-ring Great Spirit Masters in 1 second yesterday. It was this guy named Zhang Ming who did it. If he had taken action, would we have been killed in 1 second as well? Another team member asked with some concern. The news that Zhang Ming had fought 3 people alone yesterday and had not yet released his martial spirit had already spread throughout the entire freshman area. Although many people expressed disbelief, none of them wanted to encounter a monster of this level. Hearing his teammates' words that disturbed the morale of the troops, the captain turned his head and glared at his teammates, saying in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Those people are exaggerating, it must be fake. He defeated 2 great spirit masters instantly without using his spirit, do you think he is a titled Douluo?" The captain obviously didn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. As a genius who was able to enter SHREK Academy, he was as proud as anyone else. He didn't believe that there would be such a strong person among the freshmen. He would not allow his team to be killed instantly. All right, both of you stop talking, and let the game begin. The referee had very good ears. Standing in the middle, he could hear the discussions of both teams. However, when he heard that the team with only 1 two-ring Great Soul Master did not believe in Zhang Ming's record, he could not help but shook his head slightly. Indeed, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a freshman could do this. But unfortunately, if he had not yet become old and his eyesight was blurry, Zhang Ming's strength would not be exaggerated at all. However, he still felt a little bad about Zhang Ming's sudden behavior of acting as a teammate. How come a good team battle turned into an individual battle for you? On the court, as the referee called out start, Ling Luoqin no longer cared about criticizing Zhang Ming's unjust behavior. Her eyes narrowed, and a chill emanated from her body. At the same time, 2 yellow spirit rings rose from under her feet, highlighting her identity as a second ring Great Spirit Master. Martial Spirit is Ice. Zhang Ming, who was only a few meters away from Ling Luoqin, nodded and was not affected by Ling Luoqin's cold aura. Not to mention that his soul power level is too high, this cold aura has no effect on her. Zhang Ming, who had lived in Qingshui City, very close to the far north, was able to adapt to this level of coldness. It's colder. The far north is much colder than this. First soul skill, Ice Staff. As a soft hum was heard, a magic wand made entirely of ice crystals appeared in Ling Luoqin's hand. The moment the staff appeared, the temperature around Ling Luoqin dropped again, and the cold air began to spread outward, and frost appeared on the ground. At this time, the 3-person team on the opposite side had also summoned their own martial spirits. 18. 4 yellow spirit rings were distributed to 3 people. The captain is a second ring strong attack spirit master, and his martial spirit is the iron armored bull. It is a spirit beast with strong attack and defense. The other 2 are the food type soul master Tofu and the control type soul master Xian Yukan. The 3 martial spirits are not very good, and Ling Luoqin is confident that he can deal with any one of them in a few rounds if fighting alone. But she was really not sure if she was fighting 1 against 3. Soon, the 2 yellow soul rings on the soul master possessed by the iron armored bull martial spirit lit up. In an instant, his eyes turned red, and he looked like he was going berserk. A pair of huge bull horns also appeared above his head. Obviously, these are his 2 soul skills. Not only that, he was also biting a piece of white and tender tofu in his mouth, which provided him with a 10% increase in soul power. With the combination of rage and tofu, the captain's soul power fluctuations have now reached the soul master level. At the same time as the captain rushed over, the soul ring of the Xian Yukan soul master behind him also lit up. A melodious piano sound crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and directly affected Ling Luoqin's casting speed. The frost on the ground only slowed down the speed of the iron-armored bull soul master for a moment, but he still quickly rushed in front of Ling Luoqin. Ling Luoqin looked at the bull's horns that were about to hit him, his eyes were cold and he showed no panic. Second soul skill, Ice Armor to protect the body. Ice crystal-like armor covered Ling Luoqin's entire body, but Ling Luoqin did not want to rely on the armor to withstand the blow, because he could not. She moved with light steps, like an ice princess, and took advantage of the slippery ground to narrowly avoid the attack. But just as she dodged, she was affected by the Xian Yuqin soul master not far away, and her movement slowed down for a moment. However, when Ling Luoqin thought that the bull would take this opportunity to attack her, this guy unexpectedly made a miraculous turn and rushed straight towards Zhang Ming. Okay. Zhang Ming was somewhat stunned when he saw the wild bull rushing towards him. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he made an objective evaluation of the behavior of this barbarian. Yeah, I have an idea. This is indeed a very thoughtful idea. Use the most powerful force to attack Ling Luoqin first, and if the first attack fails, you can use inertia to attack Zhang Ming directly. Take advantage of his unpreparedness. Interesting. 39288576. Chapter 28, Just a slight move from her is already my limit. I have to say, this group's tactics are quite interesting. You know, with multiple amplifications, this attack of the iron-armored bull soul master already has the power of a soul master level. With this level of power, even if Zhang Ming is a soul master, he would most likely be knocked unconscious if he is caught off guard. But unfortunately, he was not facing a soul master, but a soul sect. Come on, I want to see how powerful this move of yours is. A golden light flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes, and then, the soul power of the soul sect level surged. Still without using his martial soul, he clenched his fist with one hand and punched out. Boom! A wave of air surged from the place where the two men fought, instantly sweeping across the entire venue. When Ling Luoqan saw that barbarian bull foolishly going to find Zhang Ming, he decisively moved and attacked the two first-ring soul masters behind him. How could two first-ring soul masters possibly be a match for Ling Luoqan, a second-ring soul master with 29 level soul power? After a few rounds, both of them were defeated. As for the captain of the bull, after a stalemate with Zhang Ming for 1 or 2 seconds, he was knocked away by Zhang Ming's punch. The attack at the soul master level was indeed very powerful, so powerful that Zhang Ming had to take it seriously. Even if he didn't release his martial soul, his soul power of more than level 40 was still not something the other party could contend with. Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan's team wins. The referee was not surprised at the result. Yesterday's team with two great soul masters were killed instantly, so how could there be any suspense about this team? In fact, in the referee's mind, Zhang Ming's group has already been determined to be the champion. This guy's strength is simply not on the same level as the other students taking the freshman assessment. The game progressed very quickly and the day passed quickly. After 5 games, most of the teams were exhausted. However, Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan walked towards the cafeteria with a relaxed look on their faces. It's not that Zhang Ming doesn't want to continue tinkering with the Soul Guidance Department, but today's competition is over, it's getting late, and there's not much time left. Of course, the most important thing is Ling Luoqan wants to treat him to a meal. Zhang Ming, who was in a period of poverty, would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, he went straight to the most expensive dining area. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming prepared a large bowl of soul beast meat, a large bowl of white rice, and a few side dishes, and placed them on the folding table he took out from the storage soul guide. You are really rude. Looking at the large bowl of soul beast meat and the large bowl of rice on the table, Ling Luoqan's expression was a little strange. She said she would treat Zhang Ming to a meal because she wanted to stop him from slipping away right after the game. But this guy is really not a human being. The soul beast meat in the cafeteria is expensive, costing several gold soul coins per portion, but Zhang Ming still put it in a basin. After the meal, more than a dozen gold soul coins were gone from her small treasury. Ling Luoqan also wanted to talk to Zhang Ming about the upcoming game while eating. But under Zhang Ming's admonition not to talk while eating or sleeping, she had no choice but to shut her mouth. Her pink little mouth took small bites of rice, which formed a sharp contrast with Zhang Ming's wolfing down of the food. It turns out that eating is very fast when you don't talk. In 10 minutes, Ling Luoqan finished the normal amount of food in front of him. Zhang Ming also emptied the 2 large bowls that were filled to the brim. After finishing his meal, Zhang Ming did not stand up immediately. Instead, he lay on the chair, patted his round belly, with a happy look on his face. Ever since he became Fan Yu's apprentice and his soul master training got on the right track, he has rarely eaten so full. Lack of time is one reason, but on the other hand, he really has no money. Ordinary test sales can still give him some cushion, but Zhang Ming's obsession with soul guide cannons is too strong. The materials required for each soul guide cannon and soul guide shell are not a small number. In just 2 months, thousands of gold soul coins were gone. As Zhang Ming thought about it, he began to worry. Make money. Make a lot of money. Ling Luoqan elegantly wiped his lips with an ice blue silk scarf, and seeing Zhang Ming's worried look, he asked softly. You have something on your mind? Zhang Ming glanced at Ling Luoqan and raised his eyebrows. Have you seen this? Ling Luoqin was speechless. It's written all over your face. It's hard not to see it. Ling Luoqin was still very curious about Zhang Ming's thoughts. After all, what they should be most concerned about right now should be the freshman assessment, but Zhang Ming was obviously not worried about this. Hehe, I was wondering which pretty girl would be so kind as to treat me to a meal next time. Zhang Ming chuckled and hid his sorrow deep in his heart. Don't be impatient to make big money, as you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The money-making plans he had thought of before were delayed by the Seoul engineer's training. Now that the Seoul engineer's training is on the right track, it is time for him to put this matter on the agenda. Start earning small money first. First of all, if you want to make money, you must start with the most popular activities at the moment, which will bring your own traffic and make money quickly. Obviously, the most popular activity now is the freshman assessment. But what are the business opportunities here? Zhang Ming squinted his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table unconsciously. When Ling Luoqin heard Zhang Ming's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy is actually thinking about his own money. Although a dozen gold soul coins were nothing to a child from a wealthy family like her, she didn't spend much money on a daily basis and still had several thousand gold soul coins on her, so she could afford to treat him a few more times. But when Ling Luoqin saw Zhang Ming like this, he instantly gave up this plan. Are you short of money? Ling Luoqin frowned slightly, with some doubt in his cold eyes. In her opinion, a family that could cultivate a genius like Zhang Ming should be a powerful family, or even a royal family of an empire, and should not be troubled by money issues. I'm short of money. Zhang Ming, who was thinking about how to make money, responded subconsciously. After reacting, he said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm not that short of money. I just ran out of pocket money recently, so I wanted to save some money. Well, it is quite difficult to make soul guide shells with open source and save money on food. You've run out of pocket money? Do you want me to lend you some? Is 1,000 gold soul coins enough? Ling Luoqin said generously. Anyway, she doesn't spend much money on a daily basis. If Zhang Ming can help her win the freshman assessment, there will be rewards from both the family and the college. She really has no shortage of money. Hearing the number of 1,000 gold soul coins, Zhang Ming had a new understanding of how wealthy Ling Luoqin, the victim, was. 1,000 gold soul coins. That was most of the money he brought with him when he came to SHREK Academy. But in Ling Luoqin's hand, there was just a dot. Good fellow, in terms of money, Ling Luoqin only spent a little, but it was already Zhang Ming's limit. 39288798. Chapter 29, Life is full of business opportunities. In the end, Zhang Ming still did not take the path of clinging to the rich woman. As a man. Of course, it's still a boy now. Being a boy. Having dignity. Is 1,000 gold soul coins not enough? Then, 2,000. When Ling Luoqin saw Zhang Ming refuse, he thought the money was too little, so he doubled it. Sigh. Zhang Ming took a breath, his eyes filled with horror and shock. 2,000 gold soul coins, just take it as you say? How rich are you, sister? 19. Zhang Ming had to admit that he was moved. 2,000 gold soul coins were enough for him to make nearly 100 level 4 fixed-type soul guide shells. But dignity. Dignity. Zhang Ming always kept in mind his dignity as a boy, and despite the temptation of a mere 2,000 gold soul coins, he held on and put away the table. Let's go out for a walk, this cafeteria is a bit hot. Zhang Ming stood up, still feeling somewhat conflicted. That's 2,000 gold soul coins. Under the big tree in the dormitory building, Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqin lay on the recliners, looking at the starry sky. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't really like owing others anything. Forget it. Zhang Ming smiled, then reached into the storage soul guide and took out 2 glasses of ice blue drinks and handed one to Ling Luoqin. Ling Luoqin took the drink handed to him by Zhang Ming without saying anything. He silently sipped the drink in the cup, enjoying the cool feeling between his lips and teeth. Since Zhang Ming refused, she naturally wouldn't insist on giving him money. Ling Luoqin, do you believe now that we can smoothly pass the freshman assessment? Zhang Ming swallowed the icy drink in his mouth, looked up at the starry sky and relaxed on the recliner. Come to think of it, he hadn't been this relaxed for a long time. Today, he would not practice, but just relax. I kind of believe it. But why don't you use your martial spirit? Ling Luoqin nodded. The strength Zhang Ming showed in the previous competition was really too strong. At this pace, there will be no problem in pushing forward the assessment of new students. Wait, if I really failed the freshman assessment, wouldn't I lose? Ling Luoqin suddenly remembered the bet he had made with Zhang Ming a few days ago. His cold little face froze and he felt like he had been cheated. Not using the martial soul. Haha, there's no need for that. It can be solved with or without the martial soul, so why bother releasing the martial soul? Hearing Zhang Ming's words, Ling Luoqin couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. Zhang Ming's words sounded a bit arrogant, but Ling Luoqin knew that Zhang Ming was not bragging. He really had the ability to defeat all opponents without using his martial spirit. But the doubts in Ling Luoqin's heart did not disappear, but instead increased. She could feel that Zhang Ming had many stories hidden in his heart and he must have experienced a lot. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine that Zhang Ming, who was the same age as her or even 1 or 2 months younger than her, would possess such terrifying strength. However, in Ling Luoqin's heart, Zhang Ming is not the strongest genius among his age. When she went to the far north to obtain her second soul ring a few years ago, she met a genius who was equally monstrous. At that time, she was only at the 2nd level, while that person was already at the 3rd level. Not only that, that person's 3 soul rings were all purple 1000-year soul rings. At that time, both she and the man were wearing masks to protect against wind and snow, and neither of them could see each other's face. She only discovered the secret of the man's spirit ring by chance. She kept that secret in her heart and didn't tell anyone. Zhang Ming is indeed a genius, he can even be called a monster. But Ling Luoqin feels that the guy is no worse than Zhang Ming, he may even be at the soul sect level now. Ling Luoqin wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he found that Zhang Ming had fallen asleep on the recliner. How tired he is! Ling Luoqin looked at Zhang Ming, who was sleeping on a recliner even though the dormitory was right in front of him, with a complicated look in his eyes. Seeing that Zhang Ming seemed to be asleep, Ling Luoqin didn't wait for Zhang Ming any longer. He got up with a drink and went back to the dormitory. The weather wasn't too cold yet, so there wouldn't be any problem sleeping under a tree. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shines through the gaps between the dormitory buildings and falls on the leaves of the old trees, making the already yellow leaves even more golden. The dormitory manager arrived downstairs on time and saw Zhang Ming sleeping under a tree. A smile appeared on his old face. Being young is good, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down, and your sleep quality is so good. The dormitory manager did not disturb Zhang Ming, who was sleeping. He just lay there beside him with his eyes half closed, looking very happy. As time passed, the sun grew bigger and bigger, and Zhang Ming woke up yawning. Good morning, dorm manager. Zhang Ming stood up from the recliner and greeted the dormitory manager next to him. The dormitory manager nodded and didn't say much. Soon, Zhang Ming went upstairs to wash up, and bought a few buns and 2 cups of unknown milk from the cafeteria. After taking a look at the warning at the entrance of the cafeteria prohibiting food from being taken out of the cafeteria, Zhang Ming directly put the food in his hand into the storage soul guide and took it away. Soon, Zhang Ming arrived at District 13, eating buns and drinking milk while waiting for the competition. There are 10 games in the round-robin tournament. 6 of them were played in the first 2 days, and there are 4 more to go. During the round-robin period, many groups have been eliminated. After a while, Ling Luoqan came over. Zhang Ming didn't even look at it, he reached out and took out the buns and milk from the storage soul guide. Eat something? It's my treat. Ling Luoqan looked at the buns and milk in Zhang Ming's hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally took them. She really didn't eat. When she woke up and saw that Zhang Ming was gone again, she was worried to death and didn't have time to eat breakfast. There are 4 games today. After the round-robin tournament, it will be over. In order to stay in SHREK Academy and not be eliminated, the people in other groups will probably work harder. Ling Luoqan said while eating. Yeah, indeed. Zhang Ming just nodded and said nothing, but his eyes lit up. He seems to have found a business opportunity. Soon, the competition between Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan began. As a team with 6 undefeated games, they were the first to start the game today. After the referee shouted the start of the game, Zhang Ming did not defeat the 3 opponents right away. Instead, he suppressed his own soul power and fought on equal terms with the opponent's strong attack soul master. Haha, you were said to be so godly, but now it seems you are not that scary. The opponent with 200-year-old yellow soul rings on his body was full of fighting spirit. He had heard before that Zhang Ming was a monster who won 6 games without using his martial spirit. He was prepared to be beaten badly, but he didn't expect him to be at this level. Really? Zhang Ming raised his eyes slightly, and an extremely powerful soul force pressure suddenly pressed down on the opponent. In just a moment, this second ring Great Soul Master was about to kneel down. But Zhang Ming held his hands with both hands to prevent him from kneeling down. Brother, how about we discuss something? You will definitely not win against me. So, if you give me 3 gold soul coins, I will make your team lose in a more graceful way. So that you can retain your form for the next game. You know, after yesterday's game, most of the teams are not in a very good state. Zhang Ming whispered, with a hint of temptation in his voice. 39288667. Chapter 30, Knockout Round, a familiar scene, seeking recommendation votes. The second ring Great Spirit Master was stunned. He looked at Zhang Ming in surprise, but then his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice. It seems that your strength is really as strong as they say. But even if we can't beat you, why can't we just admit defeat? Why should we give you gold soul coins? The brain of this second ring soul master is still very useful. Just a moment ago, the soul power fluctuations emanating from Zhang Ming made him instantly give up the idea of winning. I can't beat him, it's impossible to beat him. But he would not be foolish enough to give money to Zhang Ming, that was totally unnecessary. As long as he admits defeat, will Zhang Ming still be able to rob? Yes, that's true. But do you believe that I can make you lose all your fighting power before you admit defeat? If you lose your fighting power, your group may not be able to win a single game in the next match. Zhang Ming had a smile on his face and looked at the other person as if he had him in his grasp. You. The second ring Great Soul Master's expression turned somewhat ugly. He knew that with Zhang Ming's strength, he could really make him lose all his fighting ability when he said he surrendered. As a result, their group's chances of winning the next game are slim. And they may be eliminated and leave SHREK. Damn. After thinking for a second, the second ring Soul Master immediately gave in. 3 gold soul coins, right? I'll give them to you. There was no way, compared to staying in SHREK Academy, 3 gold soul coins were nothing. They didn't have a lot of money, but they could easily come up with a few gold soul coins. That's a wise choice. Don't waste your soul power from now on. I'm going to end the game. Zhang Ming chuckled, took a quick step, came behind the second ring strong attack spirit master, and reached out to grab him by the collar. With a few big strides, Zhang Ming directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and threw the second ring soul master off the field. Then he used the same method to gently send the other 2 down. Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan's team wins. The referees were used to it, fights with Zhang Ming around usually ended within a minute, very quickly. In the next 3 games, Zhang Ming used the same method to persuade. Among them, both groups were given gold soul coins, and Zhang Ming gently sent them off the competition stage. As for the other group that refused to accept the defeat, Zhang Ming actually didn't do anything to them. He just kept wasting time with them. Second ring or even first ring soul masters don't have much soul power in their bodies. After fighting for a few minutes, they will naturally exhaust their soul power. Of course, Zhang Ming was a little ruthless at the end. With one palm strike, it would be impossible for him to participate in the battle for at least a day. He had said it in advance, but some people didn't believe it. Zhang Ming was a man of his word. If he said he would make you lose your fighting ability, then he had to do it. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of his good brothers before? So, at the end of the day, Zhang Ming earned 9 gold soul coins from 4 games. I have the money for food. This freshman assessment is really great. Is it really okay for you to do this? Ling Luoqin looked at Zhang Ming with a strange expression as he was counting the 9 gold soul coins in his hand, not knowing what to say. This person is the first one to make money from freshman assessment. What's wrong with that? Just do it yourself and you'll have enough food and clothing. I didn't steal from them, I just gave them a reasonable choice. Zhang Ming raised his thumb, and a golden soul coin sparkled in the sunlight. Here's today's delicious meal money. Thanks to the financial support from all the contestants in the freshman assessment, Zhang Ming's meals for the past few days were quite good. He even had some spare money to buy dozens of drinks and put them in his storage soul guide. He would take them out and drink from time to time, and he also shared some with Ling Luoqin, the dormitory manager, Zhou Yi, and Fan Yu. As for his roommate Dai Yuheng, Zhang Ming discovered during the past few days living in the dormitory that this guy seemed to have left the dormitory a long time ago. After asking around, I found out that he seemed to have been stimulated by something and said that he was going to practice hard. Zhang Ming agreed with this. Young people should be harder on themselves. 20. The round-robin tournament is over, and next is the knockout round. After the director of teaching Du Weilun called the names, the participating teams for the elimination rounds have been decided. This means that these teams participating in the elimination rounds will be able to continue to stay in SHREK Academy. Tisk, what a pity, the round-robin tournament is over, I can't make any money. Zhang Ming felt a little regretful. The knockout stage is different from the round-robin stage. In the round-robin stage, teams that perform poorly will be expelled, but this will not happen in the knockout stage. Without the pressure of being fired, it would be unlikely for Zhang Ming to make money from this. However, this is actually not too regrettable. Compared with the champion reward of the freshman assessment, it is just a few gold soul coins. If it is gone, it is gone. There are a total of 64 teams participating in the knockout rounds. It is said that this is a tradition of freshman assessment. Even if there are more than 64 teams remaining in SHREK Academy, the Academy will select the best 64 teams to compete for the championship. The venue for the knockout round was redivided into 16 areas in total. Coincidentally, Zhang Ming was still assigned to Area 13. The knockout round will last for 3 days, with 2 games a day, and the top 3 will be decided in 3 days. Ling Luoqin said softly. Then, she glanced at Zhou Yi who was not far away, and then at Zhang Ming beside her. The opponents in the knockout rounds are very strong, but fortunately there are not many matches scheduled, so there is enough rest time, and we can. Ling Luoqin originally wanted to say something, just to formulate some tactics. Unfortunately, when she saw the look in Zhang Ming's eyes, she gave up the idea. Let's just go with it, since we've already made a bet that she will definitely lose. In the first elimination match, Zhang Ming saw an acquaintance. It is you. Zhang Ming looked at Yao Hoxuan opposite him with a smile, a little surprised. I didn't expect that the opponent I drew in the draw was someone from my class, and an old acquaintance. Zhang Ming. Yao Hoxuan took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and looked at Zhang Ming. I know I can't beat you, but I've been training very hard these past few months. I won't be defeated by one move from you again. When the game started, Yao Hoxuan instantly released his martial spirit. His originally burly body instantly grew again, reaching more than 2 meters, looking very oppressive. Oh, is it so? Zhang Ming smiled, then stepped on the ground and rushed out like a cannonball. In a flash, 2 figures collided. A turbulent wave of air burst out, and then everyone saw Yao Hoxuan's burly body slowly shrinking in the air, and then fell out of the venue. Another instant kill. Zhang Ming looked at Yao Hoxuan, who had been eliminated, and narrowed his eyes. This guy's strength is indeed much stronger. In the previous attack, he used the soul power of the Soul Master level to kill this guy instantly. And in his perception, Yao Hoxuan's soul power is almost reaching the Soul Master level. With the full strength attack just now, the blessing of 200-year soul rings and the enhancement of his teammates' food-type soul masters, his soul power strength has reached the middle stage of Soul Master. It seems that everyone has made great progress. 392888543. Chapter 31, I'm not very good at comforting people. What Zhang Ming didn't know was that after Yao Hoxuan was killed instantly by him, he had been holding his breath. Later, Zhou Yi not only asked Zhang Ming, but also sought out Yao Hoxuan to talk. After all, a fight cannot be resolved by listening to one person's voice. Then Zhou Yi discovered that Yao Hoxuan's talent was not bad. Moreover, he was not the kind of person who would not fight back after being beaten. As for why he didn't fight back, according to Yao Hoxuan, he was knocked unconscious by a punch. That's outrageous. After learning the details of the incident, Zhou Yi also encouraged Yao Hoxuan. Of course, she also severely criticized his impulsive behavior. At that time, Zhou Yi thought that Zhang Ming had just broken through to the Soul Master level, so she gave Yao Hoxuan a few sips of chicken soup. It is said that if you practice hard, practice diligently, and practice desperately, things will change over time. You may not be unable to defeat Zhang Ming in the future. Then, Yao Hoxuan began to work very hard. Under Zhou Yi's strict teaching and with the help of family resources, his soul power reached level 29 within just 3 months of enrollment. It turns out that some things can really inspire people's potential. At least Yao Hoxuan was inspired a little. Of course, even if his strength increased greatly, Yao Hoxuan had no intention of defeating Zhang Ming because Zhou Yi told him that Zhang Ming was already a soul master when he entered school. It was too difficult for him to defeat Zhang Ming without breaking through to Soul Venerable. But he took this as his goal and wanted to persist in the confrontation with Zhang Ming for a while longer, thinking that this would be considered progress. But, killed instantly again. Yao Hoxuan, who was knocked out, now collapsed on the bricks and stones outside the court, looking up at the sky with lifeless eyes. It was as if a certain expectation in my heart was completely shattered. A few minutes later, his 2 teammates also came off the court. Compared with the games Zhang Ming and his teammates had played before, the entire battle process was very long. This was also a face that Zhang Ming gave to his classmates, so it didn't end too quickly. Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqan wins. As the referee announced the victory, Zhang Ming also jumped off the stage and came to Yao Hoxuan. Seeing Yao Hoxuan's hopeless look, as if his spirit and energy had been hit, Zhang Ming squatted down, smiled, and said, "What? Completely useless, can't get up." Yao Hoxuan glanced at Zhang Ming without saying anything. He just silently turned his body 90 degrees and turned his back to Zhang Ming. His back looked very lonely and desolate. "Yao Hoxuan, I'm not very good at comforting people, but you are indeed much better now than you were 3 months ago." Zhang Ming stood up, stretched, and said softly, "Before, I had to use half of my strength to kill you instantly, but now I have to use my full strength to kill you instantly. In fact, if you continue to work hard, maybe you can fight me for a few rounds." Listening to Zhang Ming's words, Yao Hoxuan, who was lying on the ground, felt as if his little heart was constantly being stabbed, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. However, his eyes gradually regained their brightness. According to Zhang Ming, at the beginning Zhang Ming used only half of his strength to kill him instantly, but now he needs to use all his strength to kill him instantly. This means that he has really improved. He has really narrowed the gap between him and Zhang Ming. Maybe in the next battle, he will be able to fight Zhang Ming with all his strength for a few rounds, and in the next battle, he will be able to tie. In the next battle, he will be able to win and avenge his previous shame. Thinking of this, Yao Hoxuan suddenly felt much better. Those who have ignited hope are full of fighting spirit. You really don't know how to comfort people, but next time we fight, I won't be killed instantly by you again. Yao Hoxuan got up from the ground, and there seemed to be fire flickering in his eyes. Forehead. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows, turned around, waved his hand, and chuckled. Okay, keep going. Looking at Zhang Ming's departing back, Yao Hoxuan hesitated for a moment, frowned, and still said it. Sorry. Zhang Ming didn't say anything, but just waved his hand again to show that he heard it. They both knew what sorry meant. Actually, apart from being a little arrogant when he came to SHREK Academy, Yao Hoxuan behaved quite honestly afterwards, which is why Zhang Ming came to comfort him specially. If Yao Hoxuan continued to behave the same as before, he would ignore him and might even continue to beat him up. The morning game is over. I'm leaving now and will come back in the afternoon. Zhang Ming greeted Ling Luoqan, who was walking over, and went straight to the Soul Guidance Department. I took a proper rest yesterday, but I still need to continue working hard today. The whole morning passed just like this, and Zhang Ming's group had its first game in the afternoon. This match was between the top 32 and the top 16. The opponent was indeed much stronger, but he did not force Zhang Ming to use his martial spirit. However, according to Zhang Ming's judgment, it is estimated that martial spirit will be used in tomorrow's game. After all, this is SHREK Academy, which gathers the top talents in the entire Douluo continent and should not be underestimated. On the second day, during the round of 16, the number of spectators at each venue increased, and even several teachers came. Obviously, the competition has reached this level and its value is already very high. The remaining groups are basically fully equipped with second-ring Soul Masters, and some are even led by Soul Masters. Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqan. Versus Freshman Class 3, Long Yu, Zhang Miao, Shi Yuan. Both teams enter the arena. As soon as they came on the field, the three opponents reported their soul power levels. Long Yu, a level 26 strong attack system combat spirit master. Zhang Miao, a level 25 control type combat soul master. Shi Yuan, a level 27 control type combat spirit master. Judging from the soul power level alone, the strength of this team is unquestionable. Of course, for Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqan, this level of soul power does not have any advantage. 2 control and 1 strong attack, all of them are second ring, and all of them have soul power above the middle stage. Well, it seems that we have to get serious. Zhang Ming shook his wrist and his eyes gradually became serious. The opponent was obviously very experienced in combat. After the referee shouted the start of the game, he immediately released his martial spirit. Long Yu's martial soul is a kind of earth dragon named Rock Armor Dragon. Although its status in the Dragon Clan is not very high, the strength of dragon martial souls among beast martial souls is recognized by all soul masters. First soul skill, Rock Armor Protection. As Long Yu rushed over, he directly used the first soul crystal. A pale yellow block-like plate appeared on his body, protecting most of his body, especially his chest. It seems that they have seen Zhang Ming's previous battles and know that Zhang Ming is an extremely strong output-type player. Except for Long Yu, Zhang Miao's martial soul is a kind of sea soul beast, like a mermaid. As the first soul ring flashes, it makes a series of intoxicating sounds. Shi Yuan's body was flashing with yellow light, and there seemed to be a wave spreading under his feet. When it reached Zhang Ming's feet, Zhang Ming suddenly felt that he was unstable. 39288265. Chapter 32, Using the Martial Spirit for the First Time. Thanks to Void Gaze for the reward. Please vote. With dual control interference and a powerful dragon-type martial spirit and a strong attacking spirit master, this team is indeed very strong. But it's still a little short of the mark. Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he raised his foot and rushed out. Shi Yuan wanted to continue interfering, but Zhang Ming was too fast. He could hardly keep up with Zhang Ming's speed. At this time, Ling Luoqin already held the ice staff in his hand. Frost spread, and the cold breath directly enveloped the three opponents, slowing down the speed of Long Yu, who was advancing. On the contrary, Zhang Ming was not affected at all and his attack was still fierce. Soon, Zhang Ming punched Long Yu directly in the chest. The powerful force made Long Yu groan and his body retreat rapidly. However, Long Yu was not knocked out of the field directly. With the powerful defense of the rock armor martial soul and the defensive skills of the 100 Years Soul Ring, Long Yu's defense has reached the level of the late Soul Master. Even if Zhang Ming used the soul power of the Soul Master level, he could not defeat this guy with one blow. 21. Tisk, you're quite resilient. Let's see how many punches you can take. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate and chased after him. At this time, Long Yu had formed a triangle with the two teammates behind him. Facing Zhang Ming's attack, the three of them were ready for battle. The mind-disturbing sound of the siren continued to work, and as Zhang Miao Miao used her soul skills, the sound of the siren became even stronger. The melodious sound made Zhang Ming a little dazed. Combined with Shi Yuan's control over the ground, Zhang Ming's body began to shake. Zhang Ming! When Ling Luoqin saw this scene, he exclaimed anxiously. If their team wants to win the championship, the possibility basically lies with Zhang Ming. After all, they are just a duo. But now, Zhang Ming, who had always been invincible, actually looked like he was about to fall. This scared Ling Luoqin. You too, this control skill is a bit annoying. Zhang Ming shook his head and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Immediately, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose from under Zhang Ming's feet, and the powerful oppressive force directly enveloped the entire arena. The first soul skill, Heart Shock. As the only yellow soul ring on Zhang Ming lit up, a huge heartbeat sounded in the arena. Thump! Thump! The sound of heartbeats continued, and the 3 members of the Long Yu group on the opposite side covered their hearts at the same time. All their spirit skills were interrupted almost at the same time. My heart, what's going on? It suddenly trembled. Long Yu's face showed some pain, the trembling in his heart area was too sudden, he was almost unprepared and had no way to defend himself. So, I don't really like using my martial spirit in competitions. This feeling is very painful. Zhang Ming said calmly, and the feeling of trance in his mind and the feeling of instability on the ground all disappeared. Even Long Yu, a strong attack-type soul master with a dragon-type martial soul who has a strong physique, couldn't stand this, let alone the other 2 control-type soul masters. Almost at the moment when their hearts began to beat abnormally, they fell to the ground, covering their hearts with their hands. Only Long Yu was still holding on. Still fighting? I have to remind you that the gap between your soul power and mine is too big. If I use my soul skill again, you might die. Zhang Ming said very seriously. His martial spirit and spirit skills are too powerful. The soul skills attached to his golden heart martial soul are all able to affect the heart. Unfortunately, the heart is a very deadly position for soul masters who are not very strong. Before the strength reaches a certain level, the heart is extremely fragile. Once it is attacked or affected, it can be fatal. This is also the reason why Zhang Ming rarely uses his martial soul and soul skills. He was not bragging. He used the soul sect's soul power to activate this soul skill, even if it was a 100-year soul ring skill. By the way, this 100-year soul ring has a lifespan of 980 years. As for why Zhongming's first soul ring can withstand such a long period of time, he also has a martial soul. Long Yu still wanted to hold on, but when he saw the painful expressions of his two teammates behind him, he closed his eyes helplessly. We admit defeat. It was just a match from the top 16 to the top 8. I couldn't let my teammates and myself be in danger. Although there were so many teachers in the arena, it shouldn't be fatal, but the feeling of having an uncontrolled heart was really uncomfortable. Freshman Class 1, Zhongming, Ling Luokan team wins. The referee looked at Zhongming in amazement. A 3-ring soul master was already extremely rare among freshmen, and this second soul ring was at the 1000-year level, which was even more unique. On the viewing platform, Zhou Yi had narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely solemn. She had not watched the match between Zhongming and Ling Luokan before, but in the match just now, she felt the soul power from Zhongming that surpassed that of a soul master. Soul sect. She was definitely not mistaken, that was definitely the soul power fluctuation of the soul master. It was difficult for Zhou Yi to describe her current mood. The fluctuation of soul power at the soul master level meant not only that Zhongming's soul power level was far beyond her expectations. It also means that Zhongming has twin martial souls. The 3 rings have soul sect level soul power, which can only be explained by twin martial souls. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Zhou Yi's slender fingers were trembling a little. Even though she had been in SHREK Academy, the world's #1 Soul Master Academy, for so many years, she had never seen a monster with such a powerful talent. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. No, there has never been a monster of this level since SHREK Academy was founded. No. I'm going to ask this kid. Zhou Yi hurriedly ran down the platform and intercepted Zhongming, who wanted to go to the Soul Guidance Department. Zhongming, come with me. By the Sea God Lake, Zhou Yi sat in the pavilion, suppressing her inner excitement and looking at Zhongming with the serious attitude of a teacher. When Zhongming saw Zhou Yi's almost uncontrollable excitement, he knew that Zhou Yi must have guessed something. Zhongming, do you have twin martial spirits? Zhou Yi's pretty face looked quite serious, but the excitement and light deep in her eyes made the serious expression seem a little strange. In response to Zhou Yi's direct question, Zhongming nodded without hesitation and said bluntly, "Yes, I have twin martial spirits." Zhongming's tone was very calm, just like saying that he had 2 kidneys. Hearing Zhongming's affirmative answer, Zhou Yi could no longer hold back. Her excitement was so strong that she even jumped up. Twin martial souls, soul master level soul power, top level martial soul, and powerful soul guidance talent, this is simply picking up a rare treasure. Mr. Zhou, I suggest you calm down first. Your heartbeat is a little too fast. Zhongming reminded. As a soul master of the Golden Heart martial soul, Zhongming can sense heartbeats at close range even without using his martial soul. Hearing this, Zhou Yi looked at Zhongming unhappily. How can she calm down? This little guy brought her so many surprises. 392-8879. Chapter 33, Zhongming exceeds the standard, cut it. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Yi finally calmed down her agitated emotions. She sat back down, staring at Zhongming with her beautiful eyes, and asked angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Zhou Yi knew that she had said something wrong. For twin spirit masters, the second spirit has always been a very secret existence. Her question was somewhat infringing on Zhongming's privacy. However, she has a strong personality and tends to overdo things when excited. When Zhongming heard Zhou Yi asking about his second martial spirit, his expression did not change at all. Instead, he shrugged and said softly, "Teacher Zhou, you didn't ask." In an instant, Zhou Yi was choked. Zhou Yi blinked awkwardly, then instinctively wanted to ask something but held back. Asking a twin spirit master about his second spirit is a very offensive thing. After all, the second spirit can be regarded as a trump card of the twin spirit master. Looking at Zhou Yi's hesitant look, Zhang Ming could more or less guess what she wanted to say. But guessing it is one thing, Zhang Ming will not say it out loud. Alas, his main point is that if you don't ask, I won't tell. Even if you ask, I might not tell you. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Yi still did not ask the offensive question in her mind. She reached out and patted Zhang Ming's shoulder, nodded, and said, "You performed very well today, but your soul power of over 40 levels cannot be hidden in front of so many teachers. The academy may come to you next, and even the dean may come in person. You should be prepared." The talent that Zhang Ming showed was too monstrous. Even SHREK Academy, whose motto was to cultivate monsters, had never had a monster student of this level. Zhou Yi said that the dean might come to see Zhang Ming in person. This was definitely not a joke, he might really come. Okay, I get it now. Zhang Ming acted as if he didn't care much, and in fact he really didn't care that much. It's just a possibility, and even if the dean really comes to him, he can only offer various favorable conditions and various rewards. He may even directly accept him as an apprentice or even a personal disciple. This cliché has been used so many times in novels. As for preparations, does he need to change into a handsome suit? Zhang Ming thought that was not necessary. You kid, that's the dean. A titled Douluo of over level 90, and you have this attitude. Zhou Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Zhang Ming thought about it, then raised both sides of his lips and made a smile. So, like this. Zhou Yi felt it was a bit irritating. Zhang Ming is very good looking. At least in Zhou Yi's opinion, there is basically no boy more handsome than Zhang Ming among the first-year students. But this smiling face is so disgusting that even dogs would hate it. Forget it. Just treat it normally. Our dean is pretty easy to talk to anyway. Zhou Yi waved her hands, pinched her eyebrows, and signaled Zhang Ming to put away this ugly smile. Oh well. Zhang Ming obediently straightened his expression and stood there quietly like a handsome young man. After a while, Zhang Ming saw that Zhou Yi had not spoken, so he could not help but said, "Teacher Zhou, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving." He still had a part of the soul guide that had not been assembled and engraved, and he planned to give old Nai a big surprise when he went home for the holidays this semester, so time was still a bit tight. Seeing Zhang Ming's impatient look, Zhou Yi glared at him and said unhappily, "Going to the soul guidance department again?" Zhang Ming nodded. Zhou Yi sighed and said helplessly, "I really regret introducing you to Fan Yu now. You have twin martial souls, your original martial soul, and the soul power of a level 40 soul sect. Sigh. If you practice with a dedicated soul master, within 30 years, you will definitely be one of the top masters on the continent. This is not nonsense. Just based on the potential Zhang Ming has shown now. It is definitely not difficult for him to become a titled Douluo within 30 years. Even becoming a super Douluo above level 95 is not a difficult thing. But, this kid is also interested in soul guides, and his talent is also ridiculously strong." Zhou Yi didn't know what to say anymore. Even though she was Zhang Ming's teacher, she couldn't help but be jealous of Zhang Ming. 22. Which window did God close for him? Teacher Zhou, it's okay. Even if it's dual cultivation, I have the confidence that I can become a top expert in 30 years, no, in 20 years. Zhang Ming said very confidently. With his spirit book martial soul, his cultivation speed can never be slowed down. Let alone 30 years, at this rate, he felt that he would be able to become a titled Douluo in 20 years. Well, teacher believes in you. However, I thought you had the soul power of the late soul master level before, so I asked you to take Ling Luoqin to win the championship of the freshman assessment. That would be a bit difficult for you. But now that you have soul power at the soul sect level, this freshman assessment is almost not difficult for you. So, in the next few games, I will impose a restriction on you. You cannot use soul power above level 39, which is the limit of Soul Master. Zhou Yi demanded somewhat forcefully. With the Soul Master level soul power plus Zhang Ming's top-notch martial soul, this assessment is completely meaningless. You know, among all the freshmen, except Zhang Ming, the one with the highest soul power level is only in the early 30s. What? Zhang Ming was somewhat surprised when he heard Zhou Yi's request. In his opinion, there is not much difference between using level 39 soul power and level 40 soul power. He had never taken this assessment seriously. Ah, what? It's settled. You can only use Soul Master level soul power, and you have to win the championship. If you don't win the championship, I will still punish you. Zhou Yi said this with a serious expression, but the serious look on her pretty face did not make people feel nervous at all. Seeing this, Zhang Ming could only nod. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will only use the soul power of the Soul Master level to bring you a championship. Now, can I leave, Mr. Zhou? Zhang Ming asked again. Zhou Yi simply waved his hand and scolded with a smile. Go, go. Zhang Ming smiled, turned around and walked away. A few hours later, the sun was high in the sky and it was noon. Zhang Ming put away the soul guide shell he had just assembled and patted the storage soul guide device on his waist with satisfaction. No one knows how many soul guide shells are in this storage soul guide device of his. But from Zhang Ming's smiling expression, it can be seen that the number is definitely not small. 392888122. Chapter 34, the number of contestants is 3-2, the advantage is mine. Please vote for recommendation. After having a hearty lunch using the gold soul coins he earned in the previous few days, Zhang Ming went directly to the assessment area. In the morning they successfully advanced to the quarterfinals, and in the afternoon they played the quarterfinals. Zhang Ming's group was luckier, or rather, Ling Luoqin had better luck, as they drew the weakest team among the top 8. This team also has 3 second-ring Soul Masters, 1 for attack, 1 for control, and 1 for assistance. The strength is indeed good, but after Zhang Ming directly revealed his martial soul and used his soul skills. In less than a minute, the 3 of them gave up, holding their hearts. In terms of the speed of releasing martial spirits, Zhang Ming, the Soul Master, is obviously faster than the other 2 ring Great Soul Masters. As long as Zhang Ming releases his martial soul and uses his soul skills, there will be no suspense. No one, at least at this stage, can effectively deal with Zhang Ming's first soul skill. Yes, even Zhang Ming's first soul skill was completely beyond their control. It's really too cheating to have a soul skill that acts directly on the heart. It's only the second ring. Even with the most top-level defensive martial spirit, it's impossible to defend the heart at this stage. If they were unable to deal with Zhang Ming's first soul skill, they would have to continue the competition despite the feeling of abnormal heart beating. It is no exaggeration to say that in this state, they can't even exert half of their strength. I can persist, but there is no hope of winning. Of course, they can also choose to fight with Zhang Ming until Zhang Ming has no more soul power to use this soul skill, then they have a great chance of winning. But unfortunately, Zhang Ming's soul power is higher than theirs, much higher. This is a dead end. Zhang Ming, we cooperated very well in the game this afternoon. Let's continue tomorrow. Ling Luoqin came to Zhang Ming and said with a chuckle. Although she didn't know why Zhang Ming suddenly started to cooperate with her, the feeling of fighting side by side made her extremely happy. We're already in the semifinals, and the opponents are getting stronger and stronger. It's a bit difficult for me to win alone. Zhang Ming put down the level 5 soul guidance collection in his hand and spoke softly. Does he really think so? Of course not. He understood very well what Zhou Yi said to him yesterday. It was just to let him get some training in the freshman assessment. This kind of competition is nothing more than training the team to assist in combat. He only has Ling Luokan as his teammate, so he can only cooperate with Ling Luokan. As for the increasing difficulty of pushing forward, he hasn't felt it yet anyway. After saying that, Zhang Ming stuffed a drink into Ling Luokan's hand and continued to run towards the Soul Guidance Department. They are the first to compete in the afternoon, and there is still plenty of time, so they can't waste it. Late at night, Zhang Ming dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. Dai Yuheng still hasn't returned, but he has been playing every game and his momentum is very fierce. I heard that he is already one of the top 4 and is the favorite to win the championship. But Zhang Ming was not panicked at all. After taking a shower, Zhang Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, releasing the spirit book Martial Spirit to practice meditation. Around him, 4 soul rings, 1 yellow and 3 purple, were flickering, and on each soul ring sat a little elf. It is worth mentioning that the yellow soul ring is the 4th soul ring of the Book of Elves Martial Soul. It's very strange, but there is no way. Although the Book of Elves Martial Soul can unlock the elves after the soul power breaks through and produce a soul ring of its own, it can also increase the age of the soul ring as the elves practice. But in the beginning, when they were first created, the spirit rings were all 10 years long. It was also during Zhang Ming's meditation and practice these days that he transferred some soul power to the green, slightly fat elf on the 4th soul ring. Otherwise, this 4th soul ring would still be a white 10-year soul ring. After a sleepless night, Zhang Ming opened his eyes when the sunlight shone into the dormitory. His soul power increased by another level and is now at level 42. There is no way. With the elves giving me training buffs, I can't slow down my training speed even if I want to. Not only Zhang Ming himself, but after undergoing the training of the elves. The 4 soul rings of Zhang Ming's Book of Elves also increased quietly. The purple color of the earliest 1st soul ring became deeper and deeper, and it was already showing signs of transforming into a 10,000-year soul ring. Take back your martial spirit, get up, wash up, run laps, go back to the dormitory to rinse your body, and go to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. An hour later, Zhang Ming and Ling Luokan appeared in the final assessment area. There are only 4 teams left in the knockout rounds, and the top 3 will be decided today. On the podium, teachers from the classes belonging to the 4 teams have all arrived. Not only that, the Dean of Studies Du Weilun and even SHREK Academy President Yan Shaoja showed up. Yan Shaoja narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Zhang Ming below. He did not watch the previous games, but teachers had already reported to him and Du Weilun. To be honest, he didn't really believe it. A 12-year-old soul master is already a gifted person, at least a genius that requires a huge amount of resources to cultivate. A 12-year-old soul master? What a bullshit! If the teacher who reported the matter had not assured with all his heart that he was not mistaken, he would not even have taken the matter to heart. Is that him? I want to see if it's true. After making a series of formatted speeches, Yan Shaoja sat back in the main seat on the podium, and the Dean of Studies Du Weilun announced the start of the competition. The first match was between Dai Yuheng's group and a group from Class 3 of freshmen. It is worth mentioning that among the group that Dai Yuheng faced, there was actually a Soul Master with the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Martial Spirit at the Soul Master level. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is the continent's #1 auxiliary martial spirit, and its auxiliary effect is absolutely very powerful, which is powerful enough to increase the strength of the entire team by 1 level. But Dai Yuheng is no pushover either. He has the advantage in terms of soul power level. After a hard fight, Dai Yuheng's team won with a slight advantage. In the second game, Zhang Ming's group faced a group from Class 5 of the freshman class. This group also performed very well in the freshman assessment, and there was actually a Soul Master in this group. Gongyang Mo. Level 31 Auxiliary Beast Spirit Rainbow Dragon. Miraculously, in the first few exams of the freshman exam, Gongyang Mo was not a Soul Master, but a great Soul Master. After he finished the quarterfinals yesterday, his spirit power broke through level 30, and he obtained a spirit ring at the fastest speed. The game was about to start, and the two teams were staring at each other. On the high platform, JUESHI also confronted a tall teacher. Hibiscus, the teacher of freshman class 5. She has another identity, JUESHI's love rival. Mujin, how about we make a bet? JUESHI took the lead in launching the attack. Mujin was not to be outdone and said coldly. Okay, what's the bet? JUESHI smiled, her pretty face formed a sharp contrast with Mujin's cold face. Let's bet on whether our team Zhongming will win, or your team Gongyang Mo will win. Mujin narrowed her eyes and subconsciously looked at Zhongming and Ling Luoqin in the field. After seeing that Zhongming's team only had 2 people, Mujin frowned. 2 people? Are they going to fight 2 against 3? She instinctively felt something was wrong, but facing JUESHI's provocative eyes and the bonus of her love rival buff, she simply agreed. Anyway, the number of people in the game is 3-2, and the advantage is in my hands. 392881115. Chapter 35, Golden Blood. Hearing Mujin agree, a sly smile flashed across JUESHI's pretty face. You fool got fooled. I asked you to snatch Fanyu from me, and this time I will definitely trick you. JUESHI was thinking about how to trick Mujin. Now both of them had just left the inner courtyard to become teachers in the outer courtyard, and they were not particularly wealthy. If the stakes were too high, Mujin would definitely regret it. So. 23. After thinking for a while, JUESHI placed a bet of 10,000 gold soul coins. As disciples who had just graduated from the inner courtyard, they didn't have much money, but they could still come up with 10,000 gold soul coins. However, this was already the limit. Hearing that JUESHI's bet was 10,000 gold soul coins, Mujin hesitated. She looked at Zhongming and Ling Luoqin off the field, and then looked at Gongyang Mo, who had just broken through to the Soul Master level in her class. Although the opponent has a Soul Master, and that is a Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings, we also have Soul Masters on our side, and there are 3 of them, so the chances of winning are very high no matter how you look at it. Finally, she nodded and agreed to the bet. Soon, the game started. Gongyang Mo released his martial soul at the first opportunity, and a gorgeous rainbow dragon martial soul appeared, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashing around. The other 2 also released their martial spirits at the same time. Both of them are second ring Great Soul Masters, and one is a strong attack system and the other is a quick attack system. The offensive spirit master was called Chen Zifeng, and his spirit was a blood-red rapier called the Soul-Chasing Sword. The blood-red aura wrapped around the edge of the sword made it look very powerful. The other agility attack spirit master is called Zixi, whose spirit is the lightning leopard. After the spirit is possessed, her body is surrounded by strands of dazzling lightning. Just attack! Gongyang Mo shouted loudly, and all 3 spirit rings flashed. Their plan is simple, just force it open. They have one more person on their side, and according to the information collected previously, the main combat force of the other side is that boy, who seems to have super strong attack power and the ability to affect the heart. On their side, there is an absolutely powerful auxiliary soul master. With the assistance of Gongyang Mo, the other 2 are basically equivalent to the soul master level. In this case, they can definitely win quickly. Zixi, the ice-attributed spirit master behind is now in your hands. Take care of him quickly. I'll hold him off for a while. There was a flash of blood in Chen Zifeng's eyes, and the 2 yellow soul rings on the soul-chasing sword lit up. The already sharp soul-chasing sword became even sharper. With the assistance provided by Gongyang Mo, the power of his sword reached its peak at this moment. He did not underestimate Zhongming, or rather, a soul master who possessed 2,000-year soul rings was absolutely not to be underestimated. With this series of actions, he just wanted to delay Zhongming for a while. As long as Zixi can deal with the ice attribute soul master at the back, the situation will become 3 against 1. By then, not to mention soul lords, even soul sects will have the confidence to defeat them. Wow, they're fighting so hard right from the start. Zhang Ming looked at the soul-chasing sword coming straight towards him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Martial spirit, open. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose up, and the first soul ring flashed brightly. Heart shock. Invisible waves vibrated in the field and soon reached Chen Zifeng. Zhang Ming frowned, with some confusion in his eyes. His soul skills actually had no effect. Does the other party have a way to protect his heart? No, it's impossible. Even if he has a way to protect his heart, it's impossible that the other two have the same. After thinking for a second, Zhang Ming set his sights on Gong Yang Mo, who had already flown into the sky. At this time, Gong Yang Mo's 3 soul rings were all lit up, which meant that he was continuously adding 3 types of amplifications to his teammates. It seems that his soul skill has the effect of exempting me from my first soul skill. Zhang Ming thought to himself, but he didn't have time to care about that guy. Chen Zifeng's soul hunting sword is already in sight. In that case, we can only use violence. Zhang Ming sighed, then said softly. The 3rd soul skill, Golden Blood. In an instant, the 3rd soul ring on Zhang Ming emitted a bright light. This is a 1,000-year soul ring with a lifespan of 8,000 years. Zhang Ming obtained it when he reached level 35 of soul power, and the effect of this Golden Blood soul skill is also very abnormal. All attributes increased by 40%. You know, Zhang Ming's current soul power has reached level 42. A 40% improvement would almost bring him to the Soul King level. Coupled with his already powerful martial soul, Zhang Ming in this state could even fight against a Soul Emperor of the strong attack type. What? Feeling the fluctuation of soul power in the competition field below, Yan Shayage's eyes suddenly widened, and he stood up instantly as if there were thorns on his seat. That moment just now, was an aura close to the Soul King level. Oh my god, is this the assessment for freshmen or graduates of the external school? Du Weilun also couldn't sit still. The expression on his face was even more exaggerated than Yan Shayage's, almost dull. Off stage, the terrifying aura that erupted from Zhang Ming was suppressed in an instant. Teacher Zhou said that the soul power should be suppressed to the soul master level, so just suppress it. Therefore, the powerful aura generated in an instant lasted for less than a second before Zhang Ming took the initiative to suppress it. Of course, it was only the soul power level that was suppressed. Zhang Ming did not suppress the increase in other aspects. With all attributes greatly increased, Chen Zifeng's soul-chasing sword was directly slapped back by Zhang Ming. With the combination of 200-year soul skills and the enhancement of Gong Yang Mo, the power of the soul-chasing sword at this moment is so strong that even a soul master in the late soul venerable stage could be defeated directly. But for Zhang Ming, the problem is not big. After slapping the soul-chasing sword away with a slap, Zhang Ming flashed and appeared in front of Chen Zifeng as if teleporting. It's powerful, but not strong enough to deal with me. In the state of golden blood, Zhang Ming's body flickered with a faint golden light, like a golden god of war. Let's go. Zhang Ming grabbed Chen Zifeng by the collar, took a few big steps, and with his terrifying force, he threw Chen Zifeng out of the court. In the first round, after just 1 round, the strong attack spirit master was eliminated. Gong Yang Mo, who was flying in the sky, was stunned when he saw this scene. Is he dreaming? With his assistance, Chen Zifeng can now be said to be a strong attack type combat soul master. But Chen Zifeng didn't even last a single round and was thrown out of the arena. Gong Yang Mo couldn't believe his eyes. Not only him, but also the teachers on the stage and the students around him all did the same thing, which was to wipe their eyes. Did this battle happen so suddenly and so quickly? Mujin on the stage was stunned for a few seconds, then glared at Zhou Yi with an unpleasant expression and said through gritted teeth. You cheated me. 39288262. Chapter 36, Unexpected Fortune. Thanks to Fenjian Linghao for the reward. In fact, Zhou Yi was also very surprised. She could imagine that Zhang Ming's soul skills might be very powerful. But to be so powerful was really beyond her expectations. Based on the aura that Zhang Ming had just released, Zhou Yi felt that if a fight really came up, she might not be able to defeat Zhang Ming. This made her, as a teacher, feel somewhat frustrated. Although it is said that a disciple need not be inferior to his teacher, and a teacher need not be better than his disciple, Zhang Ming has only been in school for more than 3 months. I can only say that there is a huge gap between geniuses and ordinary people, and the gap between geniuses is even bigger. Hey, the one in the sky, are you still fighting? Zhang Ming said as he ran behind him. Ling Luoqin was in a very embarrassing situation at this time. As a control-type soul master, he was actually a little restricted when facing a quick attack-type soul master. Not every control-type soul master has the ability to fight in close combat, especially Zixi, whose overall strength has reached the soul master level after having Gong Yang Mo's assistance, so she appears even more embarrassed to deal with it. Fortunately, ice is an ionic crystal and is almost non-conductive. Otherwise, Zixi would be able to penetrate Ling Luoqin's ice armor with just the lightning from the lightning leopard martial spirit. But even so, under Zixi's fierce attack, Ling Luoqin was still forced to the edge of the venue step by step. Get out! Zixi's eyes focused, and the 2 spirit rings on her body lit up at the same time, and her speed increased to another level. If Ling Luoqin was hit hard by this blow, she would definitely be knocked out of the field at the current distance. Oops! Ling Luoqin was a little anxious, but as a control-type soul master, her speed and strength were not as good as Zixi's, and she couldn't stop her when she was approached. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Zhang Ming, only to see that Zhang Ming had come behind Zixi without her knowing when. Zixi, be careful! In the sky, after a brief shock, Gong Yang Mo quickly came back to his senses. When he saw Zhang Ming was already behind Zixi, he was shocked and quickly reminded him. Ling Luoqin was overjoyed, and Zixi also felt something was wrong. Instead of looking back, she bent down and threw herself to the side in an almost twisted posture. Almost at the moment Zixi bent down, Zhang Ming's hand had already grabbed her. You react pretty quickly. Zhang Ming grabbed nothing with one hand and was a little surprised. Afterwards, he did not retract his hand, but directly reached out to hold Ling Luoqin's slender waist, exerted force with his right foot, and pulled Ling Luoqin back from the edge of the field. Where's Chen Zifeng? Zixi looked around, somewhat bewildered. When she saw Chen Zifeng standing off the field, she was suddenly horrified. What is happening? In order to deal with Ling Luoqin in the shortest time possible, she concentrated all her energy from the beginning and had no time to observe other people. But now, how much time has passed and Chen Zifeng has been eliminated? Gong Yang Mo flew to Zixi's side, his eyes full of solemnity. Zixi, Chen Zifeng was thrown out by that guy just now. We may not be able to beat him. Gong Yang Mo no longer had any idea of winning at this time. This opponent was not at the same level as them. Whose freshman assessment could unleash an aura close to that of a Soul King? What? Even Zixi, who was always calm, changed her expression. She was thrown out directly. What a joke! You two, it's time to end it. I made a bet that I'll make it all the way. Zhang Ming smiled, and then his figure chased after Zixi like lightning. Zixi did not dare to underestimate the enemy and increased her speed to the fastest. Frost! Behind Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqin pointed the ice staff in his hand directly at Zixi's movement path. A large area of frost appeared on the ground, seriously affecting Zixi's movement speed. Zhang Ming took this opportunity to catch up with Zixi and grabbed her by the back of the collar. Got you! Zhang Ming's gentle voice sounded in Zixi's ears. 24. Then, before she could even protest, she felt her whole body turned upside down. The Ram-mo in the sky opened his eyes wide and his breathing almost stopped. Zhang Ming, this guy, actually treated Zixi as a sandbag and threw her directly at her. Gong Yangmo subconsciously wanted to dodge. It was obvious from the strength of the gale brought by Zixi that Zhang Ming used a lot of force. Gong Yangmo, you have to catch it. If you can't catch it, Zixi will fall badly. Seeing Gong Yangmo trying to dodge, Zhang Ming stood on the ground and laughed and said loudly, "Oh, this boy is quite smart." When Yan Shaiji on the stage heard Zhang Ming say this, he couldn't help laughing. With Zixi's current kinetic energy, if Gong Yangmo dared to take it, he would definitely be knocked out of the field and would also be injured. But if he doesn't answer, Zhang Ming has made it so clear, if Gong Yangmo doesn't answer, it won't just be a matter of injury. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Ming's words, Gong Yangmo hesitated for half a second, and finally chose to catch Zixi. Of course, he was not stupid. When catching the ball, he took a series of force-relieving measures to prevent his hand from being broken by the strong impact. In the end, Zixi took over, but they both left the competition venue at the same time. Freshman Class 1, Zhang Ming, Ling Luoqin wins. Hearing the referee say that he won the game, Zhang Ming stretched his body, put away his martial spirit, and walked out of the assessment area. Today is still a smooth day. Next, all we have to do is fight with Dai Yuheng's team to become the champion. Of course, in addition to the champion, the second and third place will also be determined. With the help of a teacher with a healing martial spirit, all 4 teams recovered. And then, there are still a few games to go. Zhang Ming's team and Dai Yuheng's team competed for the championship. The loser would compete with the opponent in the previous round for the runner-up, and then the remaining third-place competition would take place. There are 3 games in total, all in the afternoon. After the morning game, Zhou Yi found Zhang Ming and handed him a golden card. "Teacher Zhou, this is..." Zhang Ming looked at the golden card Zhou Yi handed over, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Yi smiled slightly and said happily, "This is the 10,000 gold soul coins I won from a bet with teacher Mu Jin from class 5. Take it." Zhang Ming blinked and swallowed subconsciously. 10,000 gold soul coins. To be honest, Zhang Ming wanted it very much. But he still shook his head and said, "Teacher Zhou, I can't take this. This is what you won, you can just keep it for yourself." It is one thing that he is short of money, but he cannot take this money. "Why can't I have it? In the end, it was because of your hard work that I won the bet by defeating Gong Yangmo and the others. Besides, the task I gave you before was to win the championship in the freshman assessment. Since there is a task, there will be rewards. With your current strength, you should have no problem winning the championship. I will give this to you in advance as a reward. Keep it well." Zhou Yi directly and forcefully slapped the golden card into Zhang Ming's hand, turned around and left gracefully. 39288733. Chapter 37, What is a Moderate Request? Zhang Ming glanced at Zhou Yi's receding figure, holding the golden card in his hand, and felt deeply moved. 10,000 gold soul coins should not be a small number even for a teacher at SHREK Academy, the world's #1 Soul Master Academy. Moreover, the gold soul coins that teacher Zhou won in a bet with the teacher of class 5 actually had little to do with him. As for what teacher Zhou said about this being the reward for winning the freshman assessment, Zhang Ming didn't quite believe it. This should be an excuse made up by Zhou Yi, otherwise she would have said it before the freshman assessment. "Thank you." Zhang Ming showed a grateful smile on his face, and then put the golden card into his storage soul guide. He will use these 10,000 gold soul coins in a suitable place. When the time comes, let's give teacher Zhou a surprise. Zhang Ming thought to himself and strode towards the soul guidance department. He still had the last few parts to assemble. Fortunately, he had completed the carving of the core magic circle and other components in the previous few months, and now the only work left is assembly. At the same time, in the infirmary of the outer courtyard, 3 of the top 4 teams were receiving treatment from a Soul Saint level healing Soul Master. There are 3 more games in the afternoon to decide the top 3, so you need to get back to full shape in advance. Originally, Zhang Ming's team was also supposed to receive unified treatment and recovery, but Zhang Ming himself refused and let Ling Luoqan recover. He had only used 2 soul skills and his injuries were not too serious. As for Ling Luoqan, apart from some consumption of his soul power, he only had a few scratches on his body that were not even minor injuries. He was fully recovered in just a few minutes. In the afternoon, Zhang Ming arrived at the final assessment area with a rosy face. The freshman assessment is about to end, and there will definitely be good rewards for winning the championship. In addition to the 10,000 gold soul coins given by Zhou Yi, the agreement with the beautiful Ling Luoqan, and the channels from teacher Fan Yu, he has an idea that can be implemented. And there is more to be happy about. After finishing the game in the morning, he went to the Soul Guidance Department to assemble the remaining parts. After several months, all the parts in his hands turned into soul guides. Except Fan Yu, no one knew that there were several fixed-type soul guide shells hidden in Zhang Ming's storage soul guide device. Even Fan Yu was not very clear and could only make a rough judgment based on the quantity of materials. Phew! We can take a break now. Zhang Ming walked to the edge of the competition venue, took out a drink and some snacks and started eating. Although I was quite full after lunch, dessert is also indispensable. This is life. You look like you're in a good mood. A cold voice sounded in his ears. Zhang Ming didn't even turn his head. He reached out to his waist and a drink appeared in his hand. He handed it over directly. Ling Luoqan was not polite either and took the drink from Zhang Ming very naturally. The freshman assessment will be over this afternoon, and we'll have a holiday in a while. Of course I'm happy. And there's only one game left, and you lose, so don't forget the bet. Zhang Ming said with a chuckle, feeling very happy. Hearing this, Ling Luoqan was stunned. The action of sucking the drink froze, and his silver teeth bit hard on the straw. Yes, with the current trend, as long as they finish the match with Dai Yuheng's team, they will be able to directly win the championship of the freshman assessment. With the strength Zhang Ming had shown in previous matches, he had no pressure in winning this game. In other words, she is doomed to lose. A request that is not too much. What would he ask for? Ling Luoqan's heart suddenly became confused, and his mind began to wander, and the more he thought, the more crooked it became. It was not until the referee called them to enter that Zhang Ming noticed that Ling Luoqan's originally cold face turned a little red. What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold or a fever? Zhang Ming frowned and subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch Ling Luoqan's forehead to measure the temperature. No. Let's go in quickly, the game is about to start. Ling Luoqan quickly stood up and entered the venue. Her face seemed to be even redder, even to her earlobes, which made Zhang Ming a little worried. He quickly chased after him and said seriously, "Why don't you just rest down there? I can do it on my own." Although it would be a bit troublesome for him to fight 3 people alone without Ling Luoqan, it's not that he can't win, it's just a bit troublesome. Oh. I told you it's okay. Hurry up and play the game seriously. Ling Luoqan jumped directly onto the competition venue, and Zhang Ming followed him upon seeing him. In the competition venue, roommates who hadn't seen each other for a long time met again, but they were already rivals. Dai Yuheng, long time no see. After all, they were roommates, so Zhang Ming came up and greeted them directly, very enthusiastically. Dai Yuheng's eyes were solemn, but he also smiled back and said softly, "Yeah, it's been a long time since we last met. You, the king of roles, are indeed even more terrifying now." He is one of the few people in the academy who knows that Zhang Ming has twin martial souls. Before, he thought that Zhang Ming's martial soul was the one with 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings, but when Zhang Ming released his martial soul in the game, he was completely shocked. Twin martial souls. Zhongming actually has twin martial souls. He has a top-level martial soul, twin martial souls, spirit rings that exceed the limit, and he also practices spirit guides. He is also a fucking king of roles. To be honest, Dai Yuehan's fighting spirit was extinguished for a while after seeing Zhongming's golden heart martial spirit. How can such a pervert be compared? There is no way. But Dai Yuehan is, after all, the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, and he is mentally much more resolute than his peers. After a brief adjustment, he calmed down. It doesn't matter if you can't compare, but at least you know how big the gap is. During this period, Zhongming worked hard secretly behind his back, and he also secretly practiced more. Now he wants to see how big the gap between him and Zhongming is after 1 or 2 months. As for winning, Dai Yuehang really hadn't thought about it. It's not like he hadn't watched Zhongming's previous games, especially the one before. When Zhongming's third soul skill was activated, the increase was even more exaggerated than his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. It even reached the Soul King level aura in an instant. If we can win this, it would be amazing. On the podium, Dean Yan Shaiji, Director Du Weilun, and several other teachers were watching, ready to witness the birth of the top 3 freshman assessment students. Next to Yan Shaiji, there was an old man in tattered clothes, holding a big chicken leg in his left hand and a wine gourd in his right hand. He glanced at the 2 teams below the stage, and a smile appeared on his old face. Little girl Zhou Yi, in your first year leading the freshmen from the outer courtyard, you have already brought out the top 2 students in the freshman assessment. That's pretty good. When Zhou Yi heard the slovenly old man's words, he immediately straightened his body. His originally strong temper disappeared in front of the old man, and he replied very respectfully. It's all because of their great talents and hard work. I've only been teaching them for 3 months. It's all thanks to their own efforts that they have achieved such results. Mujin on the side snorted in dissatisfaction. It's just good luck. After all, he had just won 10,000 gold soul coins from the other party, so Zhou Yi was not annoyed. Instead, he said with a smile. Luck is also a part of strength. 39288400. Chapter 38, Golden Blood vs. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. Please vote for recommendation. Regardless of the reactions of the people on the stage, the 2 teams below the stage instantly released their martial spirits after the referee shouted start. 25. First soul skill, Ice Staff. The yellow first soul ring on Ling Luoqin's body lit up, and he held an ice staff made entirely of ice crystals in his hand. The biting cold breath immediately enveloped the 3 opponents. At the same time, Zhongming also directly used his first soul skill. Heart Shock. Invisible waves accompanied by a cold breath enveloped the 3 opponents, trying to put a weakening buff on them. An attack that directly affects the heart? I expected that. Lu Ren, hurry. Dai Yuehan's eyes narrowed and he spoke in a deep voice. Behind him, a 2-ring soul master with an unknown martial spirit had 2 yellow soul rings light up at the same time, and 2 different colors of light fell on the 3 people. In an instant, the aura of Dai Yuehan and the 2nd ring control type soul master next to him increased greatly. After Zhongming saw the state of the other 3 people, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Alas! I have only used my first soul skill a few times, and I often run into auxiliary soul masters who can break this soul skill. It's so unlucky. Although Zhongming said that he was unlucky, his actions were not vague at all. Seeing that the first soul skill had no effect on them, Zhongming directly used the 3rd soul skill. This is the last game. We defeated Dai Yuehang's team. The freshman assessment is over. Let's make it quick and decisive. Golden Blood, open. After activating the Golden Blood, Zhongming's aura increased greatly, and he pounced towards the 3 opponents like a ferocious soul beast. The opponent's lineup has one advantage for him, that is, no one can get close to Ling Luoqin. It's impossible for an auxiliary soul master, but for a control soul master, if Ling Luoqin loses to the opponent in terms of control, then that's a bit of a problem. As for Dai Yuheng, it was good enough that he was not thrown out by Zhang Ming. He tried to advance, but he couldn't advance at all. Let me see how strong you are now. The third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. In an instant, Dai Yuehen, whose aura had already greatly increased with the help of the auxiliary soul master, saw his aura increase again. The auxiliary soul masters in their team are not as powerful as those of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and the Rainbow Dragon, but they can also provide a 20% soul power increase and immunity to negative effects. Zhang Ming's first soul skill had no effect just now because it was exempted by the second soul skill of this auxiliary soul master. With a 20% increase in soul power, plus a 30% increase in all attributes from the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Dai Yuehen can even defeat a soul master at this time. At this moment, Dai Yuehen was able to compete with Zhang Ming, who had activated the Golden Blood. Tisk, it's good to have a supporting spirit master. Zhang Ming felt the change in Dai Yuheng's breath during the attack and couldn't help but click his lips. If it weren't for the auxiliary spirit master, Dai Yuheng probably wouldn't even be able to withstand his first spirit skill. But after having the auxiliary spirit master, this guy was able to fight with himself in momentum even though he had suppressed his spirit power. The first soul skill, White Tiger Protective Shield. Before meeting Zhang Ming, Dai Yuheng cautiously activated his first soul skill. He did not dare to look down on Zhang Ming or take any chances. You are very cautious. Zhang Ming smiled, then punched out fiercely. Boom! A strong soul power fluctuation spread from the space where the two were fighting, and instantly swept across most of the competition venue. Ling Luoqin and the other two soul masters were startled at the same time, and they all chose to move away from where the captain was fighting. On the high platform, Du Weilun opened his eyes wide with a look of amazement. This is not a fight between soul lords, this is simply a fight between soul sects. Yan Shaoji nodded and said. Dai Yuehen has the power of an auxiliary soul master and the White Tiger Vajra transformation. His combat power at this moment is definitely not weaker than that of a late-stage soul master. As for Zhang Ming, his third soul skill seems to be a soul skill with a similar effect to the White Tiger Vajra transformation, but the effect is probably stronger than the White Tiger Vajra transformation. But doesn't he have a soul power of more than 40 levels? Why should he suppress his soul power? If he doesn't suppress it, Zhang Ming's current aura is enough to rival that of a soul king. A hint of doubt flashed across Yan Shaoji's eyes. If Zhang Ming did not suppress his soul power, Dai Yuheng would never be able to compete with Zhang Ming in momentum. Being comparable to a late soul sect member and being comparable to a soul king are two different concepts. Din Yan, this is what I asked Zhang Ming to do. With a soul power of over 40 levels and this skill, the freshman assessment will not be difficult for him at all. Suppressing the soul power is to put some pressure on him. Zhou Yi on the side explained. Yan Shaoji suddenly realized, then smiled, and said. You are a really good teacher. Zhou Yi was very pleased to accept the compliment from Dean Yan Shaoji, while Mu Jin, who was standing next to her, was so jealous that her face was unrecognizable. You all underestimate Zhang Ming. Shaoji, take a closer look at his third spirit ring. The sloppy old man who had been sitting next to them eating meat and drinking suddenly said. The third soul ring. Yan Shaoji's eyes narrowed, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the deep purple thousand-year soul ring on Zhang Ming's body. This color, the energy. Yan Shaoji frowned, and then his pupil shrank. This kid's third spirit ring is actually over 8,000 years old. After these words were spoken, Du Weilun, the head teacher who was closest to Yan Shaoji, was stunned. 8,000 years? Soul Patriarch level soul masters don't even dare to use an 8,000-year-old fourth soul ring. This kid's third soul ring is 8,000 years old. Du Weilun couldn't help but be surprised. The age of this spirit ring was really a bit outrageous for a normal spirit master. An 8,000-year-old soul beast is only 2,000 years away from a 10,000-year-old soul beast. It is almost half a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Soul beasts of this level are essentially different from soul beasts that are 5 or 6,000 years old. Although they are not as scary as soul beasts that are 10,000 years old, it is extremely dangerous to absorb soul rings of this age when breaking through to soul sect. But now, Zhang Ming is not on the 4th soul ring, but on the 3rd soul ring for 8,000 years. Where on earth did this monster come from? Yan Shaiji murmured to himself that he had seen many geniuses over the years since he became the dean of SHREK Academy. He even recently accepted a little girl with the evil fire phoenix spirit as his personal disciple. But he had never seen a monster of Zhang Ming's level. Heart-body martial soul, twin martial souls, terrifying training speed. If this kid grows up, he will probably be stronger than that Dubai SI guy. Shaiji, go check on this kid's body later. Don't let this speed of soul power cultivation be learned from the Sun Moon Empire where he used drugs to forcibly increase his speed. That would be a waste of natural resources. After saying this, the sloppy old man seemed a little worried and said again, "Forget it, I'll go there myself. Such a good seedling is hard to come by." After saying that, the sloppy old man continued to chew the chicken leg, and the situation on the competition stage also changed. 39288754. Chapter 39, Game Over, Side Effects. It's time to finish. Zhang Ming felt that time had dragged on long enough, and he had given enough face to his roommate and classmate, so it was time to end the competition. After all, although teacher Zhou Yi had already given him the so-called championship reward in advance, he still had to get the championship quickly. Delay would lead to changes. Now that he had given enough face, he might as well make a quick decision. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart beat faster and faster, and the powerful breath fluctuations rose to a higher level again. The next moment, Dai Yuheng felt a huge force hitting the palms of his hands that were facing Zhang Ming. This force is surging, like waves crashing, one after another. Not only that, under the coverage of the auxiliary soul master's soul skills, he was immune to Zhang Ming's first soul skill. But for some reason, Dai Yuheng heard a strong and powerful heartbeat. The frequency and strength of the heartbeat were so high that even though he was in the White Tiger Vajra transformation state, he was directly pulled into Zhang Ming's rhythm. Thump! Thump! Dai Yuheng only felt that his heart rate began to become disordered. After being brought to Zhang Ming's heartbeat rate, his heart also began to beat faster, as if trying to reach the same frequency as Zhang Ming's. But Zhang Ming's martial soul is the heart of gold. Even though Dai Yuehen has the top beast martial soul, the evil-eyed white tiger, it is impossible for him to keep up with Zhang Ming's heartbeat rhythm. Once he can't keep up, the disordered heartbeat is too terrifying for a soul master. What's going on? Why is my soul skill ineffective? The auxiliary soul master in the rear naturally noticed that something was wrong with Dai Yuehen. He mobilized his soul power and activated his soul skills, trying to exempt Dai Yuehen from the negative effects again. But after using his soul skills, he found that they were ineffective. The soul power enhancement of the first soul skill is still there, but the second soul skill has no effect at all. Oops! Dai Yuheng's face had become somewhat ferocious. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, making him feel dazed. The fast-flowing blood was also gradually covering his body with dark red. I said, "It's time to end." Zhang Ming said this calmly, and then his whole body suddenly emitted a golden light. Then Zhang Ming changed his fist into a palm, pushed hard, stretched out his hands quickly, grabbed Dai Yuheng's arms, and the huge force directly sent Dai Yuheng flying. After spinning in the air, Dai Yuheng was thrown out of the competition field by Zhang Ming. Actually, he didn't want to end the fight by throwing him out of the arena. After all, it seemed a bit violent and would embarrass his opponent. After all, they were all classmates. But if he didn't end the battle like this, his heart would be in an abnormal state for a long time and he might not be able to be saved. Even if they are rescued, there may be sequelae. Okay, your captain has been eliminated. Do you want to admit defeat? Or, should I give you a ride? After sending Dai Yuheng out of the field, Zhang Ming turned around and looked at the control-type Soul Master who was fighting with Ling Luoqin. I have to say that Ling Luoqin's strength is still very good. Even when the opponent has an auxiliary Soul Master, he can still fight the opponent on equal terms. He is very strong. The opponent's control-type Soul Master glanced at Dai Yuheng who was already outside the field, then looked at Zhang Ming who was in peak condition, and sighed helplessly. We admit defeat. He gave in. There was no way. The strongest captain was thrown out of the competition field by the opponent. With only 2 of them left, it was even more impossible for them to win the game. After the other party admitted defeat, Zhang Ming quickly released the Golden Blood state. The 40% increase in all attributes of the Golden Blood is indeed awesome, but if used for a long time, it will be a burden on the martial soul. Each time it is used, it will fall into a state of weakness to varying degrees depending on the usage time. Fortunately, it didn't take long to beat Dai Yuheng, and he was now strong enough, so it wasn't a big problem. Oh my! It's a freshman assessment, everyone is trying so hard, and I even used up my Golden Blood. It's really... Zhang Ming shook his head lazily, stretched, and walked directly to the contestant seat next to him with Ling Luoqin. Brother, give me a seat, I'll take a nap. The contestant in front of Zhang Ming was shocked when he heard Zhang Ming talking to him, and quickly moved away. Zhang Ming's performance on the field just now was really ferocious. Even though he had restrained his aura at this moment, others still found him extremely terrifying. Thanks, buddy. Zhang Ming waved to the guy who ran so fast, thanked him, and then fell into a deep sleep. The weakness caused by using Golden Blood to this extent is not a big deal and it will be almost healed by a good night's sleep. Anyway, there will be competitions for the 2nd and 3rd places soon, so if he takes a nap it shouldn't delay the award ceremony. On the podium, when Zhang Ming finished the competition, the sloppy old man wanted to go down and find him directly. 26. But seeing that Zhang Ming fell asleep, he decided to wait a little longer. With his strength, he could naturally see Zhang Ming's physical condition. The use of powerful amplifying soul skills will have a certain impact on the body, and the impact of Zhang Ming's amplifying soul skills of this level will be even greater. Dean, I'll go down and take a look. When Zhou Yi saw Zhang Ming's condition, she frowned immediately, said hello to the dean, and went downstairs directly. The competition continued, but the champion had already been decided, and the remaining 2 games were just to decide the 2nd and 3rd places. I don't know how long it took, but when Zhang Ming woke up, he was surrounded by a large group of people. Zhou Yi, Ling Luoqin, and other classmates in his class surrounded him, making Zhang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me? Is the game over? Zhang Ming scratched his head, sat up and asked. Yeah, it just ended. There's the awards ceremony tomorrow morning. Zhou Yi said softly. Hearing this, Zhang Ming frowned and asked. Isn't the award ceremony today? Ling Luoqin on the side rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Who told you it's today? We're just going to finish all the competitions today and the awards will be given out tomorrow. Have you really read the arrangements for the freshman assessment? Okay, all of you go back. You've been competing for a whole day, go back and have a good rest. Zhou Yi waved his hand and dispersed the students who were watching the fun. Zhang Ming and Ling Luoqin also returned to their respective dormitories. The top 3 in the freshman assessment in each year have 2 fixed rewards, that is, the so-called core disciple status of the outer courtyard, and the college will help students obtain a spirit ring with an extreme lifespan and suitable for themselves. Zhou Yi had told Zhang Ming before that the status of a core disciple was mainly reflected in the fact that he could get better resources than other students. This includes but is not limited to the highest standard of catering every day. Zhang Ming originally had no feelings about this reward, but when he heard that the core disciples would be provided with the highest standard of catering for free, he immediately made up his mind to win the championship. Today, I want to eat 2 pots of ironclad beef. 39288218. Chapter 40, Can It Be Discounted? At night, Zhang Ming was sitting on his bed in the dormitory when his rare roommate Dai Yuheng appeared on the bed opposite him. Dai Yuheng did not practice meditation, and even though he got second place in the freshman assessment, he still did not feel happy at all. Why, are you looking at me? Zhang Ming felt uncomfortable being looked at by Dai Yuheng and couldn't help asking. Has your soul power broken through? Dai Yuheng stared at Zhang Ming with burning eyes and asked in a deep voice. Ah? You're staring at me because of this? I thought you had some improper thoughts about me. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and then calmly released his other martial soul. Yes, it's been several months since I enrolled in school. It's normal for your spirit power to break through. Don't tell me you haven't had a spirit power breakthrough. As he spoke, the Book of Elves martial soul emerged, and 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 yellow, appeared beside Zhang Ming. Several elves also flew out of the book and sat cross-legged on top of the soul rings to practice. Sure enough, you are already a soul sect. Seeing the 4 soul rings on Zhang Ming, Dai Yuheng's handsome features twisted together, his hands clenched into fists, and his heart seemed to be pressed down by a huge stone. How did you become a soul sect? The more Dai Yuheng thought about it, the angrier he became. Clearly, everyone was a soul master before. Although Zhang Ming's soul ring was a little exaggerated, Dai Yuheng still felt that he could catch up. He has been practicing so hard. No one knows how much training he has gone through in the past few months when he was not in the dormitory. His soul power has been improved by several levels. But now seeing the 4 soul rings on Zhang Ming, he felt a little desperate. I was really hit. Tisk, what you said, why can't I be a soul sect? Just practice hard, and you can do it too. After saying that, Zhang Ming entered into a state of meditation and began to cultivate his soul power. The 4th soul ring in the Book of Elves is still 100 years old. He needs to quickly increase the age of this soul ring to 1,000 years. There is a yellow soul ring mixed in with the 3 purple soul rings, which makes Zhang Ming, a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, feel a little weird. Looking at Zhang Ming, who had already entered the state of cultivation, Dai Yuheng's mentality was about to explode. What does it mean that you can do it if you practice well? He is just a soul sect master, of course he can cultivate to that level. But he is the same age as Zhang Ming, he is still a soul master, while Zhang Ming is already a soul sect. This feeling of frustration is too strong. After a long struggle, Dai Yuheng finally regained his confidence. He decided that he would not compete with this pervert anymore, as that would only make himself uncomfortable. Practice well. If you can't be the first, at least keep the second place, so that you can live up to his identity as the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. So, the 2 people in the dormitory started a new round of internal competition. Other students, especially those who had achieved good results in the freshman assessment, were also sleepless at this moment. They excitedly told their roommates about their outstanding performance in the daytime competition, as if they had won the championship. Those students who did not get good grades also tossed and turned in sleep. They kept recalling the past in their minds and muttering to themselves that if they had done this or that at that time, they would not have been eliminated. On the 4th floor of the freshman dormitory, the girls were also talking about the freshman assessment, and most of them were talking about Zhang Ming and Dai Yuheng. In the entire freshman assessment, Zhang Ming's performance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Dai Yuheng's performance was equally outstanding, and Dai Yuheng also had the background of the Duke of White Tiger, which was full of topics to talk about. I couldn't sleep all night and the whole night passed by. The next day, Zhang Ming got up early, and after washing up, he didn't even go for a run. He went straight to the cafeteria, intending to enjoy the highest food standards for core disciples. Then, Zhang Ming came out without even having breakfast. The people in the cafeteria actually said that Zhang Ming's name was not on their list of core disciples. After asking for a while, I found out that it was only after the awards were presented and the list of core disciples was confirmed that the new list would be distributed to the cafeteria and other departments. Depend on. The efficiency of the academy is too slow. Just look at how great the award ceremony was yesterday. Zhang Ming was indignant. Without having breakfast, Zhang Ming went directly to SHREK Square. The award ceremony will be held at SHREK Square. And the awards will be announced personally by the Dean of Studies Du Weilun. When Zhang Ming arrived at SHREK Square, there were already many people standing there scattered around. Some of them had dark circles under their eyes like giant pandas, and it was obvious that they had not slept or meditated the previous night. After staying for a while, Ling Luokan, Dai Yuehan, and others also came to the square. After a while, Du Weilun came over with a dozen teachers. Du Weilun was holding a folder in his hand. Without saying a few words to me, he directly announced the top 3 teams, and there was thunderous applause in the square. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, had a broad smile on her pretty face, the corners of her mouth harder to suppress than AK. After all, in this freshman assessment, her class had a pass rate of over 80%. Only 2 or 3 teams were expelled. Moreover, among the top 3 teams in the freshman assessment, 2 were from her class, and they ranked first and second respectively. This is simply the best result for Zhou Yi, who is teaching foreign affairs freshmen for the first year. These days, other teachers from the Foreign Affairs College all praised her when they saw her. Soon, Du Weilun announced the rankings and rewards. In addition to the same core disciple rewards and soul ring rewards as the second and third place, Zhang Ming and Ling Luokan, as the champions with a perfect record as a 2-person team, will receive a special gift. A soul bone. It's very valuable. Really very valuable. But when Zhang Ming received this soul bone, his first reaction was not to absorb and fuse it, but he wanted to sell it. Although this soul bone is only the soul bone of the right leg, and it is of relatively low quality among soul bones, even this kind of soul bone can be sold for more than 100,000 gold soul coins. As for why Zhang Ming didn't use it himself. Wouldn't it be a bit too hurtful to say that you dislike me? But that is indeed the case. Zhang Ming also had plans for soul bones. In addition to the external soul bones, there were only 6 soul bones on the soul master's body. If he absorbed it now, he might be able to exchange it if he came across a better one in the future. Even if he could exchange it, digging out the bones. Zhang Ming was somewhat reluctant. Zhang Ming's plan was not to absorb soul bones for the time being unless he came across one that was really suitable. Although spirit bones are rare, they are not too rare. After all, unlike spirit rings, they will not disappear with the death of the spirit master, but will be preserved. And Ling Luokan, this soul bone is not suitable for her either. It is the right leg bone of a flaming leopard. Its attributes alone conflict with Ling Luokan's ice attribute. It is impossible for Ling Luokan to absorb this soul bone. So, after taking the soul bone, Zhang Ming cautiously asked, "Director, can this soul bone be exchanged for cash?" 3928821. Chapter 41, Incomprehension. What did you say? Discount. Du Weilun's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Zhang Ming, look carefully, this is a soul bone. This is the soul bone that countless soul masters dream of. You told me you want to cash it in. Du Weilun seemed to have heard something unprecedented. Even with his current realm of soul Douluo at level 80 and decades of experience in the world of soul masters, he had never seen anyone want to cash in on a soul bone as soon as he got it. This is a soul bone. Is it that the world is changing too fast and he can't keep up with the times or what? I know this is a soul bone, but neither Ling Luokan nor I can use this thing. Instead of leaving it to gather dust, we might as well exchange it for something useful. Or, can you replace it with a high-quality soul bone? There was a hint of anticipation in Zhang Ming's eyes. If it is a high-quality soul bone, he will definitely not ignore it, nor will he be stupid enough to cash it in. Du Weilun's mouth twitched as he looked at Zhang Ming's handsome little face. I had a pretty good impression of him originally, but now I feel for some reason that this guy deserves a beating. High-quality soul bones? I also want high-quality soul bones. You are just a freshman assessment champion, not the champion of the continent's elite soul master competition. Giving you soul bones is already a super reward. Why do you still want high-quality soul bones? Why do you want such a good thing? Du Weilun took a deep breath, and tried hard to suppress the complaints in his heart and maintain the dignity of a dean of studies. High-quality soul bone? That's wishful thinking. This is it. Take it or leave it. After saying that, Du Weilun turned around and left, so as not to be angered by Zhang Ming. Really? Nowadays, even soul bones are despised. What kind of world is this? Zhang Ming held the soul bone in his hand, looked at the figure of the Dean of Studies walking away, then turned around to look at Ling Luokan. Do you have enough money? How about I sell this thing to you and we can split the proceeds? Ling Luokan didn't know what to say. She looked at the dark red soul bone in Zhang Ming's hand and said slowly. 27. You dislike this soul bone so much? Zhang Ming shook his head and put the soul bone into the matching bag given by Du Weilun. The fatal temptation emitted by the soul bone to the soul master disappeared. That's not the case, I just don't need this soul bone. Forget it, I'll go to the auction in SHREK City later and have a look, maybe I can get a good price for it. As he spoke, Zhang Ming seemed to have thought of something, and walked to Ling Luokan and asked. By the way, most of SHREK City is owned by the Academy. If we, as core disciples, go to auction things, will we not be charged a handling fee? Silence. Ling Luokan could only remain silent. If Zhang Ming wasn't holding a real soul bone in his hand, she would have felt that it was just an ordinary bone. Are you really that short of money? This was the second time Ling Luokan asked this question. She was really curious whether Zhang Ming owed a loan shark or something else. He is only 12 years old and he thinks about making money every day. Hearing this, Zhang Ming's face condensed slightly, and then he smiled. You can't understand me. Sometimes, it's not just about money. As he spoke, Zhang Ming waved his hand and walked towards the classroom. Ling Luokan didn't understand, but she seemed to see something from Zhang Ming's back. He seemed to be carrying a lot. The teaching at SHREK Academy is very intense. After the award ceremony in the morning, everyone returned to the classroom to prepare for class division. The training of soul masters is very particular. Different martial souls have different training methods. The first 3 months for freshmen to enter school are just to let these students get familiar with SHREK Academy. This kind of training, similar to Zhang Ming's military training in his previous life, is the foundation for the start of formal teaching. After the freshman assessment, the freshmen will be divided into classes according to the characteristics of their martial spirits. The training methods of the offensive and control types are similar, so these two types of soul masters will be divided into the same class, and the same goes for other martial souls. Generally speaking, the overall strength of the attack type soul masters and control type soul masters is much stronger than that of other classes, so the Academy will also choose the best teachers to teach this class. How to judge the best teacher? Of course it was the freshman assessment, in which the champion and runner-up were both in Zhou Yi's class. Even if those freshmen who were expelled by Zhou Yi reported Zhou Yi to the college, it did not affect Zhou Yi. Of course, as the Dean of Studies, Du Weilun still scolded Zhou Yi. But Zhou Yi said that she would not change. Her teaching philosophy is very simple, no one who tries to cheat or play tricks will be accepted. This is not a question of talent, but a question of attitude. She has no right to care if you slack off during get out of class time. The college has its own system of assessment and elimination. But if you giggle and slack off during class, it's better to turn a blind eye. After Zhou Yi gave this reason, Du Weilun also expressed that he could understand, saying that teachers don't like this kind of students. But directly expelling them would have a big impact. Even if these people were eliminated in the freshman assessment, it wouldn't matter. They just have to admit their lack of ability. If they are expelled early, it will be very troublesome if the families or forces behind these people come to complain, and the Dean Yan Sheiji will definitely not deal with such a small trouble, so he, the head of studies, has to do it. In the end, Du Weilun still failed to convince Zhou Yi. But the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 1 has also been decided, and that is Zhou Yi. Just to balance Zhou Yi's hot temper, Du Weilun also arranged a deputy class teacher for Zhou Yi. At least, don't let her expel people at will. It's really annoying to negotiate with the families of those expelled students. As to whether it is effective, it is not yet known. There were not many accidents in the class division and it was completed in one morning. And thanks to Zhou Yi's great reputation in the first grade, although there are many new students in the class, no student dares to laugh and joke in front of Zhou Yi. Even though Zhou Yi's gentle appearance does not seem to be very stern. It is worth mentioning that when selecting the class monitor and deputy class monitor in the morning, Zhou Yi originally wanted to choose Zhang Ming as the class monitor, but Zhang Ming refused. The reason is simple: no time. Zhang Ming was a squad leader before he traveled through time. Apart from other things, he had all kinds of things to do and he didn't have enough time himself, so how could he possibly be a squad leader? However, even though Zhang Ming refused, Zhou Yi still let Zhang Ming be the squad leader. Zhang Ming was so popular in the freshman assessment that everyone was convinced by his being the class monitor. As for the issue of time, Zhou Yi did not intend to let Zhang Ming, the class monitor, do much. She just wanted him to set an example for the people in the class. Look, your squad leader is extremely talented and powerful, yet he still practices so hard. What right do you have to not practice hard too? The role of a leader is still very effective in cultivating a good learning environment. 39288484. Chapter 42, I'll beat him with one hand. After finishing a day's classes, Zhang Ming dragged his tired body on the way back to the dormitory. It wasn't because I was tired from the classes, but because I was annoyed by the classmates, especially those in the offensive department. Zhang Ming is also a strong attack type, and he is so powerful. How could they hold back their curiosity? They started asking him questions. But Zhang Ming was appointed as the squad leader by Zhou Yi, and he couldn't beat them. Dai Yuheng, that unrighteous guy, was watching the show from the side. It was so annoying. If Zhou Yi hadn't rescued him later, he would have been so annoyed that he would have died. What should I do next? Walking along the shore of Poseidon Lake, the moist breeze blowing on his face, bringing a cool breath, Zhang Ming was thinking about what to do next. First of all, the materials he spent all his money to buy some time ago have been turned into soul guides, so he doesn't need to assemble them for the time being. However, he now had the 10,000 gold soul coins given by Zhou Yi, as well as the right leg bone of the fiery leopard. This soul bone alone is worth at least 100,000 gold soul coins. Even if part of it is given to Ling Luokan, it is still a huge amount of money. Now, he can be said to be a little rich. But he had other plans for the money. The soul guides he has accumulated in the past few months are almost enough. Next, he still needs to focus on cultivating his soul power and soul guidance. In the past few months, after he stabilized as a 4th-level soul engineer under Fan Yu's guidance, he had been making and assembling soul guides, and it had been a long time since he had sat down to read theoretical things. As for his martial soul, his soul power cultivation had already reached level 42, but he didn't need to rush to attach the 4th soul ring of his Golden Heart martial soul. His Book of Elves martial soul already had 4 soul rings anyway, and it wouldn't hinder his soul power cultivation. But the yellow fourth soul ring of the Book of Elves Spirit does look a bit weird. We need to upgrade this fourth soul ring to 1,000 years as soon as possible. After thinking about all this, Zhang Ming breathed a long sigh of relief as he looked at the shimmering surface of Poseidon Lake. Why are you sighing at such a young age? An old voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Ming's ears, which scared Zhang Ming. You know, because of his golden heart martial soul, Zhang Ming has a very sensitive sense of people approaching him. He can even sense a soul master whose soul power is more than 10 levels stronger than his. But if the voice hadn't sounded in the old man's ears just now, he wouldn't even have felt that there was someone next to him. In just a moment, Zhang Ming made a judgment. This old man is a sweeping monk just like the dormitory manager. You are. Zhang Ming was just about to ask who this sloppy old man was, but the sloppy old man grabbed his hand without saying a word. Although it was released immediately and his body did not react, Zhang Ming still vaguely felt what this sloppy old man had done. Well, it's not the soul power that is enhanced by drugs. The sloppy old man smiled, picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp, then he took out a big chicken leg from somewhere and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Boy, stop talking nonsense. I want to take you as my apprentice. Are you willing? After finishing eating the whole greasy and fragrant pistol leg, the sloppy old man wiped it on his body, looked at Zhang Ming, and said seriously. Well, let's put aside the matter of accepting a disciple. I want to ask, who are you, old man? Zhang Ming felt very strange. A sloppy old man suddenly appeared, touched his hand, and then said that he wanted to take him as his apprentice. This plot seemed to have been seen somewhere before, but he still wanted to ask who this old man was. I am Suanzi, and my title is Doughty. When these words were spoken, Zhang Ming was suddenly shocked and a trace of horror appeared on his face. Titled Douluo. This is a powerful person at the pyramid level among soul masters. How about it? I want to take you as my disciple, are you willing? Suanzi smiled. He mentioned the title Doughty on purpose. A titled Douluo wants to accept a disciple, this is a great opportunity. This, Mr. Xian, thank you for your kindness. Zhang Ming first thanked Master Xian politely for his kindness, then declined. But I have no plans to become your disciple for the time being. I'm sorry. Zhang Ming really had no plans to become a disciple at this time. He had made a basket of plans for himself and there were still many things he had not done. And this sloppy old man in front of him, he doesn't even know him. Even if you want to become a disciple, you should at least understand a little bit about it. If he and the old man don't get along, then becoming his disciple would be a hassle for him. When Xianzi heard Zhang Ming reject him, his eyes widened and he said angrily. Boy, do you know who I am? Do you know how powerful I am? He has been famous for so many years and is the strongest person in SHREK Academy. He finally wanted to accept a disciple, but he was rejected. This made Suanzi feel somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Ming quickly comforted him. No, it's not that you're not strong, but I really don't have this plan. And I don't know you well. If I just casually become your disciple, I think you will look down on me. After hearing Zhang Ming's words, Suanzi's expression relaxed. Indeed, you don't know me well enough. But now that you have entered SHREK, you will have plenty of time to learn more about me. Zhang Ming nodded and said with a smile. Yeah, I'm in the academy anyway, you can always find me if you want to, there's no rush. After saying that, Zhang Ming looked at the slovenly old man Xian and asked a question out of curiosity for some reason. Well, Master Xian, I heard you say just now that you are very strong. Can you beat the dean? For Zhang Ming, apart from the dormitory manager whose specific strength is still unknown, the dean is the most powerful person he knows so far. Dean? Are you talking about that kid Yan Shaiji? Zhang Ming nodded. Xianzi stretched out a slightly greasy hand and chuckled. I'll beat him with one hand. Mad. The first thing Zhang Ming felt was arrogance. Then he thought that Master Xian was bragging. You know, Dean Yan Shaiji is the dean of the martial spirit department of SHREK Academy. According to teacher Zhou Yi, he is about to become a super Douluo. For such a person, this sloppy-looking old man Xian in front of him actually threatened to hit him with one hand? What? Don't believe it. Zhang Ming waved his hands quickly. Believe it, why not? He didn't know whether old Xian could beat Dean Yan Shaiji with one hand, but it shouldn't be a problem to beat him with one hand. But he couldn't make him angry. 28. Humph. I have never lied to anyone in my life. Xian Ziyi was too disdainful to talk about this with Zhang Ming. He couldn't really go find Yan Shaiji and beat him up with one hand. It just so happened that when asked this question, Zhang Ming had a question that had been in his mind for a long time. He looked at Master Xian and asked again. Then, can you beat the dorm manager downstairs in our freshman dormitory? 392888465. Chapter 43, The Desire of the Light Spirit. Zhang Ming has always been very curious about the true strength of the dormitory manager. Given the dormitory manager's age, if he is a real sweeping monk, his strength must be extremely powerful. But he really had no idea how powerful it was. Anyway, there should be titled Douluo. However, there are strong and weak titled Douluo. The strong titled Douluo can crush the ordinary titled Douluo, and even the strong soul Douluo can exert an attack power comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Therefore, it is still difficult to judge the level of this strength. But the old man in front of him, Xian, who looks very sloppy and very old, might know the true strength of the dormitory manager. Mr. Dormitory Manager. When Mr. Xian heard Zhang Ming comparing him to the dormitory manager, he frowned somewhat unhappily. He is the mighty doughty Douluo, the most powerful person in SHREK Academy, and has been famous throughout the continent for decades. How could he compare his strength with a dormitory manager? But when he thought of an old man who liked to feel the vitality of young people downstairs of the freshman dormitory, the expression on his face suddenly became a little awkward. This. If what he just said about being able to beat Yan Shaiji with one hand was true, then it was also true that this dormitory manager beat him with one hand. Really, how could this child be so speechless? If you name anyone else, he, the great doughty Douluo, will not be afraid at all. But this. He really can't beat it. Okay. Zhang Ming still showed a curious expression, and his deep eyes were full of anticipation. Seeing Zhang Ming's expectant look, old Xian could only turn his head and look at the vast Poseidon lake. As if he remembered something, his old voice sounded a little anxious. Oh, it's so late, it's time to have dinner. I'm leaving first, little one. You should go and have dinner too. After saying that, the slovenly-looking old man leaped up and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the island in the center of Poseidon Lake. Zhang Ming, who was full of expectations, suddenly understood something after hearing the sloppy old man change the subject so abruptly. If what the old man said is true, then obviously. Housekeeper sloppy old man Dean. Just now, the sloppy old man was so arrogant when he said that he beat the Dean Yan Shaiji with one hand, but after hearing what the dormitory manager said, he immediately changed the subject abruptly and even ran away. This fully illustrates the strength relationship between the three people. And judging from the methods that the sloppy old man showed just now, as well as the behavior of flying directly to the Poseidon Island that symbolizes the inner courtyard, what he said is very likely to be true. Tisk, it seems that the dormitory manager is at least a super Douluo above level 95. Zhang Ming glanced at Master Xian who had disappeared in the distance, and without staying any longer, he turned and walked towards the cafeteria. Although the topic change just now was a bit abrupt, it's time to eat now. Don't miss out on this top-notch food treatment for core disciples. After a while, Zhang Ming walked to the cafeteria and waved his hand. Auntie, I want 2 pots of iron-armored barbarian beef. And 2 pots of rice. And 1 core disciple set meal, 2. Since it doesn't cost any money, and he can eat a lot and digest quickly, then naturally it's like Han Xin recruiting soldiers, the more the better. After finishing his dinner with satisfaction, Zhang Ming ignored the horrified look of the cafeteria auntie and strode out of the cafeteria. Didn't he just eat 2 pots of iron-armored barbarian beef, 2 pots of rice, and a core disciple meal? As for looking at him like a monster the whole time? Zhang Ming returned to the dormitory with a cheerful pace. After eating and drinking, it is time to practice. The yellow soul ring of his 4th soul ring is almost upgraded to 1,000 years old. In other words, his soul power is now over 40 levels, otherwise it would be impossible to upgrade the 4th soul ring to 1,000 years in a short period of time. Dai Yuehan did not continue to curl up, but practiced obediently in the dormitory. After the crazy internal competition in the past few months, he has almost used up all the resources he brought to SHREK Academy, and he really can't do it anymore. Sniffing the scent of agarwood in the dormitory, the two quickly entered a state of meditation. Around Zhang Ming, 4 soul rings occupied 4 directions, emitting a bright light. Among them, the yellow soul ring of the 4th soul ring has become more and more transparent, and has faintly emitted fluctuations close to those of a 1,000-year soul ring. The 2nd and 3rd purple 1,000-year soul rings have also become increasingly profound, and it seems that they are no longer above the middle 1,000 level, but are even at the great 1,000 level. The biggest change is the 1st soul ring. The purple color of the 1st soul ring has turned towards black. As long as there is an opportunity, this soul ring will be able to break through the 10,000-year limit. But this opportunity is difficult. The light elf who was sitting quietly above the soul ring slowly opened his eyes at this time, and there was a hint of anxiety in his clear and bright eyes. Okay. Zhang Ming seemed to sense the light elf's anxiety. He frowned slightly and woke up from his meditation. He frowned and looked at the yellow light elf, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he himself didn't even know what this spirit book Martial Soul was all about. During the previous training, these elves came out of the Book of Elves, and then trained on the soul rings. They seemed to have no souls. He wanted to communicate with these elves but they ignored him. Over time, Zhang Ming stopped thinking about this. But now, the light elf actually had emotional fluctuations. This is really rare. Are you anxious? Zhang Ming looked at the light elf in front of him that was emitting bright yellow light and asked softly. The light elf also frowned like Zhang Ming, then nodded hurriedly. Afterwards, a faint, intermittent voice seemed to ring in Zhang Ming's mind. Energy, light, evolution. It was just a few simple, incoherent words. Even though the voice was childish, the tone sounded anxious. Zhang Ming was shocked. You know, these elves had never communicated with him before. Are you talking to me? Zhang Ming asked excitedly. The light elf nodded again and repeated the previous words. Combined with the situation of the 1st soul ring, Zhang Ming also roughly understood what the light elf wanted to express. It needs light energy to evolve. In other words, it needs the energy of light to break through the bottleneck of the 10,000-year soul ring. Zhang Ming could understand that energy was needed for evolution. After all, the elves had been gaining energy through cultivation to increase the age of their spirit rings over the years. As for the light energy, it should be because the elf in the 1st soul ring has the attribute of light. Is that so? Okay, don't worry, I'll go ask tomorrow and see if I can find the light energy you need. 39288740. Chapter 44, The First 10,000-Year Spirit Ring. Thanks to Huajian Yigenko for the reward. After hearing Zhang Ming's words, the light elf's anxious mood gradually calmed down, and then he continued to sit cross-legged on the dark purple soul ring to practice. The next day, after Zhang Ming got up and washed, he did not go to SHREK Square to run laps as usual. Instead, he went downstairs to the dormitory and started chatting with the dormitory manager who was basking in the sun. He wanted to find enough light energy for the light elves to evolve in the huge SHREK Academy, but it was too slow for him to look for it himself. As for the dormitory manager, who was considered by Zhang Ming to be better than the sloppy old man and Dean Yan Shaiji, asking him was obviously the fastest option. Mr. Dormitory Manager, we have known each other for such a long time, but I still don't know your name. What is your name? Zhang Ming looked like a good boy and asked softly. It's embarrassing to say that for more than 3 months, he has been used to calling the dormitory manager uncle, but has always forgotten to ask the dormitory manager's name. My name? Just call me Mu Lao. Mr. Mu's voice sounds hoarse, but it gives people a very gentle and peaceful feeling. Mr. Mu. Zhang Ming thought about the names of the powerful people on the mainland that he knew, and found that he could not find anyone with the surname Mu. Obviously, he has been staying in the far north and has indeed lacked experience. Kid, if you have something to say, just tell me. I have a good impression of you, and I will help you if I can. While Zhang Ming was thinking, old Mu had already turned to look at him. There was kindness on his old face, and his eyes, which had experienced many vicissitudes of life, seemed to be able to see through everything. How did you know I was in trouble? Zhang Ming scratched his head a little embarrassedly, feeling somewhat awkward. The corners of Mu Lao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a kind smile among the layers of wrinkles. I am so old, if I can't see through your little tricks, then I have lived in vain all these years. Okay, little guy, just say what you want to say. I won't be able to help you if I fall asleep later. Old Mu turned his head away, his eyelids drooped, and he looked drowsy. Hearing this, Zhang Ming didn't intend to beat around the bush. In the eyes of this old man, Mu, who had lived for who knows how many years, he was too immature anyway. Mr. Mu, I want to ask you, where can we find the light energy in SHREK Academy? It should be very strong, preferably pure light energy. Zhang Ming directly stated his purpose, and then looked at Mr. Mu with hope. Light energy. Mu Lao's eyelids, which were almost completely closed, trembled slightly, and then he said leisurely. There are many powerful light energies in SHREK Academy, but you can't get them at the moment. As the continent's #1 Soul Master Academy with a heritage of more than 10,000 years, SHREK's heritage is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. SHREK Academy has powerful light energy, but it is not something that a first-year student like Zhang Ming can access. Hearing what Mu Lao said, Zhang Ming frowned and asked unwillingly. Is it not possible even with the status of a core disciple? Mr. Mu smiled and said nothing. Well, how about I buy it with money? Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment and continued. 29. The Book of Elves Spirit is very important to him, as it guarantees his cultivation speed. Although, besides increasing the training speed and not requiring the hunting of soul beasts to obtain soul rings, he has not discovered any other functions of this martial soul yet, but he believes that this martial soul is definitely not that simple. It is even more powerful than the Golden Heart martial spirit. Money. Mr. Mu was slightly surprised, looked at Zhang Ming, and asked with interest. How much money do you have? Do you know how much the powerful light energy you mentioned costs? 110,000 gold soul coins. Is that enough? Zhang Ming looked at Mr. Mu with some trepidation in his heart. 110,000, this was the total of the soul bones and the 10,000 gold soul coins given by Zhou Yi, and it was also his entire fortune. When Mr. Mu heard this number, he was somewhat stunned. It's not that he was surprised by the 110,000 gold soul coins, but that he was surprised that Zhang Ming had so many gold soul coins. No, kids are so rich these days. They asked for 110,000 gold soul coins right away? Maybe, that's enough. What do you want light energy for? Mr. Mu gave an uncertain answer, but he became curious about what Zhang Ming was going to do. What on earth is this powerful light energy used for that could make this kid willing to spend 110,000 gold soul coins to get it? His golden heart martial soul is not of light attribute. When Zhang Ming heard Mr. Mew ask this, he was a little hesitant. His spirit from the Book of Elves is a small secret, and the fact that the spirit ring can increase its lifespan through elf training is an even bigger secret. Should I tell the dormitory manager about this? Although Dai Yuehan had also seen this spirit, with his keen eyesight he could only see that the spirit ring was a little strange. After all, he has twin martial souls, and it is normal for the second martial soul ring of a twin martial soul owner to be different from that of ordinary people. But considering the strength of the dormitory manager in front of him, it would be impossible to hide it from him. If you can't tell me, then there's no need to tell me. As for the light energy, come here. Seeing Zhang Ming's hesitation, Mr. Mew shook his head slightly and stretched out an old hand. In an instant, Zhang Ming felt as if he was wrapped in an extremely warm force. This force was bright and pure. Zhang Ming could feel its power, but this force could not hurt Zhang Ming. Instead, it surged towards Zhang Ming's danshan. At this moment, Zhang Ming's spiritual sea suddenly shook, and the spirit book's martial spirit was automatically released. 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 yellow, appeared one by one on Zhang Ming's body, which stunned Mew, who was lying on the chair, for a second. Then, old Mew waved his hand, and a powerful soul power directly enveloped the surroundings, completely covering the space where the two of them were, making it impossible for the outside world to see what was happening inside. It's really a twin martial spirit. As Mr. Mew was sighing, the Book of Elves automatically turned and a light elf flew out of the book. As soon as it came out, the light elf's bright yellow eyes saw old Mew. It circled around old Mew several times, as if it really liked some of the aura on old Mew. After turning a few circles, the light elf saw the light energy gathered in Zhang Ming's danshan, and his face instantly became overjoyed. He quickly flew to the sky above the first soul ring and closed his eyes to practice. As time passed, when Zhang Ming opened his eyes, the 4 soul rings floating around him had turned into 1 black and 3 purple. Yes, not only did the first soul ring turn into black for 10,000 years, but the 4th soul ring also successfully broke through the limit of 1,000 years under this powerful yet gentle light energy. Even his soul power broke through 1 level under the impact of this force, and is now at level 43. When Zhang Ming saw this scene, he was suddenly extremely excited. He finally has a 10,000-year soul ring. At this moment, an old voice with a smile sounded in Zhang Ming's ears. Little guy, your second martial spirit is really interesting. 392888384. Chapter 45, Become a Disciple, Late. When Zhang Ming heard this voice, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was shocked. When he saw the changes in his spirit ring just now, he had forgotten that he was still by Mu Lao's side. Mu Lao must have seen his spirit ring change just now. What should he do? Zhang Ming became alert and a little flustered. With his current strength, no matter what Mr. Mew wants to do to him, he has no possibility of resisting at all. Little guy, don't be so nervous. Put away your martial spirit first. I, an old man, have been maintaining the barrier for you for such a long time. It's very tiring. Mr. Mew's voice was very gentle, without any malice in it. Zhang Ming looked around and saw a bright golden light covering the space near him, isolating the outside world from this small space. Seeing this, Zhang Ming felt somewhat relieved. Apparently, no one else saw the change in his spirit ring. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming put away the Book of Elves martial soul, and the 4 soul rings, 1 black and 3 purple, also disappeared. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming and Mu Lao returned to the same state as at the beginning. Under the big tree, the two of them lay on lounge chairs, whispering something. Little guy, your martial spirit is indeed very special, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Old Mew chuckled as he spoke. His old face looked very kind. The sunlight fell on him, giving off a bright and sacred aura. Ah. Jiang Ming nodded. After spending a few months together, in his impression, Mr. Mu was a very good person. However, after revealing the secret of the spirit book's martial soul in front of Mr. Mu, Jiang Ming had other thoughts in his mind. He pondered for a while, stood up from the recliner, turned to Mu Lao, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Mu, I want to be your disciple." A breeze blew by, bringing up 2 or 3 dead leaves. Jiang Ming's slightly immature face was full of seriousness. When Mr. Mu heard Jiang Ming's words, he did not open his eyes, but said softly, "If you want to be my disciple because I saw the specialness of your martial spirit, there is no need for that. I am not a big-mouthed old man." Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "No, that's not it." Old Mu raised his eyebrows, and a turbid light flashed between his eyes. "Oh? What's that?" Jiang Ming raised his head, his face firm with a hint of expectation. "Because I can become even more powerful by having you as my teacher." Yes, this is why Jiang Ming chose to become an apprentice. First of all, judging from the 3 months of getting along, this Mr. Mu should not be a bad person. The bright aura on him and the powerful bright energy just now also indicate this. The probability that a person with a pure aura of light is an evil person is very small. What's more, when he asked Master Mu for advice before, Master Mu also helped him a lot and could be considered half a master. Second, Mr. Mu's strength must be very powerful. He didn't have a clear understanding of Elder Mu's strength before, although he roughly judged that Elder Mu should be a titled Douluo. But the gap between titled Douluo is also very large. After talking with Old Xian yesterday, he had a clearer understanding of Old Mu's strength. Mr. Mu Mr. Xiandin. Based on this, Jiang Ming felt that if he wanted to find a master, then Mu Lao would undoubtedly be the best choice. Become more powerful. Mu Lao's eyelids moved slightly, revealing his eyes that had experienced many hardships. He said in a deep voice, "You already have a strong talent. If you want to become stronger, there is no need to worship me as your master." Jiang Ming shook his head firmly and said, "No, I want you to be my teacher." The old man and the young just stared at each other, the cloudy old eyes and the bright and lively eyes looking at each other from a distance. Jiang Ming couldn't see what was in Mu Lao's cloudy eyes, he just looked at him firmly and persistently. After seeing the determination and stubbornness in Jiang Ming's eyes, Mr. Mu pondered for a while and finally nodded. Although he hasn't accepted any disciples for a long time and his last disciple is almost 100 years old now, he really likes Jiang Ming's personality. As long as you have good talent, are willing to work hard and have a good heart, that's good enough. Teacher. When Jiang Ming saw Mr. Mu nod, he immediately called out teacher and then rushed in front of Mr. Mu, rubbing his shoulders and pinching his legs. He was so well behaved. "You are such a slippery idiot." Mu Lao was amused by Jiang Ming's actions. He chuckled twice, closed his eyes, and said softly, "Jiang Ming, it's already 9 o'clock. What's wrong with 9 o'clock? I'll take good care of you first." Jiang Ming said with a smile, then he reacted and stopped moving his hands. 9 o'clock. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly widened and his expression became a little exaggerated. "It's 9 o'clock. You're late. Teacher, I'll come and accompany you after class." After saying that, Jiang Ming took 2 steps forward and ran towards the teaching building at full speed. When Jiang Ming rushed to the classroom, Zhou Yi was explaining the role and fighting methods of offensive spirit masters and control spirit masters in team combat. She seemed not to notice Jiang Ming and continued to teach. Jiang Ming also quietly bent over and sat at the back seat from the back door. Time passed quickly, and more than an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Jiang Ming still hoped to follow the group out of the classroom. "Jiang Ming, come to the office." Jiang Ming, who was only 1 meter away from the classroom door, suddenly froze in his tracks and his head drooped. Sure enough, he was discovered. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming stood in the office. Zhou Yi crossed her arms, her delicate face full of seriousness. What? You're so proud of yourself after winning the freshman assessment? How dare you be late for my class? Zhou Yi was very angry. Zhou Yi had seen Zhang Ming's performance in the past 3 months. He worked hard every day and was also a good and obedient child. But today's lateness made her feel like Zhang Ming was slacking off. In fact, this is human nature. In the past 3 months, Zhang Ming's performance has been very good. His sudden lateness will easily make Zhou Yi's expectations go unfulfilled. Teacher Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhang Ming didn't give a reason first, because being late was a fact. Tell me, why are you late? You were never late when you stayed up late at the Seoul Guidance Department a few months ago. Why are you late today? After hearing Zhang Ming say sorry, Zhou Yi's anger dissipated a lot. She had high expectations for Zhang Ming, and believed that with Zhang Ming's personality, he would not be late for no reason. There must have been an accident. Well, actually there was something wrong with my martial spirit, but it's fine now. Zhang Ming didn't make his words too clear. The fewer people who knew about the soul ring advancement, the better. 30. Something went wrong with the martial spirit. Zhou Yi frowned. The martial soul is the foundation of a soul master. If there is a problem with the martial soul, it is no small matter. 39288652. Chapter 46. In class, he was full of resentment, and after class, he was self-degrading. It's all right now, Teacher Zhou, and it's not a bad thing. Seeing Zhou Yi's serious expression, Zhang Ming quickly waved his hand and said. From a macro perspective, there was indeed something wrong with his martial soul. After all, his first soul ring was upgraded from 1,000 years to 10,000 years, which was undoubtedly a big problem. But apparently, this isn't a bad thing. Are you sure? A problem with your martial soul is no small matter. Even if it's just a minor problem, it may affect your martial soul. Zhou Yi did not take it lightly. The fact that she could come to the outer courtyard to be a teacher showed that she had a very good understanding of the theoretical knowledge of martial spirits. Even though Zhang Ming said it was not a bad thing, Zhou Yi was still worried. Zhang Ming is talented on the one hand, but at the age of 12, how much can he know about martial spirits, and how can he clearly judge whether it is good or bad? Just when Zhou Yi wanted to continue asking, Zhang Ming had no choice but to say that a titled Douluo from the academy had taken a look at it for him. This made Zhou Yi feel relieved. Zhou Yi did not ask who this titled Douluo was. During the freshman assessment, she heard the conversation between Master Xian and Dean Yan on the stage. Whether it is Dean Yan or Elder Xian, since they say there is no problem, then there is no problem. Since there is no problem with the martial soul, that's good. Zhou Yi nodded, and then said. Go ahead, run 300 laps of SHREK Square. Zhang Ming was stunned and looked at Zhou Yi in disbelief. Teacher Zhou, are you late, for 300 laps? Zhou Yi glanced over and chuckled. Why, 300 laps is not enough. How about 500? Zhang Ming quickly shook his head, left the office without saying a word, and went for a run. If Zhang Ming continues, he estimates that Mr. Zhou will increase the number of laps to 1,000. In SHREK Square, although the get out of class has ended, there are still many students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 in the square to chat. At the age of 12, they are full of youth and energy. They complain to each other about the teacher's strictness, discuss the knowledge they have just learned, and accept the punishment for being late for class. Squad leader, are you exercising? Chen Zifeng looked at Zhang Ming, who was sweating in the square, and asked curiously. Zixi on the side also looked over, feeling a little puzzled by Zhang Ming's behavior. Ahem. Yes, running is also a form of training. Otherwise, we are the champions. I must run 300 laps before I can eat today. Zhang Ming responded somewhat awkwardly. After all, he was the class monitor. It would be somewhat embarrassing if the teacher made him run laps as punishment for being late for class. After saying that, Zhang Ming continued to run forward. The cafeteria's lunch hours are between 12 and 2 o'clock. It's past 10 o'clock now. If you run faster, you should be able to get a meal. Zhang Ming was calculating carefully in his mind, secretly sighing that Zhou Yi really knew him well. 300 laps were not difficult for him, but it would still take him several hours to finish, and he had to run them at mealtimes so that he would not miss any meals. On the other side, Chen Zifeng frowned immediately when he heard Zhang Ming's words. He recalled that during his freshman assessment, Zhang Ming threw him out of the competition venue. That force was so powerful that he couldn't resist at all. Could it be that Zhang Ming's strength was developed through years of running? Chen Zifeng was somewhat skeptical, but Zhang Ming's championship was real. Could it be that he really won the championship by running? After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Zifeng's eyes gradually became firm. It's just running. I'll run too. As he spoke, Chen Zifeng took a few steps and caught up with Zhang Ming. Zixi behind didn't say much and just followed. The students who come to SHREK Academy all aspire to become strong. And in their class, Zhang Ming is undoubtedly a strong man. In that case, it would be a good idea to practice with him. This seemed reasonable, so the SHREK Square, where Zhang Ming was originally the only one running, suddenly became a place where 3 people were running. Then, what are the monitor and Chen Zifeng doing? They come here to run right after class. I heard that this is the class monitor's secret to becoming stronger. He keeps running and exercising when we are relaxing after class. That's why he has such terrifying strength in the freshman assessment. That's ridiculous. Can you run like the squad leader? You must be kidding. Well, maybe it can be useful. Anyway, there's nothing to lose by running after him. That's true, let's go run too. As a result, more and more freshmen began to run around SHREK Square. Someone came forward to ask curiously, and then was told that this was a way to become stronger. Zhang Ming, who was running in the front, was used as an example. Look, Zhang Ming, the freshman assessment champion. And he's the champion of a 2-person team. Is there anything wrong with following him? Of course it can't be wrong. Of course, the main reason is that the threshold for running is relatively low. If you go through fire and water, no one will want to follow your example, but running is something that everyone can accept, so many people are willing to try it. In front, Zhang Ming was running very hard. 1 lap of SHREK Square was 300 meters, and 300 laps was 90,000 meters. 90,000 meters. At first Zhang Ming thought it was nothing, but when the unit of measurement was changed, he was immediately shocked. 90,000 meters. 90 kilometers. If this had happened in his previous life, he would never have been able to finish running these 90 kilometers even if he was exhausted to death. Now, Zhang Ming said the pressure is not that great. After breaking through to the soul sect, his physical qualities in all aspects have improved to a certain extent. These 90,000 meters should be completed in less than 3 hours. Call. Zhang Ming exhaled deeply, and silently decided in his heart to eat another bowl of iron-armored barbarian beef and another earth dragon tendon at noon. When Zhang Ming finished thinking, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Chen Zifeng also running. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. Is he late too? Zhang Ming continued to look behind him and found that there was a large group of people following him, at least a dozen or even dozens. What is this doing? In the office of the freshman teaching building. After Zhou Yi organized the content to be taught tomorrow, she walked out of the teaching building. Although it was her first time teaching and her first time as a class teacher, she was obviously well prepared and not too flustered. After walking out of the teaching building, Zhou Yi originally wanted to go home directly, but she turned around and walked towards SHREK Square. A few minutes later, Zhou Yi arrived at SHREK Square. Looking at the long line of runners, Zhou Yi was stunned. At the front of the long line of runners, Zhang Ming was the fastest and left the others far behind. And behind Zhang Ming, there were actually other students from the class. No, you were so full of resentment when you were running in class, and you just degraded after class. 392-8857. Chapter 47, How did you get so big? After understanding the whole story, a relieved smile appeared on Zhou Yi's pretty face. Sure enough, letting Zhang Ming be the squad leader can help him play the role of a leader. However, Zhang Ming didn't care much about the start he had made. Except for being a little surprised at the beginning, he was running laps seriously the rest of the time. For 300 laps, you still have to run faster. If you can't make it to the cafeteria for lunch, you'll be at a big loss. An hour later, Zhang Ming had run more than 100 laps. At this time, most of the people behind him were still able to hold on. After an hour and a half and 200 laps, many people could no longer keep up. At this time, in order to eat as quickly as possible, Zhang Ming actually started to speed up. This almost made Chen Zifeng, who was barely keeping up, get a stitch in the side. He couldn't keep up, this time he really couldn't keep up. Soon, 300 laps were completed. I looked at the time and it was already past 1 o'clock. So, Zhang Ming waved his hand and greeted Chen Zifeng and other classmates, then turned around and ran towards the cafeteria without hesitation. At this time, most of the people who followed Zhang Ming in running circles had given up, and the few who were more serious about it were so tired that they lay down, with no desire to move at all. In the cafeteria, Zhang Ming ordered double the amount of food he usually ordered, which shocked the cafeteria aunt who was serving the food. And when Zhang Ming took out the dining table and really finished all the food, the whole cafeteria fell silent. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Ming saw that his classmates in the cafeteria were looking at him in surprise. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he frowned slightly as he looked at those classmates eating while standing. It seems that Mr. Mu is really not in charge of this matter. There is not even a dining table in the cafeteria. In that case, Zhang Ming's eyes lit up, and after finishing his meal he ran directly to SHREK City and had dozens of dining tables and chairs made, which were then sent to the cafeteria via storage soul guides and set up one by one. There is a line of words engraved on each of these dining tables. Please pay with coins when using the dining table, 1 copper coin at a time. Perhaps because he felt that this was too serious, Zhang Ming deliberately added the word at the end and drew a cute pattern. When Zhang Ming was making drastic moves to provide convenience to his dear students so that they wouldn't have to stand to eat, the cafeteria staff came out and tried to stop him. But Zhang Ming said that this was a measure to facilitate his classmates, and said that he had reported it to the school leaders, who also acquiesced. Originally, the cafeteria staff did not believe such words, but Zhang Ming's identity as a core disciple was there and could not be ignored. So, these dozens of sets of tables and chairs were temporarily placed there. As for whether anyone is using, don't say it, there really is. After dinner, Zhang Ming saw that the dozens of tables and chairs he had bought were filled with people. The students sat in groups of 3 or 4 around the dining table, which had several dishes on it and drinks on the corners, chatting animatedly. As for the other students who didn't get a seat, some tried to find someone they knew among the dozens of tables and join in. Some of them held their lunch boxes and secretly decided to come early to grab a seat. The sign at the entrance of the cafeteria said that takeout was not allowed, but it did not say that you could not eat at the tables in the cafeteria. Zhang Ming had tested it before, and the cafeteria staff did not stop him. 31. Walking into the cafeteria, Zhang Ming was very satisfied when he saw the heavy net bags on the corners of the tables. According to a rough estimate, these dozens of dining tables can bring him several gold soul coins or even more than 10 gold soul coins every day. Although it was just a small amount of money for him now, it would be a considerable income after accumulating over time. Of course, someone has to do the work of cleaning the tables and collecting money, and in this regard Zhang Ming specifically sought cooperation from the canteen staff. As for whether someone will use it without paying, or even steal the money, Zhang Ming didn't think this was a problem. You know, the students of SHREK Academy are not rich or noble, but at least with the subsidies from the Academy and soul masters from various countries, they are not too poor and would not do such a thing. Of course, even if someone did it, it wouldn't matter. Stealing money is not a glorious thing. If someone caught me, not only would my reputation be ruined, but I would also be punished by the Academy. After dinner, Zhang Ming returned to the dormitory and began to prepare for meditation practice. On the other side, looking at the cafeteria with dozens of extra tables, the director of SHREK's logistics department had a few frown on his face. Of course it wasn't that he didn't notice that there were no tables and chairs in the cafeteria, it was intentional. In the absence of tables and chairs, students can reduce the time they spend gossiping in the cafeteria and improve their eating efficiency. Otherwise, such a large academy as SHREK would not be so short of money to provide tables and chairs for the cafeteria. The director of the logistics department was about to remove the tables and chairs, but when he thought of Zhang Ming's special identity, he gave up the idea. But he couldn't quite understand why that person's disciple still needed to earn this little money. In the first-year dormitory, Zhang Ming released his martial spirit and the Book of Elves appeared in the air. Dai Yuheng, who was sleeping on the bed opposite, had to take leave to go back home for something, leaving Zhang Ming the only one left in the dormitory. As Zhang Ming released the Book of Elves spirit, 4 spirit rings, 1 black and 3 purple, appeared around him. At the same time, a huge bright yellow figure jumped out directly from the Book of Elves. Zhang Ming, who was originally meditating with his eyes closed, felt something was wrong and immediately opened his eyes, only to see a bright yellow figure half a person's height sitting next to him. This figure was in human form, wearing a golden robe, with a fair face and a strong aura of light. One could even faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. And his only black 10,000-year soul ring was floating behind this figure. The other 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings still had the 3 elves floating above them practicing, only the light elf was missing. "You are a light elf?" Zhang Ming asked tentatively. Although the half-human height figure in front of him was much smaller in size than the previous light elf, the outline of the light elf could still be vaguely seen from its appearance. The bright yellow figure sitting next to him heard Zhang Ming's voice and nodded. The next moment, a clear and childish voice sounded in Zhang Ming's spiritual sea. "Yes, master." Zhang Ming's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. The light elf looked cute and small before, but how come it suddenly became so big now? And it seems to be developing more and more in the direction of anthropomorphism. Could it be that this is the mutation that occurred after the soul ring broke through 10,000 years? Zhang Ming thought of various possibilities in his mind, but he couldn't understand this situation at all. So Zhang Ming looked at the half-human high light elf in front of him and asked in a low voice, "How did you get so big?" 392889391. Chapter 48, An Immature Idea. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming learned the reason for the change from Xiaoguang. Oh, Xiaoguang is the name Zhang Ming gave to the light elf. He is not good at naming, so after much thought he decided that this name is better. By the way, Zhang Ming also gave names to several other elves. They are Xiaoan, Xiaobing and Xiaoling. The attributes corresponding to these 3 elves are darkness, ice, and life respectively. As for Xiaoguang's changes, according to its own words, when the age of its soul ring reaches a certain stage, it will start to evolve, and then, it will become like this. And because there was a hint of dragon's aura in the bright energy that helped it evolve, it seemed to have acquired some dragon characteristics after its evolution. In addition to these, Xiaoguang also gave an answer to the question that Zhang Ming was most concerned about. Fighting. Xiaoguang is now able to fight. Before, although the spirit book martial spirit could assist in cultivation, the elves that came out of it were almost only able to cultivate instinctively. He couldn't even control the elves to fight. But now, Xiao Guang told him that it was already able to fight. Moreover, it has 2 skills. Zhang Ming couldn't sleep that night. He even put aside his cultivation and spent the entire night studying Xiao Guang. Finally, he came to a conclusion. He is going to heaven. That's right, he's going to heaven. If his previous soul master training was based on the Heart of Gold and the Book of Elves as an auxiliary, then this situation might be reversed after Xiao Guang's soul ring was upgraded for 10,000 years and had combat power. Because, after learning more about it, Zhang Ming found out that Xiao Guang's combat ability is directly linked to his spirit ring. Xiao Guang's soul ring is now 10,000 years old, which means that Xiao Guang can exert the combat power of a 10,000-year soul beast. The combat power of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Just relying on this, Zhang Ming doesn't need the Golden Heart martial soul, doesn't need soul guides, and ignores other elves. He can directly fight against soul masters at the Soul King level. And if the spirit rings of other elves all break through 10,000 years, then even if he just stands still, he will have the combat power of 4 10,000-year spirit beasts. And with his continuous practice, the number of soul rings continues to increase, and the age of the soul rings continues to increase. One day, when he breaks through to the titled Douluo, these soul rings will be able to break through to the 100,000 year level. By then, he only needs to use the Book of Elves martial spirit, and there will be 900,000-year-old soul beasts behind him. With the Golden Heart, a martial soul that has grown up to be extremely strong in close combat, and the accumulated soul guides. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, his eyes full of excitement. At this moment, he just wanted to ask a question. Who else? No, I'll lose my mind if I keep thinking about it. I can't think about it anymore, I can't think about it anymore. Zhang Ming quickly controlled his surging emotions to avoid fainting from excitement. Although the future is promising, it is only the future after all. It has not yet become a reality, so we cannot be complacent. Zhang Ming warned himself in his heart. Having talent is one thing, having strength is another. Don't be impatient. After a long time, Zhang Ming calmed down the agitated emotions in his heart. The excitement in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of calm eyes. Although we should not be impatient. The spirit book martial spirit has undergone this change, so the plan can be advanced. Zhang Ming sat on the bed, whispering softly. He placed his fingers on the storage soul guide at his waist, and a booklet appeared in his hand. The booklet was the most ordinary book on the market, but there were 2 big words written on the cover. Revenge. When Zhang Ming saw the 2 big words on the booklet, his eyes instantly became fierce. Zhao Ming, you better stay alive, or I'll come and take your life soon. Zhang Ming opened the booklet and stared at the first for a long time. There were only 2 names and some information related to these 2 names. Zhang He, Chen Rou. These were his parents in this life, who died in the war with the Sun Moon Empire when he was 1 year old. The one who killed them was a soul saint in the Sun Moon Empire's army, Zhao Ming as Zhang Ming called him. However, 10 years have passed, and Zhao Ming, who was a soul saint back then, might have become a soul Douluo now. If he wants revenge, he still needs to wait, and wait. The next day, after class, Zhang Ming went directly to the soul guidance department. After becoming his disciple yesterday, Mr. Mu said that I should practice with him for at least an hour every day. In this case, Zhang Ming's schedule must be arranged more tightly. In the soul guidance department, Zhang Ming found Fan Yu in a certain testing site. Hey, the freshman assessment champion is here. Fan Yu walked over and teased with a smile on his face. He was very optimistic about Zhang Ming, after all, he had such a good talent for soul guidance. Unfortunately, this little fellow is too talented, and his talent in martial arts is also so strong that he cannot compete with the martial arts department at all. Otherwise, he would do anything to bring Zhang Ming to their soul guidance department. Teacher Fan Yu, please stop teasing me. I came here today because I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Ming scratched his head and then said seriously. Important things. Fan Yu raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes immediately. You didn't become a level 5 soul master secretly without my knowledge, did you? Zhang Ming waved his hands quickly. It had only been a short time, and he still had a lot to study on his level 4 soul guide. How could he possibly be a level 5 soul guide? Seeing Zhang Ming waving his hand, Fan Yu felt a little disappointed for some reason, but also relieved. It's a good thing that Zhang Ming is talented, but the pressure on him as a teacher is somewhat too much. Okay, tell me what's important. Fan Yu looked at Zhang Ming and said softly. Teacher Fan Yu, I have an immature idea. Zhang Ming moved closer and whispered the immature idea that had come to him these days. At first, Fan Yu didn't take it seriously, but after hearing the rest, his expression became very serious. Is your idea feasible? Fan Yu asked seriously. Zhang Ming shook his head and said. That's too much work. I haven't tried it yet. And it's hard for me to do it alone. Fan Yu raised his eyes slightly and said with a smile. So you want me to help you research this thing? Zhang Ming shook his head again and continued. No, it's not just you. If it's just the two of us, the workload is too heavy. I need all the soul guides in the soul guide department, at least 5 level 7 soul guides to participate. Level 6 and level 5 are also required. Zhang Ming opened his mouth directly and exaggerates a lot, but Fan Yu's expression did not change. If Zhang Ming really wants to realize this idea, these people are not enough, or even insufficient. You know, this guy's idea is to make soul guides, especially soul guide shells, into a production line of using tools to produce tools. 39288701 32. Chapter 49, Patient with Fear of Insufficient Firepower. To be honest, Fan Yu was very shocked by the idea proposed by Zhang Ming. In the inherent thinking of soul masters, soul guides must be made by soul masters through carving magic arrays. It is not only because the production of soul guides requires the support of soul power, but also because even for a first-level soul guide, the depiction of its magic array cannot be done casually. Almost no soul engineer has ever thought of using a soul guide to make a soul guide. Because after every soul engineer has truly completed a soul guide, he will know the difficulty of making a soul guide. It is already quite difficult to carve soul guide arrays manually, let alone use soul guides to make soul guides. This is almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary soul guides. To be honest, I don't quite agree with your idea. Fan Yu shook his head and said in a deep voice. Using soul guides to make soul guides is feasible in theory, but do you know the technical difficulties involved? As a high-level soul engineer, Fan Yu could imagine how difficult it was, even without even trying it yet. How to solve the problem of soul power output. How to solve the problem of magic circle carving. Even the materials become a problem. Soul engineers can modify the magic array according to the shape and special properties of the materials, but soul guides cannot. To put it bluntly, soul guides are dead objects, but humans are alive. Many problems are not problems in the hands of humans, but in the hands of machines. A lot of problems will arise. No. Zhang Ming nodded and said seriously. He has not tried the difficulty of the soul guide production line yet, so he doesn't know much about it, but the concept of production line in the previous life appeared along with the Industrial Revolution. Zhang Ming knew the epoch-making nature of the Industrial Revolution. In comparison, the difficulty of the soul guide production line was obvious. But even so, Zhang Ming still wanted to make this production line. It's simple, it's too inefficient for soul masters to manually make soul guides. If it is for your own use, or limited to a small group of people, it is completely sufficient. But if used in war, this efficiency is totally insufficient. Especially when the number and quality of soul mentors in the Sun Moon Empire obviously far exceeds that of other countries, this efficiency will form a huge suppression. knowing that you still want to do this? Not to mention that you are still a level 4 soul engineer, even if you are a level 6, 7, or even 8 soul engineer, the success rate of making this thing will not exceed 1%. Fan Yu didn't understand. Zhang Ming was undoubtedly a genius in soul guides. Sometimes his innovative ideas could inspire him. He was very spiritual, so he supported most of Zhang Ming's ideas. But Fan Yu really doesn't like this idea. The probability of this idea being realized is too low. Moreover, he can see the series of troubles that will follow without even starting to act. It will be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly, and the probability of failure is high. What's the point? Teacher Fan Yu, I still want to give it a try. Zhang Ming still did not waver. Why? I need a reason. Fan Yu frowned and asked in a deep voice. Because, war. Zhang Ming said slowly, his eyes firm and determined. War. Hearing this word, Fan Yu's expression became a little strange. A 12-year-old student proposed to build a soul guide production line because of the war. The feeling of incongruity was so strong that Fan Yu didn't know how to complain for a moment. Teacher Fan Yu, you should be very clear about the level of the Sun Moon Empire's soul guides, right? Suddenly, Zhang Ming changed the subject, leaving Fan Yu a little overwhelmed. He nodded subconsciously. In terms of the development of soul guides, the level of the Sun Moon Empire was far higher than that of the other 3 empires on the continent. This was common knowledge recognized by the soul guide community. Zhang Ming continued. The Sun Moon Empire has a very strong foundation in soul guides. Teacher Fan Yu, you also know that I am from Qingshui City in the Sky Soul Empire. Qingshui City is a city bordering the Sun and Moon Empire in the north of the Tianhun Empire. In the past few decades, there have been many conflicts between Qingshui City and Ice and Snow City on the border of the Sun and Moon Empire. A hint of reminiscence emerged in Zhang Ming's eyes. In these years, Ice and Snow City has been using soul guide rays and soul guide shells to suppress Qingshui City. Even in recent years, the Sky Soul Empire has also provided Qingshui City with soul guides such as soul guide shells and soul guide rays. But the gap is too big. The ratio between our soul guide rays and the Ice and Snow City is 20-1. The ratio of soul guide shells is even greater. Having said that, Zhang Ming took a deep breath, looked at Fan Yu, and said in a deep voice. Teacher Fan Yu, every soldier in Qingshui City has a disease called firepower shortage phobia. If it comes to a competition of soul master strength, Qingshui City is not weaker than Bingxiu City, and can even suppress it firmly. But the firepower of the soul guide is too strong. When the soul guide rays and soul guide shells are flying towards you, when your body is surrounded by flames, and the painful wails and screams are ringing in your ears, that kind of fear, that kind of despair, can you understand it, Mr. Fan Yu? As Zhang Ming spoke, he became involuntarily excited. This is the pain of every soldier in Qingshui City. Zhang Ming, who has lived 2 lives, knows this kind of pain very well. The history of the 2 worlds is almost the same to some extent. Fan Yu was silent. He looked at Zhang Ming and seemed to understand why this 12-year-old boy had such a strong obsession with soul guide shells and high-powered soul guide devices. I don't want Qingshui City to be suppressed by Bingxiu City's soul guide shells and soul guide rays again. I want the soldiers in Qingshui City to be able to use those soul guide rays and have enough soul guide shells. I want to surpass Ice and Snow City. I want to suppress them with soul-guided shells and soul-guided rays. Let them also experience this kind of fear. A rare look of ferocity appeared in Zhang Ming's eyes. People who have not experienced that kind of war cannot imagine the fear and despair, the feeling of powerlessness, and the pain. It's really painful. After a few seconds, Zhang Ming's mood calmed down a little. Before coming to SHREK, I had been researching soul-guided cannonballs and failed many times. It wasn't until I met you that I succeeded. Then I exchanged all my money for metal materials and spent 3 full months to make less than 100 soul-guided cannonballs. Too slow. This efficiency is too slow. There are too few soul masters in Qingshui City, and there are too few soul masters in the entire Tianhun Empire. At this efficiency, we will always be suppressed by the other side. The only way is to change the method and use a production line to split each link of the soul guide shell production, and use large soul guides to produce on a large scale. Only in this way can we achieve a curve overtaking when the number of soul guides is far less than that of the opponent. 39288554. Chapter 50, Big Project. Zhang Ming seemed to be venting something, speaking one sentence after another, and Fan Yu couldn't get a word in. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming expressed all his thoughts. These were the words he had been holding in his heart for a while. After he said them all out, he felt relieved. Fan Yu looked at Zhang Ming with complicated eyes. After a long while, he slowly said, "I'm willing to help you." Zhang Ming was overjoyed. If he was the only one to set up this production line, it would be almost impossible for him to succeed with his ability as a fourth-level soul engineer. But with Fan Yu, although there are still many difficulties, at least it is a good start. Don't be happy too early. I want to remind you that there are several problems that you must take into consideration when manufacturing a soul guiding device production line, especially a soul guiding artillery shell production line. Seeing Zhang Ming's excitement, Fan Yu poured cold water on him. First of all, researching this thing requires money, lots and lots of money. What are you going to do with it? Zhang Ming thought about it and asked tentatively. I can provide 110,000 gold soul coins in the early stage. Is that enough? Fan Yu's mouth twitched and he uttered two words. He. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say that. Fan Yu turned around and wanted to leave. This is not a joke. 110,000 gold soul coins? To research a soul-guided artillery shell production line, 110,000 gold soul coins is not just a question of whether it is enough, it is a question of whether it is not even a fraction of the total. Zhang Ming quickly reached out and grabbed Fan Yu, smiling and said, "Teacher Fan Yu, don't be angry. I was just joking." Fan Yu glanced at Zhang Ming and said helplessly, "Zhang Ming, it's not that I won't help you, but with 110,000 gold soul coins, you can't even buy a worse level 7 soul guide, let alone a production line." As a 12-year-old student, it was amazing that Zhang Ming could come up with 110,000 gold soul coins. But compared to the production line that Zhang Ming wanted to build, this is not even a fraction. Zhang Ming, I can give you a rough estimate. The fixed-type soul guide shells that our soul guide department can produce now are at most level 5. Other soul guide shells can reach level 6 or 7, but they are not fixed-type soul guide shells. And to manufacture a production line of fixed-load soul guide shells according to your requirements, even if we bring in all the senior soul guides in the entire soul guide department, we can only reach the 3rd level at most. Any higher is completely impossible with our technology. Even the production line of the 3rd level fixed installation soul-guided artillery shells requires a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. There are too many things involved. If this is all you have, even if I am willing to help you, it will be impossible to get this thing out. After listening to Fan Yu's words, Zhang Ming nodded. After coming up with this idea, Zhang Ming also made a rough estimate himself and realized that it was impossible for one person to make this thing. So, Teacher Fan Yu, I alone am not enough, and neither are the two of us. But what if we bring the entire Soul Guidance Department along? With the support of the Academy, that should be enough. Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. He had never planned to build this production line himself from the beginning. It was impossible. Impossible in every way. He can't possibly put all his energy into this. But if the entire Soul Guidance Department is brought in, with SHREK Academy as the backing, then the possibility will be maximized. You mean, submit this idea and develop it as a project for the entire Soul Guidance Department? Fan Yu frowned, thinking about the possibility of this matter. The idea of a soul guide production line is undoubtedly a shock to soul guides, and it requires too many resources. But if it can really be realized, the benefits will be too great. Yes, Mr. Fanyu, I think this is definitely worth researching and developing. It will definitely be the development trend of the soul guide industry in the future. Zhang Ming said confidently. When Zhang Ming was researching soul guides these years, he thought that soul guides would become the main theme of the future Douluo continent. Just like those electronic products in the previous life, this is the general trend. After soul guides became the mainstream, their large-scale production became indispensable. But there are only so many soul guides, and the productivity is limited, which is definitely not enough to support the entire continent. By then, there will definitely be an industrial revolution-like action in the soul guide world. This is inevitable. If we want to resolve the contradiction between the people's growing material needs and backward productivity, what we should do is not to reduce demand, but to increase productivity. 33. You think it's any use? Seeing Zhang Ming's confident look, Fan Yu said something unhappily. I'm going to go and give the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department a try. I don't know if it will work. If it doesn't work, you better calm down and improve your soul guidance level first. After saying that, Fan Yu didn't say anything more. He found a teacher to take over his teaching, and then strode towards the office of the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Zhang Ming looked at Fan Yu's departing figure, his heart filled with gratitude. Although what he said was clear and reasonable, there were still many problems. But Fan Yu was still willing to believe him and help him. Zhang Ming hid this gratitude in his heart and turned to leave the Soul Guidance Department. I have classes this afternoon, and I have to practice with Master Mu for an hour in the evening. I also have to practice at night, so my schedule is pretty tight. As night fell, Mr. Mu left with his recliner, and Zhang Ming also returned to the dormitory, releasing the spirit book Spirit to practice. It is worth mentioning that the evolved Xiaoguang can already enter Zhang Ming's spiritual sea to practice. Perhaps because Xiaoguang is part of the spirit book's martial soul, it can freely enter and exit Zhang Ming's spiritual sea. After Xiaoguang entered the Sea of Elves, Zhang Ming could clearly feel that the strength of his spiritual sea had increased a lot. This is a good news. He has strong talents in both martial soul and soul guidance, but his spiritual talent is indeed not that strong. After Xiaoguang entered the Sea of Spirit, he just filled this gap. Smelling the scent of the finest agar wood, Zhang Ming quickly calmed down and began to practice. At this time, on the inner courtyard of the Sea God Island, several of SHREK Academy's top elders were engaged in a fierce quarrel inside the ancient golden tree. I don't agree with this plan. Yan Shaiji, the dean of the Wuhan department who was sitting on the left, said in a deep voice. Yan Shaiji, what does our soul guidance department's plan have to do with your martial soul department? If you disagree, it's useless. Xian Liner, the dean of the soul guidance department on the right, slammed the table and glared at Yan Shaiji unceremoniously. As the two of them confronted each other, the first figure lying on the recliner knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention.